How it going, guys? Good morning. How we doing? Happy Thursday. How is everyone? Hope you're going well. Going strong. We got bank holiday today for the US. Good old Thanksgiving. So see what we get in the market. How we going? How we going? Louis, good to see you, mate. I am Mr. CC. Man, I still want YouTube to change back everyone's names to the old so you can actually just put your name, because everyone's names are like so different with your, I don't know, what's it called? Your tag you sign up versus your sort of nickname type thing. But, how we doing? Sigma, Big Hank, Big Man, Infinity. Got Bobby Fischer. How we doing, guys? How we doing? Here we are. Follow the link, guys. Got extra giveaway right there. So happy Black Friday week. Happy Black Friday week. MGN, good to see you. And of course, can't forget Akram. How we going? Anastasiia will be joining me a little bit later. I think about half an hour. So she will be around later on. But yeah, we'll jump into some of the charts soon. There has to be a way to change it back. I've seen some of the other live streams, it still shows the old way. So it might just be saying, okay. I'll have to see about that then. I'll have to ask. Because yeah, it was so much better when everyone had their own, set names versus the sort of sign up names. Because heaps of people's have like changed. You've got an old YouTube account, and then the new one, your actual name that you want to use now, it's completely different, right? So, otherwise, you've got to always keep up on. You just look at people's like icons, a little thumbnail. You're like, oh, that's who that is. From before. Yeah. But thanks, mate. Appreciate it. All right, we'll jump over to my chart as well. I got this little bit of hair sticking out today. I was wearing a hat before, so I got hat hair. No surprise. Alrighty, so today, hope everyone survived last night with the. Let me just shift the camera a bit so I'm more on screen here. UK budget last night. That was chaos. I don't know if you guys watched it. Man, watching that is fun. Like the UK Parliament is just absolute nuts. It's just chaos, shouting. It's like a locker room, I can't say the word, but everyone's just making a mess. Absolute chaos. So obviously last night we did have it leaked. I think when we were on stream last night, just before I jumped off, I was talking about, why did pound move up? So yeah, we did have a leak in the budget release before the actual speech. So we didn't end up getting quite as much volatility from it. It was probably stemmed by that because we got the leaks of the details ahead of time. So overall, it seems pretty all right. We'll have to see how that's digested over the next couple of days. The pound did initially dip, of course. We had the rally initially, came off, came back down, dipped through here, and then into the evening into New York, kept on. That's not necessarily to say that it was good, but it seems though, we've priced in a lot of this. It's been talk of the town for quite some time regarding the pound, and it was kind of a buy the rumor, sell the fact, and also on the situation that it was one of those it could have been worse type things. So we'll see how the market digests it over time, because there were still quite a few downgrades to growth, some of the other economic picture within there as well. So see where we land. Indicator's name. So on here, first of all, I'll hide this guy. So we got the moving averages through here. So this is a 10, 50, 100, and 200 moving average. So gray, blue, red, yellow. And then these guys you can see through here is basically a standard deviation chain, right? So settings on here are at 128 length. It should be 120. There we go. And then it's basically just showing the two standard divs, right? Two standard div moves. So if you guys know how, if you have a normal distribution, right? So what that is like a bell curve. If you've ever seen that or remember that from school back in the day. Typically, as long as you've got sort of normal price activity, two standard divs will encompass 95% of price action. So it's typically quite rare that you see price move outside of that second standard div into a third standard div or fourth or more. That's typically only during some kind of extreme market event. So we can actually see the lows here where we did dip outside of that, and that was during the speech last night, right? I need to rally back. So how I use this is basically you trade sort of point to point with each of the standard divs. And then typically, if you got just typical price action, no news inflow, no severe catalyst, price should generally respect that deviation, then come back as like a mean reversion type play. And then so you can line it up with prior head levels. So right now you can see we've got the 50 moving average, we've got the -1 standard div. So this one is the middle point, so that's the mean. And then you've got some of these prior heads right here. So if you're looking to short from the top, you look to pull back into the prior head from here, and sort of where we peaked through here, some of this price action sort of stalled. You can see we ran right through that, and we're going down to the -1 standard div. Now, typically you only cover, 1 to 2 standard divs in a single move, then sort of pull back, then run to the next. Obviously, right now we've got a bit of extended volatility because of that budget release last night. So ATR is much higher than typical. But yeah, guys, you can see the comment right here. Give us your support. Drop down, pop in the link over to the Trusted Prop, log in the Fivers front page, and hit the heart button for us. That'd be amazing, right? I want to keep growing the Fivers, keep giving you guys more opportunity, more access to markets, improving conditions, everything for you guys. So bigger we grow, with that, you guys get all the benefits as well. So if you guys can help us out, support it. If you're enjoying what we offer here, community, live streams, all of it, then run through for us. So brilliant, YD. Thank you very much. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me just check some of these trades. So I did enter trades back on gold. I'll jump over to some of the stuff in a sec. Alrighty. So this gold trade through here, I'll run this through, guys, and then we can go on to some other stuff. I did just get tapped out on this, unfortunately. I was sat in through here, nicely in profit, trying to sort out a few bits and pieces earlier on. We then, just before jumping on stream, collapsed. Didn't notice it. I did end up re-entering, however, up through here once I saw that. So I'll delete this so it's not confusing. That was the old trade. So I've re-entered in this. Ultimately, I'm looking for some kind of a break of the highs that we've had here. There's a longer term trend line. Basically right away from the all-time highs that we had. Then we had the collapse through here, rebounded, made a new high, pulled back. we're basically coming up and testing that trend line once again. So I want to see some kind of a break and for us to run basically up towards the 4,200 kind of area. But right now I'm playing it by the buy between these levels because we are having a hard time breaking that just now. So alrighty, I saw a couple of other questions, so I'll run through this. How the giveaway will be done in the live stream. So you guys click through the links in the stream. Normally it's posted in chat, or else go into the description. You'll find it. Just follow the instructions through there. It's pretty self-explanatory. Then once you're in, you'll be in. And basically Jonatan will come on stream later at some point and announce the winners. So typically it's just like a randomized, get the set, randomize it, and he'll come and announce the winners for that. So there you go, simple as that. So once you enter, follow the stuff, don't have to worry about anything else. You'll be in, and if you are a winner, you'll get contacted. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, today is bank holiday, so we will have a bit less liquidity going through the market. London will probably be the peak liquidity. New York will be quite quiet, and then generally speaking, the following day, so the Friday, tomorrow, it's typically very quiet as well. Can you vote with multiple accounts? I would not advise that because it's meant to be one each. So the short answer is no, because if you get caught out on that, you'll be removed from the giveaway because it's not fair. It's meant to be, one per person, give everyone equal chance, fair chance, and that's sort of how it goes. So. And yeah, there you guys go. So that's the main Black Friday giveaway right there. And then go jump in, and you've got the bonus giveaway as well. So you got 2 giveaways to follow through there for you guys. Good luck. Good luck to you all. Camille, how are we doing, mate? Good to see you again. Hope I win an account and cooked rice from Jonatan. Only cooked. Oven cooked only, please. Yeah, you win Jonatan flying to your home and cooking for you personally. To be fair, he cooks a lot. Sometimes some weird stuff. I don't know. I'm always a bit questionable. Like I'm probably not going to eat ox tongue, right? But he does cook a lot, so probably be pretty decent chef. All right, I'm going to hide the standard div channel for now, and probably hide that guy just so we're cleaning up the charts just a little bit easier for you guys to see. LJ, did you see Brisbane Storm? Oh my God, Supercell was insane. Gold Coast pretty bad too. Yeah, are we talking about Monday? Yeah, dude, that was nuts. I've got a couple of videos. Like we had an absolute, it was chaos. Especially through here, we get this like wind tunnel, and it was absolutely bonkers. I ended up losing power on the Monday as well because the power lines just across the road was a tree that came down and took them all out. So that's why you guys missed me on Monday because of the storm. But dude, it was nuts. I've got like, I don't know if you guys can see, there's a couple bruises on my arm as well. When I was trying to shift stuff outside so it didn't blow away, I was just getting pelted with hail. I've got them all like up my chest and on my back as well. It was crazy, dude. Crazy. So yeah, I know it almost was worse than the cyclone in February. Hey, was the cyclone in February? Or was that the first one? That was the mini cyclone because we had a more recent one as well. Before that, after that, I mean. But yeah, the cyclone kind of, there was a bit like the winds were crazy, but the flash storm on Monday was nuts. So All right. Anyway, back to charts and such. So, let me just double check. Yeah, no other news tonight. I was just double checking. It's pretty much just as far as the news side, consumer confidence for the Eurozone probably won't do too much. It's a broad Eurozone number, not really important. We got some European news tomorrow. So French, a bunch of the CPI, GDP. We've got Swiss news as well, and then employment for Germany, GDP, CPI for Italy, and then CPI later as well for Germany, and we got GDP for Canada. So similar deal tomorrow. It will probably mainly be the European session. They'll be most active. We'll get some of that data coming through. Then that'll be it for that. So Euro dollar as well. We'll do a bit of a general coverage over the main currencies, and then you guys can, if you got something specific you want me to look at, throw it at me. So today, so last night, I should say, euro dollar, we did come off. That was in part due with the pound sort of volatility that we had. We obviously reached that sort of extreme. Buying pressure came back in. Pound also rallied, and we saw the dollar also dropping off in general. So we saw dollar yen continue to pull back a bit at the same time. Today we've generally recovered. But yeah, euro dollar right up to highs, slightly new high. We did manage to meet 116. We hit a high during Asia about 116.12. So at that 116.10 level has been a typical level to that we played around with, both support and resistance in the past. So past a while, we're pulling back. We're pretty much just pulling back into the middle of this area from the peak to trough. So it looks like just a bit of a mean reversion overall from here. See if we find some kind of support and manage to rally up. I think most likely today we'll probably just play around in this kind of zone, at least for the next couple hours. I think we'll need a further catalyst of some sort. Overall, I do still see a little bit more height for euro dollar. So we'll go out to the daily. I am also seeing some concerning signs as well. That's not what I wanted. Let's hide that. So if you guys recall, I spoke early in the week when we were sitting down here. I was looking for, early in the week, that was on the Tuesday. That's like 2 days ago now. But looking for this move higher, which we have now met that. I was looking for 116.20. So right to that 50-day moving average, a touch above where we got to today. So we're still just short of that. But you can see we have this sort of trend line coming through there and then forming off this bottom as well. We're coming into like a tighter and tighter wedge, right? So over the next days, weeks, if we see, my concern is euro dollar actually needs to make another move and break beyond this 116.20 level to sustain this momentum. Otherwise, you guys, I'm sure you can see it right here. Pretty simply, we could get some downside momentum, come and test the bottom side of this wedge that's forming, and then we're straight down into the 114s and down to the 200-day moving average as well, which comes right with that left side cluster down there. So at the moment, it's a bit undecided. We're going to have to see where the daily candle closes. Right now, you can see it's getting pelted pretty bad. So the base I would expect today is the open from yesterday and the prior day's close. Right, so Tuesday's close up here. So I would expect that to be the base for euro dollar today. So that's about 115.70 right now. So we're going to go down to 4 hour. That'll be just about here. And now whenever we get that, you can sometimes get a further extension down into some of these moving averages, and that's just by these prior heads. But as far as the daily, if we get that overextension, I would expect us to bounce off of there. That's also the 10-day moving average right now. And we probably close this candle about equal bodied with yesterday. I would like to see us actually come back up, but right now we're not seeing that. And given we don't have New York active, then wherever price lands, we could just sort of, peter along the floor with that. So yeah, looking at this is the 30-minute. Again, you can see euro dollar still looking pretty negative even after we've fallen. There's been pretty much no attempt to bounce at all. So market is thin. NASDAQ making random gaps. Yeah, it will be. You can see all of today during Asia, NASDAQ's done nothing. So we have had a pretty good recovery as far as the NASDAQ. S&P has done slightly better. NASDAQ still had a bit of trouble with the heavier weighting from the big tech players. And we also saw that shuffle regarding Google and NVIDIA last night and the night before. So basically people talking about Google has some chips they developed from literally like 10 years ago that the market and Google themselves have now said like, okay, we could actually use these, as an alternative TPU to NVIDIA chips, right? So market's basically going, okay, do we have another proper competitor here? Because NVIDIA's profit margins are like 90%. Now, I don't know why this surprises anyone, because we live in a market, competitive market, capitalism, that kind of thing. Any company that has 90% profit margins on whatever they're doing, at some point that's going to come down, right? As was it Jeff Bezos that said, your profit margins are my business, or whatever the exact quote is, right? But basically, people come in and see that they can pick up some of that portion. And basically it's showing market opportunity. So obviously what NVIDIA does is very complex. They definitely have the the leg up and a huge moat around them. It's not simple to do. And I think they'll still work in tandem. I mean, Google's still buying all their chips and everything as well. So I don't think it's really a big deal. But we did see Google running up, NVIDIA coming off, and that's caused a bit of confusion overall. So the good thing with the NASDAQ, though, we did manage to reclaim fairly firmly this 50-day moving average. So as I was talking in the week, this is what we've tangled with. We weren't able to yet establish a close. Day before yesterday, so Tuesday, we managed to close on, and then it was very important that Wednesday we actually got above. So if we had another down day yesterday, we would have then today probably seen some quite negative sentiment and taken another run lower overall. Need one sec whilst I look to take profit on some of these trades. Take that. And probably close that out as well. Half a second, guys, sorry. Got like 3 accounts with open stuff right now. So, okay, cool. As far as today, given low liquidity and we've had this big run up, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a bit of a downdraft today on the NASDAQ back towards these moving averages once again. Not as any bearish or poor signal from the market, but just as general stochastic trading back and forth. So we've had this massive drive higher. We've got the bank holiday today. That's probably the path of least resistance, especially seeing as during Asia, we've just traded sideways. And also with, slightly lower highs the whole way down. I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back to about 25,000 today, of which we'll have a quick look at options pricing. Charts, that's what I wanted. Distribution 25 to 50. So currently that's right where we're sitting. So I would say looking to New York, just the price action, tap back into here. Then given, we've had that retrace, market probably pushes us back to roughly where we were today, have a bit of a flat day given that. We'll see if this changes going on over the next couple of hours, but this is also probably why we've seen exactly no movement during Asia today. Options are pricing us to say basically flat where we are. Alrighty. I can have a look at BTC. YD trades, is there a referral system on the fivers? So a referral system, I'm not sure. There is like affiliate system, which is kind of the same thing, if that's what we're talking about, where yes, you should find in your hub a referral section with that, with like affiliate link, that kind of thing. I haven't checked out on exactly, not 100% sure on what the benefits are off the top of my head right now, so don't quote me on what they are. But yeah, typically it's a discount. You get a portion of people you invite, that kind of thing. But yeah, there should be a portion in the hub to set that up. So if you go to community, go to affiliation, there's affiliation kit, which if you guys also want to run further affiliate promotions yourself in a larger sense, there's a bunch of bits and pieces for content, that kind of thing, under that banner. So you guys can use all of that for posts, for stories, that kind of thing. So just go into there, you'll see it all. There's also in various of the other languages as well, not just English. So yeah, go into the hub, go into community, and you'll find the affiliate stuff right there. So there you go. I'll jump over to BTC in a sec. Bobby Fisher saying also long gold from 41.53. What could be easy target over the actual highs? All right, so we'll cover gold and then I'll go over to Bitcoin just after. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so gold. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the daily first of all. So we'll look at the chart naked, then I'll bring up all my scribbly drawings that I have on here, and just to keep it clean for now. So my next sort of target is about this 4190. That's the initial, right? And the reason for that is that's the body close on the daily candle. So wick's always important, but it's always typically more impactful, the actual daily close point on stuff like the daily, the weekly, monthly, where the candle actually closes at the end of day. So 4192, if we then drill down into lower time frames, that 4192 would be my initial standpoint just here, right? So at about 4190, just to be safe under there. Often, typically, you're not going to stop right there, but that's the important point to measure as well if we're going to run further. So if we do have this run higher and we then get a close above that 4190, that'll tell you that gold, we could even run well beyond that and go towards 4300. So this cluster up here is going to be your point of friction, we'll say, right? That's what we really need to tackle. Now, if we can get beyond that, we're going up towards the 4,300, 4,350 type level, up by the highs. I don't know if we'll fully just charge on there. I feel like we could stall out somewhere in between. It's kind of hard once we're up there. Once again, it's sort of open air. Now, the other point that I have right here with that 4190, it's about 4188, right? Which is the bottom of the wick over here from the initial collapse. So that was from all this stuff that I mapped out ages ago with this. I can probably start deleting all this stuff. It's too much. Get rid of all that. Okay, cool. It's a bit clearer. Rid of that and rid of this orange cheese looking line. So that's the base of the wick off the initial drop that we then did recover and then made a double high, came down to there. As you can see, we collapsed through that. And in particular, right here, you can see the body close of this candle, right, was able to get below the wick and close below that. Now, the next candle that we had, you can see the wick, we came up, retested the underside of that wick, and then continued lower. So essentially on that daily close, you've got 4192, and then you've also got the base of that wick, which has been the sort of congestion point overall. So in that 4188 to 4192, that's really the area that I'm seeing is the next hurdle to get over. Firstly, to target, and then we have to actually push beyond. If we can push beyond, you've got the prior highs up here at the top of the wick, about 4240, and then you've got open season up into the 4300s. So hopefully that's helpful. About 4190, then 4240, and you've got like an interim point there at 4200, that round number. There you go. Yeah, sure. Euro dollar. So we did take a quick look at euro dollar when I jumped on just before. We can go over it again. So the main thing for today, so right now we're basically catching ourselves. This is about the midpoint of the high to the trough. So I'm going to put a fib through there. You can see we're tackling with this 50% kind of area and basically just right into the 200 moving average on the 15 right now. So this is basically just being a general mean reversion activity from yesterday's low during the UK budget announcement speech talks, and then the recovery high that we made through last night, through New York, into Asia, about just above 116. So this could be your fair bottoming point for at least another pickup back towards the 100, and you've got the declining 10 moving average right here, which will probably cap price. So beyond 115.90 though, we'd probably need another bout of some kind of volume or impetus to push us on. Say whether, given there's no other news today and we've got the US out for Thanksgiving, it will probably have to come from a tangential catalyst, like a correlated pair, something like dollar yen, just kind of peaked out now. That's starting to accelerate lower, and potentially if it continues its down move beyond just a general retracement, then you could see euro dollar coming higher. But I'm kind of seeing that we may just sort of retrace into here on dollar yen, similar deal, euro dollar, and then not sure from there. Given we've got low liquidity, we could just like sort of trade sideways. It'd be a bit of a boring day. Hopefully not, but that's what it's looking like right now. So yeah, if you're if you're in like a long or something, this is probably a reasonable base for the time being for a small recovery back up to about 115.90 thereabouts. Depending where you entered, if you did try to get long earlier, might consider exiting there. So if we go out to higher time frames, go to the 1 hour, you can see if we retrace back up but then fail again, we're probably heading back down to yesterday's cluster at about 115.50 to 60, right? So I'm very cautious because this has been quite lackluster after this drop in bouncing, right? We've formed a pretty decent base here, but there's very little follow through. So if we do eventually start to climb up here, I'd probably be looking to short euro dollar once again. But done. Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate you. But yeah, don't forget, guys, follow through here. Give us some love. Drop in the page. Vote for us. And I will love you back. I promise. Buddy. So yeah, Rohit, hopefully you're listening to that, so that's helpful. So if you're buying from here, I don't think that's a bad idea. I just question how much further drive we can get. You can also see we've got this stacking up. So similarly to yesterday, that held us. We came below, tested the underside, so traded sideways and then got up through here. I can delete that now, it's old. Similar deal, we could get a bit of a retrace up to 115.90, come back, touch this, basically slightly overshoot the current bottom that we've made, becomes a bit of a fake out, and then we bounce from there. I think there's also a level, if I go further out, on the, was it the 4 hour or the daily? I was looking at, yeah, so the 4 hour. So on the 4 hour, that's exactly where, so where that trend line came through, fills out right through here. So that would just be a general retracement back into the 50, 100, 10 moving average. So pretty much back into the mid of this total trading range that we've had this past week. From last Friday, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting. So a small pullback up into here, and then another move down. So if you are in longs, just be ready to get out pretty quick. 115.85 to 115.90. That'll be jumping out. Can I check DAX? For you, Void, I guess I can. Just for you, Akram. There you go. Okay. 1 hour favoring higher prices, still waiting on 15-minute overnight lows to be taken. Okay. So let's go have a look at the 1 hour. First of all. Yeah, 1 hour, I definitely think so. So you've got the two base of these candles through here. So this higher trading block. Let's just get rid of that stuff as well. I would say that coming into these wicks, this cluster up here, you probably got a little bit more head left on it. So about 23,920 up there on the 1 hour. Right now, I'd say we're probably kind of in that move. I don't know if you'll get the overnight lows being taken. So we've got the 10 moving average rising up nicely through here, sort of pulled into it, coming off. I think the move is sort of going right now, to be honest. We go down to this 15-minute overnight low. So what time was that for me? Here, through here. When you say overnight low, do you mean like right back to the actual lows of yesterday? Or are you saying overnight for you? So we're talking like rollover, or we're talking like your overnight, so like down here or something. Um, Evening, Henry. Good to see you, mate. But yeah, Akram, let me know what you mean by 15-minute overnight low, like your overnight low, or the actual rollover period, or like New York, or you know, what are we talking about? Because yeah, like I said, I think this move is already going. Asian session lows, yeah, okay. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not super confident we'll get. So I would say the only way we get down there is if, like I was talking about the Nasdaq before, if the Nasdaq pulls down and then we get a general broad stock market globally sort of coming off. Since there's low liquidity, a lot of those correlations uh, tend to stick a little bit. So yeah, I
Hello.
would say this just keeps running on from here. To be honest, Anastasia, how are we doing? Good
Hello.
to see you.
Good. Good.
Hello,
Good.
hello.
How
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
we are both in black today.
Sorry.
Both in black today.
Oh yeah, we are. We are too. Yeah, we're men in black.
You are
Correct.
trading today, so
Sorry.
are you still trading today on the Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I am a little bit. I'm going to see, what we can get. Because I mean, liquidity already seems to be slowing down,
Yeah.
right? Volume. Um, so yeah, ideally I want to see. I'm waiting primarily for gold to hurry up and break.
To
So
the upside, yeah. Again.
yeah, like last night, we didn't end up getting that through. Um, I got taken. I had several trades in and out through this, so I bought in again from the lows down here after I got taken out on that. Closed out last night at the top of the trend line here. I did also. I explained this on stream before. I bought in after TPing on that through here. We kept going, so I bought in another piece. Then we hit the trend line right there again. I was busy. I had the stop
Yeah.
literally just down here, just below the 200. I got tapped out on that, but then re-entered after we jumped up through there. So still waiting for it. We'll see how we go. If this starts to, if we don't make progress, and I might even look to shorting gold back down to about 41.20 if we're just not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I see the buys on the longs on silver, but for about the gold, I'm not quite sure.
Mm.
Definitely not gonna touch.
Yeah, it's not quite following through. Like this trend line from the interim bounce high, and then it goes all the way. I won't scroll the whole way; it's too far. But basically, just goes up to the all-time highs. Right.
Yeah.
This is being respected very, very healthily. I've had three taps now. Haven't quite got through, so I don't know. See what happens for today.
Yeah, I think I'm out for the until the end of the week, honestly.
Nothing else at all.
No.
No.
Not on the Thanksgiving.
Fair enough.
Was looking for some buys on Ethereum and Bitcoin,
Yeah.
but with the US market closed, they also usually highly correlated. So I don't think we're gonna get any movements. Don't want to end up paying, lots of swap as well on those ones.
Yeah. Yeah. We did have some questions about Bitcoin before. I forgot to run over that actually. Um, but yeah, I was going on about we were talking about Nasdaq before, highlighting exactly what you're saying. Like you can see, even during like Asia, like we've just gone nowhere. It's just
Yeah,
dead. It's flat. The options pricing for New York, 25, 250, which is basically literally dead on where we are.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if we get some path of least resistance type move lower, you know, back down to about 25, 100 or something, or 25, 200, like just some kind of small move. and then recover back to where we are in New York. But yeah, it looks pretty quiet overall.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting any movements until Friday tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
Silver did renew the all-time highs, right? On the no, it did. Yes, it did. On the
I
futures
haven't
quote,
looked at silver yet. So, do
yeah, on the futures quote, silver is on the all-time highs.
you want me to throw up your chart?
One tick away, yeah, sure. So for gold, I'm not really looking for the buys right now until we break and close above this.
What's happened to our cameras?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
you do that, Remy? It's gone wrong.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. We're back.
Yeah. Okay, we're back.
I got so many lights on. It's so bright.
I wasn't really looking for the upwards movement on gold until we break through this anymore because we did test this previous volume yesterday from this range. So eventually, this was a good buying opportunity, this zone. But right now, I think we're quite in the middle of everything. So either I'm expecting the price to break through and hold, and then I'm gonna be looking for some kind of small retest, and then eventually the continuation to the upside, or if the price goes lower, maybe some pullback and then the selling. But while we are in the middle of this, I don't think I'm gonna touch it. Silver, on the other hand, we did renew the. Oh, that's weird because on my other quotes, it's actually does say that we have the renewed the all-time highs just for one tick on the silver futures on the comics. But in any case, we are literally on the previous highs. So it's the same highs as before. That's also the reason I wouldn't be going long on gold right now. So we are on the same exact area. Although we have the momentum, gold has been struggling a lot. So we don't. I'm not really expecting. I was looking for some buying from here, maybe, but the fact that we are on the previous highs is not really my
Mm.
favorable, conditions to be buying this from the from when we are getting the rejection from the highs like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I agree. Yeah.
maybe something like this, yes. But again, until
Yes.
we make the
Yeah.
structure, I don't think I'm gonna enter the short neither.
Yeah. Silver definitely looks like more downside. That's interesting.
So I got my alert in the crossing 53,225. I'm gonna be looking for some shorts, and then for gold, probably we are crossing this area here because again, if we look at the volume, the area for the rejection I was looking for is approximately
Yeah.
4159, 4160 basically. So we are holding, we are going below 4160 and closing below. I'm going to be also looking for a short.
Yeah. That's fair. Interesting. Let me look at my. Wait, 4160. Oh wait, yeah, futures, right? I was
Yeah,
tripping out. I was like, hang on.
yeah, futures, futures.
I was like, that's wrong. No, yeah, of course, of course. That makes sense. Yeah.
Then with the targets of 41, 28 and a half,
Hmm.
and then 4111.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if we don't get some kind of momentum, because you can see that there's a bit of a wedge forming through here, right? Um,
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
yeah. If we don't get that momentum again, if there's one last push and it fails, I'll jump out and then fade the other way. Um,
We
because
are
yeah, we're,
holding
we're
this
very
zone
much
as well.
stalling out on that
Oh,
trend line.
yeah, true that. I'm also the target for a buy. If it would break through, and if we would finally get this momentum, I think my target would be. I was looking into this yesterday, somewhere here at 42, 40, 44 for the futures
Hmm.
for comics, and then the zone between 42, 44 and 42.57 and a half.
Mhm.
And then the all-time highs, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, those are basically the exact levels I was marking out earlier for the upside when we were talking about it. So yeah, that's what I would prefer to see. I feel like that's the cleanest direction, but we're just not getting that break at the minute. So yeah, see where we go.
So that's basically what I'm looking for silver.
Mhm.
And for Ethereum and for Bitcoin, the reason I'm looking for longs is because we did break the previous volumes here, that the price was struggling to break. We did close above the current weekly point of control. The previous weekly point of control on the Ethereum futures on the CME is at 3028 and a half. So that's exactly the level the price is right now holding. So we broke above higher and we are testing it. So I'm looking for some longs on Ethereum from the current levels until basically 3141 at least, and then 3200 level. And then for Bitcoin, the reason also, oh, wait 1 second, BTC. Here we had, this is more clear, so I'm looking at the futures as well. So we had this point of control of the previous week, so majority of the volume here. The price tested it, and we are right now trying to break. So if the price holds above this level, which is, we're basically above the current market price, 92,135 on the futures. And so if you break and hold whatever quotes you're looking for, we'll also be looking for the upwards movement on Bitcoin. So something like
Yeah,
this.
Bitcoin I'm curious about. So like we got that big drive higher. We did have stocks, everything else coming up. Um, the rate pricing coming back in, so beneficial to Bitcoin. The other thing I did see is on the sort of US betting market type things, they're like Kalshi. Uh,
Mm,
what's the other one called? So the odds for a US Bitcoin treasury all of a sudden have jumped from like 10% to like 65% out of nowhere.
okay.
Like someone's pumped a huge amount in there. So it's a bit weird as like someone knows something. So if that comes through, uh, yeah, that's another leg higher for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know how much you price that into the actual price of Bitcoin because like these things are very obvious. So how much that's already priced in versus still to play out. But yeah, anyway, um, I might just be back in 1 second if that's all right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
of
got
course.
to up and then I'll come back.
Gonna just go over the chat as well, catch up with you guys a little bit. What is the volume indicator? Well, on TradingView, the volume indicators that I'm using is the on the right side, right here, you can see the VRVP. It's a visible range volume profile on TradingView, and then the lines that you can see on my chart are the PVP indicators, and that's called the periodic volume profile. And for the periodic volume profile, I have 3 periods that I look at. It's a daily, it's weekly, and it's monthly one. So I have 3 different periods for the PVP indicator, and they're always turned on for me as well. So the blue lines on the chart is a weekly, the gray ones are the point of control of the day, and the black one is a point of control of the month. And this point of control of the VRVP, visible range, is also black. So, and the other things that I'm using is the fixed range volume profile, which shows me the volume distribution across the areas that I want to see. So I'm interested in, which, for example, if I'm looking for the distribution of the volume across this movement to the upside, like for example for gold, then I'm gonna use a fixed range volume profile, place my volume profile over this area here, and then eventually see, how the volume was distributed and where we are right now. So that's something that I'm looking for too. And that's pretty much it on TradingView. But yesterday I was breaking down my whole trading system, basically how it's built. Well, almost whole trading system. So if you go back into the yesterday's stream and you rewatch it, I was breaking down like some of the indicators that I use normally for my trading, because I don't trade based on TradingView. I trade based on the futures platform. It's like lots of volumes and order flow, different stuff. So a lot of mixed things there. Yeah. And yeah, it should be pinned. I think it should be pinned in the description of the video, but we'll check. But I normally do have the Telegram channel, the opened one, where sometimes I post some interesting things just opened for free, accessible. And no, I did not. I forgot about this, and I'm gonna do it today after the stream. Yeah, so the volume profile and the market profile are two different things. So the volume profile is based on the amount of contracts that were traded, while market profile is also quoting in the amount of time that the price spent on the specific price levels. So the price fluctuations within the smallest price levels as well. So the market profile is slightly different. For me personally, I found more use into the volume profile, not market profile, but everyone is different. I know people who successfully trade with market profile, for example. Yeah, guys, it should be in the description of the video. I'm not quite sure, but it should be there, should be available. Need to ask Remy for this because it should be, I think, there pinned. Need to check this. Yeah, but if you guys have any questions about the volume profile, about anything regarding my strategy, it's really a time to ask.
Back. I just flipped short on gold. So you
Flip
guys,
short?
yeah, I'm not liking it. It's too lackluster.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
Yeah.
shorting silver eventually.
Also, just entered shorts on Aussie dollar as well. So I'll show you guys that. Hang on. So I'm looking for a move back down towards 65, so just above. So we had the positive data for Australia today with the business like capex expenditure, and then we've also had quite a good move. So we were talking about this last week, Anastasiia, as far as
Yeah,
the
yeah, we
move
did.
on Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar. That ended up being slightly premature because we got the downdraft from stocks and stuff,
Yeah,
which put down the currency. But then this week, yeah, it's been very nice. So we pulled right up into the 50, 100-day moving average. We've come into the top of each of these candle bodies, right by the resistance there, 65.40. You can see we've tangled with that level quite a few times. So going to look for a bit of a retracement now back down to 65, that sort of round number, by these heads and the 10-day moving average through there. So basically just a price exhaustion kind of play, just pulling back into more reasonable levels. So I'll sit in there, especially given very little uh, volume next couple of days. It tends to be like a path of least resistance type situation. So
yeah.
um, can you tell me again your view on gold? I'm also in short. Yeah, so prior, just before I was long, I was looking for us to break through. Basically, we've got this trend line that's been tapped in. If we go right from the all-time highs, we had the big 13% or so collapse. We managed to recover a bit on gold, came up to that 42, 46, whatever it was just there. We then came back down, formed a few channels, broke out of the channels. We've now come up and we've tested that resistance a couple of times now. So if we go down to 1 hour, See it clear. Come on. So you can see how prices respected this a number of times. We've tapped into it 3 times exactly on that level. We've come right off. And this hourly now, I was looking for us to build off here, have another run, and then see if we could break. So I've closed this just earlier. So for a small profit, so we go down to 15. So where I closed it was just up here. Right, so I just jumped out of that. I'm now short. I shorted right through here as well. Got to stop just above these wicks. And then similar to what Anastasiia was just talking about earlier, probably looking at about 4130 to come down. Yeah. So we're just not getting that upside momentum at the minute. So it looks like, you can see the moving averages now starting to roll over, starting to keel over, both on the 15-minute. We're doing the same on the 1 hour. It's just not holding up. They're starting to flatten out, starting to pull back. We're getting tapped by the 10 moving average now on the hourly as well. So I think that's the next direction to the downside.
Yeah, I'm looking for something very similar too, yeah.
Yeah. How's your day been though, Anastasiia? Going all right?
It's okay, yeah, it's okay, honestly. I'm really, really was needing this 4 days of break
Yeah.
until Monday from the charts.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going hiking tomorrow to take my mind off screen, so
That's good. Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I just need to get my sleep patterns back in. Like, you remember earlier in the week, like, I was good. You can see I've got the circles, sort of the bags under my eyes once again.
Yeah, I need some sleep.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And yeah,
Get a
that's
little
right.
rest over Christmas.
Macroeconomics. Someone was asking about the macroeconomics. Okay, I'm very basic in macroeconomics. LJ is the best one if it comes to this. So you need to ask LJ.
Yeah, sure. So with macro, so you've got macro and you've got fundamentals. So
Yeah.
fundamentals are kind of like the bridging pieces that form the larger macro framework.
Yeah.
So macro obviously means big. So it's like the big picture, overarching conditions. Micro is obviously the small details, right? So you have microeconomics as well. Now, the fundamentals are kind of part of microeconomics, basically. They're each of, say, like data pieces that come out. So it's your CPI, ISM, PMIs, jobs numbers, wages, all of those bits and pieces, right? You put all of them together and basically analyze the trends and also look at the sort of sentiment around forward expectations. So is it negative or is it positive? Are people looking for, this to get considerably worse or for it to improve? And you're trying to look at the differential between the market sentiment in terms of like a fear or greed or complacency structure relative to where you kind of personally see those numbers going, that data going. So now to figure out where that data is going, obviously you've got to do a bit of work yourself, a bit of research. You got to understand a lot of the intricacies of the economy, how that works, how labor works, how companies work, how financing, debt, all that kind of stuff works. Those are the difficult pieces where you actually have to put in the work, kind of learn how everything fits. Now that's where people struggle because there's no like go here, this is macro, now you've learnt it, job done, right?
Yeah.
It's like ever evolving framework that you have to put together, and over time you pick up more and more bits of incremental intricacy and nuance. So for instance, some of the good base ones to start with is obviously your data releases that you see all the time. you can literally just Google them, understand why it's important. Why is the ISM important? What is a PMI? Why is inflation good or bad, or etc. The next portion is going to be central banking and interest rates. So understand what interest rates are. So for instance, the Fed, if we're just talking about the US, they set the interest rate. Now that's an interest rate between banks loaning to each other. That's not the market rates. So markets are their own market. It's a free market. They set rates between each other. But whatever the government central bank rate, that's going to be the base level for cost of capital. So everything tends to extrapolate from there, basically. And so that's where you start to learn the things like when there's a difference between that benchmark rate from the central bank and the actual market rate going up or down or having some kind of stress, you've got dislocations. So my best advice for learning macro is just pick somewhere to start and then keep pulling at more threads as you go, because it's like a large web, and you pull on one string, it taps the next. There's no like systematic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 way to do it, right? And that's also why it's very complex, it's very difficult, and it's constantly ever evolving. And even once you build up the framework, it's never 100% perfect. You're trying to go for like accuracy. So you're trying to go for the general direction, not something specific. And so if you put that together, you can build a framework of what the direction for the stock market is, for the dollar, for bonds, and then that gives you your overall direction for every asset under the sun. Yeah.
There are some good books on where to start learning macro. I think overall principles, right? Because majority of people, me including, I didn't understand before how it's all connected and how it's built. So I think starting from overall basics and understanding some fundamental things about macros is a good way. But then, yeah, I think it's a great comparison what you said about the web, where you pull one string and it keeps being connected to multiple others. So it's an endless hole, actually. I feel like to learn macro and fundamentals in general. Yeah. But you need to
Yeah.
start somewhere, yeah, eventually.
Yeah. So you need to start somewhere. So I'd say just research a lot of the data that comes out. Just, Google it. Why is this important? That'll help you start learning some of the jargon words in finance as well. And then as far as a basic 101, I would say go to Ray Dalio is really good. So
Yeah.
Ray
He's,
Dalio was the founder of Bridgewater, so best performing hedge fund in the world, at least to public outside offerings, right? He's now stepped down and he's retiring, and he's trying to give away all of this information, all this value. So he's been on a mission to pump out heaps of this stuff recently as well. So one, you can follow his Instagram, his Twitter. He gives out insights, all that kind of thing. He often does some like webinar and like Q&A things as well. But if you go to, I think it's on his personal YouTube, or it might be on Bridgewater's YouTube. But there's like some 101 stuff of the economic machine, how it works, and
yeah,
explains
this is a
very
great
simply.
video. Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, very simply runs through it all, and that'll give you probably the base framework. Then start looking at the other things I was saying, and then you can also read some of his books, like big debt crises, how countries fail, how to deal with the coming economic this and that. He's got several really good books and goes very, very in depth with a lot of history, case studies. There you go. You've got it right there. Yeah. Yeah.
This should be this one. But it's like,
Yeah.
I think starting with a YouTube video where he's explaining it's a good start,
Yeah.
because this stuff is like it's in depth a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, that is the thing. There will be yeah, definitely start with YouTube videos
Yeah.
like that, and then you can get, once you've picked up some of those basics, you can get into some of the deeper stuff. It is
Yeah.
very in depth. Um, it is very like thought through and descriptive, all that kind of thing. So if you do have the willpower and temperament to stick through it and actually read through everything, you'll get a really good understanding of how things work.
I have this book of his, and I have this like what you put on like a bookmark, basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
This one, and it says like
yeah, yeah. That's great.
basically says like I love money.
Oh, does
And
it? Oh, yeah. It wasn't focusing enough, but yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. Cool,
it's
cool, cool, cool. I like it. It's all shiny as well.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
fine. I want one of these. Where'd you get that?
I'll actually somewhere in an airport. I was flying somewhere, and every time I'm in an airport, I have this like weird thing. I always buy books. So I come back
Yeah.
from like an airport, always from the bookstore, constantly with new books in different languages, actually. And
Oh, yeah,
then
yeah.
one of the things was there, and I really liked it, and I got it together with a book.
That's so cool. I love it. I love it. What airport? I need to go there. you know,
You need to go to Europe.
Europe. Okay.
Yeah, it was in Europe. It was for sure in Europe.
All right. I'll have to go to every single
I think,
airport.
I think actually I got it in Poland in September because the book is in Polish. So I'm pretty sure I got this all together in Poland in Warsaw Airport.
Well, wait. Can you read? Can you read
Yeah,
Polish?
yeah, I read
Yeah.
Polish.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because I was living there for 5 years, and I studied in Polish language, and I read in Polish as well. I have some books in Polish language.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool.
And actually, when I was trading, I started my starting journey in trading. I was learning crypto in Polish. My
Oh,
men-
really?
my mentor in crypto from 2016-17, he's Polish.
Oh, yeah.
And then I started all this stuff in Polish first. I used to teach in Polish, and then only afterwards I transitioned into the English and Russian, which is it's not my first language, right? Polish is not my
Yeah.
first language.
Yeah.
For the trading, it's actually my first language in trading and in
That's
finance.
funny.
Yeah.
That's wild. Learning like trading first in like a different language. That's cool. Yeah. How similar is like um, Polish
To Ukrainian,
Ukrainian and
it's,
Russian?
to Russian, it's not
Like all
similar.
three, are they
So
similar-ish or not really?
works it works in a way that it's basically Ukrainian, Slovenian, Czech, Polish, and a couple of others. It's Slavic languages.
Yeah.
So the family, like I can understand parts of, for example, Czech or like Slovenian, but I don't speak it. So they
Yeah.
are similar. Russian is different. So actually, Russian is different language. So Russian people will understand Ukrainians not fully, right? Some things they completely are not going to understand. I will understand completely Russian people, and the same with Polish. Ukrainians and Polish people understand each other even without knowing the language because it's very close. The
Yeah.
alphabet is completely different. So Ukrainians will use Cyrillic alphabet, Polish use Latin alphabet with some Polish letters inside. But the alphabet is different, pronunciation is different. So reading is more difficult, but if you listen to it, you're gonna understand it. So it's
Yeah.
really close. It's super close. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I need to add more languages to my repertoire.
I
But
had an advantage in this, yeah, because of that.
yeah,
Yeah, maybe
yeah, it's
Slovak.
hard when you don't have people around or like without moving to a specific country. Um, yeah, it's much more difficult, obviously. So
Yeah, I feel like if you start learning different languages, then you can understand a lot of words. Like
yeah,
for example, it's very funny, but in Dutch language, some words are similar to Russian because they were like, so although I don't speak Dutch, some of the words I'm gonna understand.
yeah,
So it's like the more languages you know, the easier it feels like to learn the new ones.
yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Um, Catching up on chat, we missed. I gotta say that the liquidity is already dropping off. Like we're
Yeah,
not moving.
yeah, it's barely moving anywhere.
Like we're just doing very little. Euro dollar hitting around. We did come up to that 118.85 that I was talking about before, guys. It was between 85 and 90. If we got the further pump. It looks like 85 is going to be the thing. I think that's where the 200 moving average on the 4 hour was. Yeah. So into there, I think next leg is lower, back to 115.60 for euro from here. So dollar CAD, euro yen, we can run of those for sure. Hey LJ, behind him in the green window, bro, is writing about some time machine.
What is this? I was always so curious as well, and I never got a chance to ask him.
It is. This is a calculation to the universe.
Ah,
Yeah, it's how you
that,
travel time. There you
that's
go.
so obvious, of course.
Yeah. Is it not obvious? Can you not read this?
Wow.
No, yeah, it's just like a physics, I don't know, chalkboard
Yeah.
photo. I just like it. So yeah,
Oh, it's really cool. It's really cool. But yeah, that's really advanced. Like
I mean,
you were writing this, or
no. This is just a screenshot. There's heaps of bits and pieces of all sorts of different formulas from all sorts of stuff all over.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of just like a big mash of
Okay, yeah.
all sorts. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if you would be the right one writing it, honestly.
yeah.
But
Not anymore. Back in the
I'm
day, I
still
used to enjoy this
surprised.
stuff. I don't have the time so much now. Because you got to sit down for hours and
Yeah.
also working out problems for the sake like difference between mathematics and physics. Like physics, obviously, trying to solve something. Mathematics is like just for the sake of math, which I found to get boring because it's just like a random theoretical
Yeah.
practice. So physics is more fun. Um, Henry saying, I was surprised to learn that macroeconomics has only been studied since the 1930s. Yeah, no one was like logging stuff and doing all that kind of thing. Though you'd have like a few like strange people, sort of doing that because they're trying to make money or something. Um, just in generally just trying to keep an eye on the world and make sense of stuff. But as far as a proper practice, yeah, only since the 30s, and particularly after the market crash back then, and everyone was all in this big tizzy to try and make sure it didn't happen again or somehow protect themselves, etc. So, um, so yeah, still relatively new as far. Well, I mean, as far as we don't know is a different question, but like as far as data, uh, yeah, it's much harder to go back beyond that. You have to impute certain things and make certain assumptions, so it definitely becomes less clear as you go back. And obviously, we didn't have computers like perfectly logging, data profiles and all that kind of stuff. So, um, Henry was asking what your short name is. God, I'm scrolled way up in chat. Sorry, guys. Let me go down. Do you have a
No,
short name, or just go by your full name?
no. Normally, I have the short name. In Ukraine, it's Nastya. It's the
No.
first.
Nasta.
Nastya. It's the first what Henry written. So
Oh
that's
right. Oh Nastia. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Right.
since I moved to Europe, it's difficult for people to pronounce, so they just shortened it to Anna, but like with one N, not
Yeah.
with Anna like a last one because it's a different name, but like Anna, ANA.
Yeah.
So like this, yeah. I got used to it throughout the years, but it's
What do you prefer then?
um I'd say that I lived here for such a while already that when I go back, for me it's a little weird to hear like Nastya already because
Yeah.
I haven't really heard it for so many times, in the past 10 years. So I'd say either Anastasia or Anna, like the first one, short one.
Okay. Fair. Fair. There you go. Everyone calls me Locke. just LOCH.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, mostly. Sometimes Lockie, but yeah.
Lucky.
I don't know. Somehow my name became LJ on stream, so that I think that's what my YouTube name was before, and then just stuck. So we've gone with that. Now I'm just LJ. But
No, now you are Doc LJ. Now you're not
yeah,
just
Doctor
LJ.
LJ. Actually, I should change it to Doc Lock. I didn't even make the Doc thing first. I still don't know who it was, but Doc Lock, like, I guess goes well, right? So, and
Catching up on
I
the
still
chat.
don't. Yeah, yeah. Answer that first. I was just going to say I still don't know where the Elon thing comes from. That's been a persistent thing now for like a year from people constantly, right? You know, I don't know. And then it became a meme with the Elon Musk thing after that, but I still don't. I don't. No one can figure it out. You guys need to explain.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Yeah. Oh,
Doc Lock.
Doc
That's
Mush. Yeah.
Euro USD looks almost like gold now and silver.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. I mean, I think we will eventually get down there. I think it's going to be pretty slow. Um. How much longer do we have on this 4 hour candle? Um. 3 hours and a bit. 3 hours.
Mm.
So yeah, I think this next hourly close, see where we go there. If we manage to run up, or if this just keeps breaking down. I think it will be pretty slow though. Like we've just hit a wall.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
think we're going much further from here until tomorrow.
yeah, even looking at the tick volume um, on some of my other platforms, it's like halved what it was
Yeah.
uh, about an hour ago. So probably going to be a quiet day today, guys. I was also meant to give you guys my strategy stuff today. Unfortunately, we'll have to do that another time. I put together a massive like document, and I did it the Monday. It got it like died. It like corrupted with the storm. Sorry, not Monday. God, I'm losing track of days now. When's Tuesday? The second storm we
Yeah,
had. The
you
second
said
hurricane.
that Tuesday. You said that Tuesday was the past. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, and then I spent all part of last night and then all today doing it as well, and then transferred it over to this computer, and it's completely cooked again. But yeah, like these are all just bullet points for each of the bits, right? And then these are all subsections. So I'm
Wow.
gonna try again for one final time to put it all together, and hopefully as well that'll give some of the macro fundamental framework stuff, and trying to put it all so it sort of webs around and explains to you guys like how it all works and is interconnected, and then hopefully you guys can take that, use that framework yourself, or else build on it, learn from it, or just check it out in general, out of curiosity. So, but yeah, dude, I was so frustrated today with that. So I
I
tried to
can
load it up. I was like,
it's
mate,
a lot of work.
I spent the past 8 hours finishing this, and I'm over it. This is
Yeah,
the
it was
second time we've done it again.
a
God.
giant piece of work, honestly.
Oh well, I'll get it done later for you. So, um, yeah, I don't know. Is it I talk like him? Apparently, I don't know how though. I feel like I don't sound like him. Maybe it's like some of the pauses that he makes or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
Let's say maybe in the edge when Elon was still smart and intelligent guy,
When he was normal,
when he was normal. Yes, that time.
if he if he was ever normal, really, but
At
more
least
normal.
he acted like one when he acted like normal.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. But yeah, so we've had this tick over, so we'll see how going to this hour if we actually start building some kind of retracement here. Like I said, we got to get beyond 115.90 to actually see a shift in direction, see that upside momentum coming back for the euro. So not quite there yet. Let me just have a look at what else. Where are my positions at?
So I only in a short of gold right now.
Short on gold and then the short on the Aussie. So
Those are still
yeah. And we've got the pound here as well. I mean, pound's pretty similar to euro dollar. We had the big rally yesterday, a bit of a relief rally after the budget stuff not being too bad. Question here over this hour once again is whether we get the higher tick up. I'll be back to about 132. Was that 38 or so on pound dollar, and whether it's up to here and then pull back further from that. It's probably what we're looking at. It's either that or, as you can see on the 15, let's get rid of that. This point right here, we could also just, this is the small retracement, and then this just fails and we start coming off again. So it's the exact same deal on euro dollar. But overall, it looks like downside.
yeah.
Yeah.
It does look like a downside. I'm still waiting to see where the candle is going to close, but again, probably going to be for tomorrow or Monday, depending if the liquidity is going to return tomorrow after Thanksgiving already or not.
Yeah. Yeah. The day after Thanksgiving is typically one of the lowest volume days of the entire year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, most likely wherever we get down to, we'll probably just trail sideways. And then tomorrow, yeah, same deal, like a 5-point range or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so as well.
But yeah. Do you think we'll return to 4,050 or at least 4,070 within a few days for gold? So,
I don't think in the next few days, though, because of the same thing that you said just before, because I don't really, I don't think we're going to get out of this range until the liquidity is back. And it can be in the best case scenario tomorrow or the worst case scenario Monday.
yeah. Yeah, definitely not anytime soon. Exactly that. Next week maybe we're going to be starting to look towards the Fed meeting. Won't be that far away. We'll get a few of these data pieces coming back through. There's some CPI stuff and some of the secondary jobs numbers. Like week-on-week claims, jolts, that kind of thing. So we'll start to get that coming through. See if there's any further Fed commentary around the rate cuts, but I could see us coming down to 4,070. It's basically this piece through here, right? I'll just hide it all. But you've got this kind of wedge, like triangle wedge forming through here. So I wouldn't be surprised. Hence, I'm short now because we haven't been able to break through. Going to be zero liquidity, zero volume. So we haven't broken it now. It's probably not going to happen. Path of least resistance back down to the bottom of this triangle that's forming through here. So I could definitely see that. But yeah, that would be a next week type situation. Either that or this only retraces slightly, and then coming into next week, we do get the volumes and we actually break through. So assuming the rate cut situation is going to stick and we do get the rate cut, I would say we probably do get further buying pressure and come up and break through. If somehow there's Fed comments or something over the weekend saying that they're pushing back on the pricing of the rate cut, then you're going to see gold come off.
Yeah.
So that's what it'll be dependent on.
So probably next week already somewhere, as we were
Yeah.
saying. Well, I would say that it might be a good idea to just take a break in the beginning of December and make sure that you have, energy and focus to finish the year strong.
Yeah. Definitely. And yeah, next year I was thinking maybe I'll get up an account to trade with you guys live going into the new year, and trade it all through the year and see where we go to on stream. So that could be fun. So
That's
yeah,
a great.
if you guys want me to do that, let me know, and I'll do it. So
Like you're looking for the funded account or like a live account?
yeah, like a live account, like I'll just buy another
Oh,
one specifically for stream.
okay, so the funded. Yeah, funded.
Yeah, fun account. Yeah. And then yeah, see how far we run it. Maybe like a hyper growth account or something. I don't know. You can scale it right up. So what are the 4 EMAs you have? If they're in your trading plan, reveal. No spoilers. Yeah, they are. So these are not EMAs, they're SMAs. So simple moving average. They're not exponential. Basically, what they are is the grey one here is a 10, the blue sort of teal color is a 50, the red is 100, and the yellow down here is a 200 moving average. So basically, what I look to use them for is primarily as just a good indication of momentum. Immediately when you look at the chart, that's mapping out those averages. It's a good visualization to see like the 10, starting to drop down pretty severely. Where that runs. I also use it as retracement points, like when you've got momentum in a trend, but you've stalled out for the day, end of days trading, liquidity drops, you tend to pull back going to the next session. And you look at those moving averages as like a bit of a cup, soft support point to bounce off. So then obviously if you're crunching right through them, you tend to go, point to point to point. So kind of like through here, the 10 has risen. We've risen the whole way up, stayed above the 10. As you come below, you come to the 50. We've rode that higher. We've made up to new highs. Sitting along the 10 then, as the velocity of momentum has decreased, you can see that was very aggressive. It's pretty much just right up. And then through here, it's been just a gradual gradient up, but sideways. Then that guy's now crossed under the 50. You can see through here, we broke through that, broke through 50, you go to 100. And so essentially what we're looking through for here on gold, for this to turn around and we make another move down here towards the 200 again. So back in line with the cluster to the left with those that price action. So
Someone is asking in the chat, unbiased traders asking, do we trade correlation? Well, it depends what you mean. I do take into account correlation, for example, when I trade several types of assets. So, for example, between NASDAQ and S&P 500, or between silver and gold. So I do take into account correlation and where are they in the position to consider longs or shorts, for example, pound and euro, pound and US dollar, euro and US dollar, and across and tails in general. But if you mean one to another, like a relationship like between the pair, for example, to pair, then I don't trade this. What's your take on this? Don't.
hang on. I just realized, I entered one lot on my Aussie dollar position before instead of 10. Just realized. Damn it.
You meant press 10.
Yeah, I was meant to press 10 and I put in one lot accidentally. So I just added to that. That's all right.
Was it still around break even?
Oh, no, it's in profit. That's why I was saying. I was like, why is it only $30 in profit
Yeah.
instead of like 300? I was like, oh, it's one lot. That's why I was confused. Let me just adjust that. So, yeah, correlations. I do use or take into consideration cross asset correlation, definitely. So as far as okay, that's good. As far as FX, obviously you got. I like to look at, say, if I'm looking for a certain move on, say, euro dollar, I like to see the broader majors all kind of moving in tandem with that. So
Mm.
I'll look at like pound dollar, Aussie dollar, dollar yen has some variation because the yen portion is so influential. But generally, I'll look for them to all be correlating to form a similar move, or at least similar directional move, right? And then I'll just go to whichever asset has the best structure and the best reach, and then also considering stuff like news that's coming out, and
Yeah.
then choose to trade that. So the other cross asset correlations I look at is like bonds, for instance. So you get the 10-year yield in whatever respective country shifting, you're going to tend to see a corresponding move in the currency also. Other correlations being risk on, risk off type stuff. So, for instance, for the Aussie dollar, it's a high beta asset. So it's very sensitive to the risk on, risk off moves. So I'll often watch if I've got an Aussie dollar trade and say I want to go long, but I can see that the stock market is kind of vulnerable, then I'll often be either quite cautious or just not enter it.
Mm.
Because if the move can start, but then you come into New York, S&P or the NASDAQ or something starts coming off heavily, the Aussie dollar is just going to fall apart, even though the structure in isolation for itself was valid. So it tends to get pulled very heavily like that. So that's kind of how I use correlations. Then similarly, other pieces like commodity prices. So if you've had, oil is performing really well, then you can see stuff like Canadian dollar strengthening, or similar deal with like iron ore, copper, that kind of thing for the Australian dollar. If you've had a ripper day with that, that'll tend to support the currency as well.
Mm.
Am I long Aussie dollar? No, I'm short. I'm short. So the basis for my short, bring up that stuff. There we go. Oh, I'm moving that. So that's where I entered short just before, and then that was on one lot. So I've just entered where we are at spot with the other 9 lots now. But if we go out, so the basis for this is we've had quite a move back up over the past number of days for the Aussie dollar. We're still in this general declining trend. Like we're constantly struggling to make further high highs, right? So anytime in this 65 to 66 range, we're tending to struggle. Now we've come up, we've hit the 50-day moving average, the 100-day moving average, and basically the close of these bodies from the past couple of weeks, right? So given we've had such a drive higher from the lows, I'm basically just looking at this as a exhaustion trade, basically mean reversion after the good news that we've had the past while. So if we go down to 4 hour, I'm looking for a retracement back into yesterday's prior heads, and then into the 200, 100 moving average through there. So if we go and put that guy on, you've got the 78 or so percent retrace just here, just by the prior wick top from yesterday. And then you've got back into this cluster, right? 61.8% retracement. Now, if we come down to there, that's probably going to be your support for today's movement. That's why I've got the TP slightly shorter than that, around that round number of 65, given less volume today. But this is where I'd be looking ultimately 64.95 as the bottoming point. with that would still keep the trend intact because you get a slightly higher low, higher low, higher low, and then give that as a potential rebound point for the next move.
So
But yeah,
you're looking for the Fibonacci as a target.
sorry.
So you're looking for the Fibonacci as a target in this case.
Yeah, roughly, or just before that. Basically, just buy the high wick through there as well, and that round number is 65 cents. So got the wick through here, those prior highs. There's a cluster of volume through there as well, on some of the VWAP. And given market holiday today, probably low volume tomorrow, I don't know if we'll get the full drive right the way through. We'll probably just cluster around that round 65 number because there's also some options barriers there too. Would I consider this a risky trade? No, I would not, because we've had a huge extension of price. Aussie dollar as well, just how it tends to move as a currency. It's sort of in its nature. You get those plays. A lot of that that push through Asia often tends to be the high, right? And then going towards London, New York, it tends to get faded from there. So yeah, Aussie doesn't tend to just run and run, at least not in the current market regime, the current conditions. You sort of get these aggressive moves, stalls out, and then it often drops way off once again.
Yeah, he's basically saying that it's because you are trading against the trend. That's the reason that he would be considering it as a risky trade potential.
Right. So I would say we don't really have a trend. We've got momentum, but if you look at as far as a trend, if you take this
Yeah,
basket of price action through here, right, we kind of broke below, and now really we're just basically into the middle of this section, right? So it's kind of just come back to the neutral point, right? So this goes right back to October, so mid-October. And overall, if you zoom out further, the trend really has been to the downside, right? So through here, we're still making, so you go lower high, because this actually is basically topped out just below these wick highs here. Lower high, lower low, lower low, some stability, but then we made another lower low just through there. So really the overall trend is actually lower. So I wouldn't say it's against the trend if you go out to, the larger time frames. But yeah, I mean, you go look to the 15 minute, due for a bit of a pause and a pullback.
what's the expectation for the Nasdaq in the New York session? As far as I'm concerned, the New York session is closed today completely, so it's not gonna open up, if I'm not mistaken. And I wouldn't really expect much from indices neither. So I was saying before that I'm personally long on, considering long on the Bitcoin and Ethereum, but because there is no volume, I'm also not expecting crypto to come up higher much more until we get more volume coming back into the stock market neither.
Yeah.
It's pretty much that.
Yeah, so you can see this point here was rollover, right? You see all through Asia, we're now into London. There's been absolutely nothing
Yeah.
going on. And so at this stage, you would have had to see London sort of start to push price a bit further. But coming this deep in, we haven't gone anywhere. So I would say, yeah, we probably just stay here, really. And looking at the expected move. So this is the majority options pricing for the 0 days to expiry. So basically options expiries for today going into New York at the New York cut, right? We're basically pricing at 2.5, 250 So that's where the bulk of participants are positioning for price to end up going into New York. So you can see that's literally right where we are. So yeah.
Do you take a lot in the account the option expiry prices for today?
Do
Like
I take
day,
them into account?
day on the day when you trade?
Yeah, so I'll always look at these because basically how I trade it. So say let's hypothetically imagine the pricing here was a bit lower. So we'll say the pricing was at 25,100 or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, whenever we're trading above that, you tend to see coming into New York, pricing tends to then pull towards where that level is because you get the spot gamma increasing. So spot gamma being the uh, players, the market makers, brokers, that kind of stuff, offering the options, they will potentially have to fulfill those options coming up to expiry. Anyone still holding them. So
Mm-hmm.
as you come closer to expiry, as the price also moves towards the expiry price, those market makers then have to buy up the underlying asset in case they have to deliver it. So you start to see price, as long as you're getting the momentum in the direction of that, it will start to accelerate coming into New York. And then all of a sudden you get that massive burst down. And then I'll look for that level to either be, typically it ends up being the sort of either support or resistance. And then you'll get like a rebound off of that after those options are cleared. So that's kind of how I use it, both on the upside and the downside.
Super interesting.
So yeah, it's one of my favorite trades daily. That sort of New York options trade. But yeah, footsie, Alex. Let's go have a look. I think so I think we got a bit of a downdraft for the footsie overall. So similar deal with pound. I think some of this is going to be unwound. So yesterday went pretty well with the budget, but there still were a lot of downgrades. So markets kind of rallied off like it could be worse. I think if we pull back into here, about 96, 440, right where there's 200 moving averages and pretty much where the cluster of the highs from yesterday around the budget, sort of pre-budget, was before we broke on. I think that's a pretty good support level. So I'd be looking for this retracement here and then a move up. Looking for a similar thing on the NASDAQ as well for us to ultimately come down. Only thing with the NASDAQ being, such low volume at the minute. I think that's a pretty good pickup point. So basically, be coming down into here, 200 moving average, yesterday's prior highs before the budget, then into that trend line, bounce off of that. Then I would say we get further highs. So I think coming into next week as well for the NASDAQ, after we get that a slight pullback, I'm wanting to see further upside from there. So go to hourly. Above that, next point of call, I guess 9,760 or so on the footsie from there. Probably I'd look at. So something like this and then bang up into here, right by those levels. There you go.
So that's you're shifting long on the pound as well.
Yeah, going to next week. So after downdraft, yeah. Assuming so, pound is slightly different. Obviously, pound the currency is going to get hit a little bit more if some of these people start to raise the concerns around the budget in terms of the growth outcome. As far as the stock market, a lot of that's kind of priced in, kind of known. It's going to be more what does it do for the actual company balance sheet, right? And as far as what they put out, it should be pretty right. So I think stocks will actually perform a bit better. I think the currency is slightly more at risk. Obviously, also you got the tangential moves from euro dollar, like we're looking at. If that follows through, that or we need to see a break pretty soon of 116.20 for euro dollar to actually run up. So I think pound dollar in that event could get pulled down due to that euro dollar influence, whilst the FTSE keeps going up with stocks in general worldwide.
Because I'm looking into some longs on the pound as well.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. But I'm
So,
looking at longs already from the current levels. If it wouldn't
oh,
be a
from
food,
current levels.
I'd probably be taking a long, yeah, from the current levels already.
Yeah. So I want to see a pullback a little bit further, similar to euro dollar. So what I've been saying about euro dollar is my ultimate things is up towards 117 into the end of the year. That's what I want to see. Um, but that's still up for debate. So that depends mainly on the rate cut side of things. So ideally, I'd want to see this slight further pullback on euro dollar and then see a bounce from there. That's my preferred outcome, but that's still up for question. So similar deal on the pound. Um, I would prefer a slightly deeper retracement, just as far as the positioning, risk reward, that kind of thing, and then see us drive on from there.
Yeah, I'm looking for retracement on euro, but I'm really thinking that pound can go immediately up from the current levels.
So that's kind of what I'm looking at on pound. So for us to come up, this is about 10 moving average. Still out there, pull back a bit again into basically the middle of yesterday's range, then find support through there. And then that was the similar deal with euro dollar, as I was talking about. We pull back up here, it's either into the 85 or up into 90, and then come off, create this. We got the low through here, create a slightly higher low, and then drive higher. And then that's pretty much the same structure set up on Aussie dollar I was talking about as well. So I want to see those slight shorts from here. Retracement at a slightly higher low on the retracement, and then build on from that. Gold is just not going anywhere.
I don't think it's gonna go much anywhere
Yeah,
anymore.
I've flipped back and forth a number of times on some of my accounts on this. At this point, I'm
Since you,
just going to
since
stick
you,
short, probably.
since you've taken short now, you flipped. You're saying
Sorry?
since you've taken short, you said you're saying you flipped.
No. I'm still short. So I was just saying I've flipped back and forth, long and short, a number of times with this sort of price action between us going do it like this, right? Um, so through here I got long, that started pulling back. I jumped out of that long. I was long earlier through here. That came back. That one stopped me out. Then as this was coming off, looked pretty lackluster. Flipped to short. Now we've actually picked up a little, but this just looks like chop at the minute. So I'll probably still just stick to the downside. So, and yeah, guys, we've got 2 giveaways going on right now. So check the pinned comments. One's the regular stream giveaway, and then what was the link? The other one. Also, go and give us a like over here. Give us that little heart. What was the other link? I don't know if you can pop it in for me, maybe. All right, Will. Come on then.
Yo, what's good, people?
I'm sitting here trying to scroll up and find the links.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Yo.
how's it going, Anastasiia?
Full house.
I flew
Okay.
out. Dude, I'm
There we are.
boiling.
Got it.
I left the heating on
Thank you.
earlier when I took the dog out for a walk, and I've come back to pretty much a sauna because I left my office door closed.
Sauna.
Yeah, why are you complaining, dude? It's winter. You want to be in a sauna.
Yeah, true, but it's like sticky hot. Like now I'm too hot.
I got a sauna here, but not by choice. So
Yeah.
it's terrible. It's terrible. How are you guys going? Are you guys trading anything, or are you sitting out like Anastasiia? It's very quiet.
I'm in swing longs. I'm in NAS and US30 swing longs. But that's about it. I wanted to trade gold today, but I can't tell if it wants to go up or down. So
Yeah.
after the drop on the 5 minute earlier, like this morning, I'm a bit worried that it's just going to be on the on that shift to the downside. Plus, we pulled back up, retested it perfectly, and now we're sort of wicking. We're at a second test of that high, so part of me thinks that we're going to continue down. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm pretty split.
That
I've
is
been back
EU
and forth.
short and EU short.
I'm going to jump that up.
Yeah, I was looking for some Euro shorts as well.
But it betrayed me.
Betrayed you.
It betrayed me.
Oh no.
Yeah, Euro was pretty sly to you this morning, to be fair.
Yeah. Was that what on the earlier retrace that we had? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so it pushed out of Tokyo session after like a short section of consolidation. Started dropping off, waited for a beautiful drop-based drop, entered, and then it slowed down, and then it came back and started to show that it wanted to start pushing higher. So I decided to close the trade for about two pips into drawdown. But I was like, okay, now I'm happy. I'm just going to close it. And then it never went higher than that point. And then just dropped off again. I was like,
Yeah.
you caught me.
Rough. It was a rough time.
It's a rough time to be a trader. Rough times.
We put on some music.
Yeah, definitely interesting times to be trading.
It's just typical December.
Next week will be better. So.
Didn't
I think
Anastasia,
I
didn't
always
you say that you were happy that the New York shutdown was finished, so it's back to normal trading again?
Yeah, of course, but it's better than it was.
But now it's still interesting.
I mean, I was quite enjoying the shutdown, to be fair.
But today is a Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from it? Taking a break until Monday, Nathan.
Can I just say my best trading has come through the government shutdown?
Really?
I don't know if that says anything, but
This is all,
you know,
all technical because you didn't have
yeah,
bunch
there's
of
just no
data coming out,
fundamental
maybe.
drive. It's all technical moves. I was loving it. I was like, oh yeah, this is sick. I made like 5% during the shutdown. And then like as this opened back up, I'm break even. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay.
You're like, shut it down again. Come on.
Yeah, Trump, come on, man.
Close
What are
this
you
thing.
doing?
We don't need the government.
Yeah, shut that shit down. Like, no one wants the government anyway. Oh man. But yeah, no, it's alright. I always find December. I had one really fantastic December a couple of years ago, but other than that, I think I had like a 12% December. But other than that, it's just been slow. January's are good for me. I love a January. I will be honest. January is a fantastic. My biggest January is 18%. But unfortunately, I've never seen that since.
Yeah. Yeah, January's normally pretty good. I always like the first quarter of the year.
My best January was when COVID started hitting, and I was on the live stream, live trading, and selling oil. At the moment the shutdown started happening, and it's just crashed in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then it was amazing. I still remember this year.
Yeah.
It was probably my best trade, honestly, ever.
Yeah.
When you accidentally forget to put a TP on and it just plows down.
I actually almost never trade with 2P. I don't have it.
Oh really? Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. I'm not trading with TPs at the moment.
Yeah, I never trade with 2Ps. Well, almost.
Almost never.
That's
Alright,
better
guys,
than
I'll
never
hand it
with
to you guys.
losses, right?
Sorry, what was that, Rich?
I was going to say, that's better than never trading with stop losses, right? If you've got to get rid of one order,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. If Anastasiia
Yeah.
said I never trade with a stop loss, then I'd be a bit more concerned. It
It's
wouldn't
like
be
it's not even a
nice.
competition, mate.
Ah, okay.
You need to get rid of one, get rid of 2P.
Yeah.
Oh man, I like living on the edge. I'm gonna start getting rid of my stop losses.
Yeah.
Let's just see
Yeah.
where it goes.
Let us know how it goes until the end of December.
It's the unprofitable trader or the newbie trader starter kit. It's the Dreaming of the Lambo. It's a 4x signals group, a 5 pip TP and 0 stop loss and full margin on gold.
Yeah.
It's like the starter, like the I'm learning trading starter kit.
That's
Yeah,
it.
you'll see a cycle there. Traders will go, I figured out that I can trade without stop losses. And then they don't adjust their lot size. And then the trader just kind of just disappears. You're just never to be heard of again. And it's like, hey, how's it going? No answer. And it's like, right, I understand.
Yeah. Hey, you know the worrying thing is
Hard
I've been in the industry not hugely long, but long enough to meet certain people. And there's a handful of people like. Me and my brother now have a running joke. Like a trader will pop up out of nowhere. I go, oh, where did he come from? Because like most of us traders know each other. You know, like I speak to some of the boys in Dubai. You know, some of these boys that you'd think are Lambo guru guys. You know, like some of them are in Dubai and North Finnish. They're really cool guys, and they are great traders. You know, other boys, you know, are in England, you know, Wales. They're all scattered all over the country. You know, you guys, South Africa, you know, Spain, Australia. So everyone knows everyone. It's a very tight knit community when you start realizing who actually are profitable traders, because there's so few of us. And then next minute, out of nowhere, will pop up some trader who's claiming to do awesome stuff with trading, and like they're the next, you know, I don't know, they're the next big I am in trading. And then me and my brother would be like, oh look, who's this trader who's just come on? Oh, we'll keep an eye on him, see how long he lasts. About 3 months gone. Like,
Let's see how long it takes for him to put out a Telegram group for signals.
yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, they're up there for a week. Oh, I'm trading this, I'm trading that, I'm gold long, gold short, full margin this, full margin that, trading without stop loss, oh, this, that, and the other. Next minute, they're like Telegram groups. Join my Telegram group, join my Discord.
There it is.
Yeah, and it's like within a week. It's within a week of them popping up. And they go from like 200 followers on Instagram to like 20k followers on Instagram within a week. And then their Discord link or their Telegram link pops up. And then 3 months later, they're gone.
Yeah, but they've made their Lambo. What color was his Bugatti, mate? Probably a black. He got his Bugatti, he's done.
Mate, literally, and I'm just there like, oh my god. Like, this is why we hate the industry. No, this is...
Yeah.
And like I said, it's such a tight-knit community. Like, I've actually interviewed traders with the Fivers that I've spoken at the same events as them. And I've spoken at events with guys who are from different parts of the world. And we've all, like, crossed paths more than once, accidentally. Just because, like, this is a massive world and a massive industry. But the real good guys in it, you know, the goodies, the genuine people, the genuine profitable traders, we cross paths more times than you know. And when you just see like a blip, an anomaly pop up, you're like, oh, this is cute. I wonder how long this is gonna last. You can almost put bets on it.
Yeah.
So guys, I will have to leave you.
Okie dokie, Anastasiia.
Okay guys, thank you so much.
Enjoy your racket. It is racket, isn't it?
Sorry?
Paddle. That's it.
Paddle.
Enjoy your paddle. I hope you got better weather than we have in the UK and potentially even Australia. I don't know what the weather is like there.
It's amazing. It's
Oh,
19.
it's storming and crashing down here. So
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So.
It's 19 here, so it's perfect.
Nice.
We're sitting with 28 degrees at the moment.
Right. I'll tell you what. Hang on a minute. Go away. There we go. Back to the bad weather people.
Okay, guys.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, Anastasia. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Catch you soon.
Bye, Anastasia. Have a good weekend.
Alrighty, I'm gonna have dip too as well. I gotta take a nap. I'm tired. I got a bunch else of work to get done as well after.
Nice.
So I'm gonna take a nap and then get to that. So, good luck today, guys. It'll probably be fun, but see how we go. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Discord as well.
Yes, you will. In fact, actually, we got someone joining us tomorrow in the Discord that you know really well as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His name begins with an A.
Don't give it a... Oh, come on, mate. Don't give it away.
I can't give it... That's all I'm saying.
The point of a surprise is that when it happens, everyone's like, oh... But you're like, I've got a surprise for you. There's this person joining us.
I've got a surprise for you.
His name rhymes with poodle. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, I know Roodle. Okay, what are we
Yeah, well, not everyone... Like, no one in the Discord knows about it. So, I thought I'd say, LJ, you know him really well. He's joining us.
Are we talking about your Discord or Fiverr's?
Yeah, my Discord.
Your Discord. Okay.
The Poker Night.
That's right. Yeah, that's why I was getting confused. Yeah,
the Poker Night tomorrow night.
Yeah. Because there's the two. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Fiverr's Discord with Akram. Smash over whatever else is left.
Who's Akram actually? We haven't seen Akram.
And
catch you later, dude.
Yeah,
Cheers,
see
man.
you guys later. I need some sleep. My
Cheers,
brain
LJ.
is
Have a good nap.
Have a good
blue.
sleep.
Ciao, guys.
Bye.
You know who sleeps? Babies.
No, they don't. That's a lie.
Yeah. True.
Even LJ was like, oh, you don't know what that's about, mate.
Yeah.
I don't even know where the phrase comes from. Sleeping like a baby. It's like, no. Have you ever met a baby? No, they don't. Anyway, I was listening a little bit earlier and I was thinking, I cannot believe how quick this year is going. I can't believe how quickly we're going to be creating New Year's resolutions and we're all going to be coming back with this in January. I'm going to be this kind of trader or, what have you. Have you guys given much thought to the new year and kind of how you want to come back to, like fixing the shortfalls or compounding the good stuff within your trading?
I do that on the daily, so I don't need a specific, like, from January, new year, new me kind of like thing. I have to do it every single day, so it's just like, New Year is just going to be another day.
Love that. Richard's like, I create my own milestones. I don't need some random calendar day to create my own milestone. What about yourself, Will?
I'm not like Rich. I don't do it on the daily. So yeah, I'll be doing my yearly review, as I call it, and that's usually quite stressful for me. My yearly review. It's usually like a full. I'll spend a day on it. I'll spend like a full day, maybe even a weekend, just breaking down everything. And it's not just a yearly review of my trading. It's a yearly review of how I felt during my trading, whether my progress in my life is going in the correct trajectory. It's a yearly review on everything. So that'll probably happen December 29th, December 30th, maybe. And then this is why I love New Year's. I'll have a big party. I'll get really drunk, and I'll just have a party, and I'll go out and do stuff that, I feel like, as a youngster, I don't do enough of. Having said that, though, I'm a profitable trader. So, you can't have the penny in the button. You choose a lifestyle, So December the 31st, New Year's Eve, is that sort of opportunity for me to let my hair down once a year and say, yes, well, let's go. Absolute degenerate party style, get drunk with your brother, and fall asleep and wake up with an awful hangover on the 1st. So, but first things first, I got to earn that, So December the 30th, 29th, 30th is going to be the very last admin day of the year for me, and then computer goes off until probably the 2nd or 3rd of Jan.
Nice. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. What about yourself? Because I know you do your weekly ASR, I think you call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like an
so
advanced self-review. Yeah. So
yeah,
it actually...
what,
I won't. How much detail do I want to go into with this? Because a lot of this is in the course, you see. So I don't want to give away too many spoilers.
Don't give too much away.
But it's like Richard Butler was talking about, having the opportunity to review and reflect things rather than waiting for these big sort of like yearly events or something like that, and just saying, look, how did I perform today? How did I perform this week? How did I perform this month? But I also found that by doing it daily is also a bit of a... Let's just say you're a ship and you're in the ocean, and one day there's a storm, and all of a sudden you make these life-changing plans at the end of that one day. Sometimes we can get drawn into the small picture of stuff, and we can overreact when actually we get good days, we get not so good days. And it's about, sort of, for me, it was like, well, I want to kind of create these notes on a daily basis where I review my day, what worked, what didn't. And then on a weekly basis, I take all that summary, I smash it in ChatGPT, and me and my old mate have a good chat about it for about 20 minutes. And it kind of just gives me a summary of kind of where my week went with actionable steps as well. And then I take those, and then once a month, I'll hammer all them back into ChatGPT, and I'll go, am I really moving closer to my goals? Like, this is my milestone. This is what I've worked on every day. This is the summary every week. Am I actually getting closer? I guess the gym analogy would be being in a calorie deficit, lifting weights, but actually not getting results for it. And there's certain things I can do in trading that become a tick box exercise after a while, like that law of diminishing returns. I remember seeing a documentary about it, and it was something like top 5 most amazing hotels to stay in the world. And the top one was, I can't remember exactly, but let's just say it was like $50,000 a night. And this guy walks in and he's like, this is amazing. This is insane. Look at this. There's gold lined on this. I've got my own butler. It's not Richard Butler, but I've got my own butler. All this kind of stuff.
Not worth it.
And then eventually, that was the best I could do. But by day 2, he was like,
I've got my own butler.
He's like, you have got your own butler. But by day 2, he's like, yeah, it's really good. Day 3, he's like, yeah, it's nice. But by like day 5, he was like, yeah, it's like, it's okay. And what happened, he got used to it. And I think sometimes as traders, we find this amazing new process and we think, this is going to change me. This is going to shape me and define who I am. And then after a while, it becomes a tick box exercise where you go, oh yeah, I've got to do a daily review. And you do it on autopilot, but you miss the point of actually extracting the value out of it. And this is the danger of kind of becoming good and seasoned at something, is you can almost become a little bit glazed over. You know the theory, you know the practice. In fact, on a personal note, building this course has given me an opportunity to go back to so many of my best practices. And it breaks my heart in a good way to go, God, you've let that slip. You used to nail that. You used to be amazing at that. And now you're just doing them on a tick box. So it's given me an opportunity to go back and review my processes and actually say, look, I would rather say one sentence a day and mean it and take action on it, rather than do a whole paragraph every 3 hours and it just glazes over me and I get no value from it. So yeah, I definitely have been using this opportunity to try and refine what I do and build myself into kind of the person I want to be. And it's always from that stance of, what's the skills you need in 6 months from now? Are you working on them and closing that gap towards them today? And what I noticed, the pattern is, for every day that I don't close that gap, I feel really crappy. For every day I close that gap, I feel amazing. I feel like I'm working towards a bigger goal in my life. And one of my old friends, actually, this was like, I want to say 18 years ago, he said, you know what? He said, I think happiness or fulfillment is having something that you're working towards, even if you haven't achieved it yet, knowing that you're working towards it. I always remember that. It was something that I'm like, yeah, I get that. We always need something to look forward to. And I guess New Year's resolutions could be a milestone for traders. Like, on this date, I'm going to change this big thing about myself. But actually, you don't need to wait for those dates. As Richard says, you can create your own dates. You decide your own importance deadlines. But yeah, that's what I've been working on. And it's It's come at the cost of my trading, actually. I've had to, I work out drawdown a little bit differently. So when I say I've lost 1%, 2%, what I'm doing is I'm talking about losing 1 or 2% from my entire drawdown. So I don't look at my account because I can only lose 10%. If I say I made 1%, I'm making 1% of my drawdown. I like to use prop firm accounts in a way that I would reflect the same kind of personal activity. It's very slow, it's very grindy, but it refines that skill set, and it gives me a much bigger breathing room. So I ended up taking a loss a couple of weeks back of about 4%, and that's 4% of my drawdown, which would be like 0.4% of what I can lose. 4% of what I can lose, but 0.4% on a flat account. And I looked at it, I was like, Rich, you're on autopilot. Your experience is working against you. You're mindlessly trading. And this is something that I don't hear spoken about often in this space, mainly because a lot of traders will come in and come out of this space before they've got enough years of experience. But there is a massive danger, and hopefully some traders in here get to experience this one day. There is a massive danger of becoming good enough at trading that you then just forget the importance of simply following a process. You think, I can do this. I've been doing this years, 7, 8 years. I can do this. I don't need to wait for the exact entry I need. I can see where the market's moving to. Let me just get in. And the problem is it's a killer. And even experienced traders have to navigate that moment when they think they become a little bit better than their process. The processes are what got me funded. It got me the payouts. Every time I wander away from that, I have a downturn. And it knocks my confidence. And I noticed that in my trading, I was starting to wander away from it. Have done for a little while. And I'm like, no, you're going to practice what you preach, and you're going to pull it back to a simple to manage process. So we don't have to wait till the new year to do that. So I said, Rich, you pause your trading until you have proven that you can follow your simple process again. And it's crazy that we have to relearn this stuff at different points in our journey. So we can have all the theory, we can understand kind of exactly what it is we need to implement. We also need to refine the skill set of being able to implement it. And it's a personal skill that every trader, no matter how seasoned, has to go through. And it's not a one and done. You can go through it, and then you get this moment where you wander off the bandwagon as well. That's the problem with being a manual trader. If you're an algo trader, you just hit play and just let the thing cook. But as a manual trader, you hit new milestones. And some of these I thought I dealt with 3 years ago, and they're coming back up again. So it's something I just wanted to touch and share a little bit of light on, because it's as an experienced trader, I didn't think I would have these problems, and they actually started to happen later on as well, which is kind of quite humbling as well, to realize that you don't just suddenly one day get it, everything clicks, and then you're amazing. You have these small breakthroughs, and then you have these plateaus, and sometimes you have a small pullback as well. But it's again, ties into expectations, and it helps us manage ourselves around it.
That's why
I'm off on a bit of a tangent, but I wanted to shine a bit of a light on it for traders that, maybe haven't reached that milestone, but if you manage your expectations, it's a lot less crushing to expect to go through that stuff.
That's why I kind of like what Richard says about he doesn't care too much about having a date and having, the expectation to do that sort of yearly review. Because if we think about it, there's something, in my opinion anyway, there's something triggering for me about having a New Year's resolution. Because shouldn't my New Year's resolution be fulfilled throughout the year? So maybe a yearly review, and that's why I like the idea of a review of your previous year, but to set a new, like the New Year's resolution, I think has gotten so much stick due to discipline issues, and it triggers me because I don't do New Year's resolutions. What I do is modifications of a current plan. And the reason I do that, and I think I do that for my psychology as well, and I think I do that to make myself feel like I'm not having a New Year's resolution, because I don't want a New Year's resolution, because no one can stick to a New Year's resolution. It's not a resolution, it's a continuation of a plan that you were sticking to last year with modifications and additions to improve in yourself going forward. No different to how it would be with the strategy. You're sticking to a strategy, and if it starts, plateauing, or if you found a way to better it, you're not going to go, this New Year's resolution, I'm going to increase my strategy by 2% per month, or 1% per month, or 0.5% per month, depends on your fractions that you're working with. Instead you say, I've found a new way I can implement this. And that's why I like what Rich Butler says about not caring about a date, because your New Year's resolution could start in February, it can start in June, July. It doesn't matter. Your New Year's resolution should just be an addition or a modification of your current plan to increase and better yourself further. And that, in my opinion, doesn't have a date. However, I do like the idea of analyzing yourself at the end of the calendar year, should we call it?
I think let me clarify maybe a little bit more, because it wasn't just the fact that I, don't think that it's necessary.
No, shut up, Rich. You're helping my point. don't change it.
No. I agree in part with what you're saying. I think that there's this idea of it's the hopeful side of things. Why people make New Year's resolutions, because they feel like there's this new opportunity at the end of the year. This year just didn't go their way, or they're up for. They were up for a promotion and it fell through, or whatever. Like, there's this idea that the whole year, from January through back to the end of December, is this one package. It's everything that happened in the year. 2022 was a terrible year. People always look back at the one year as a whole, either positive or negative experience, or neutral experience. The reason why I look at the reason why I don't really do New Year's resolutions is because my life changes every single day. And the biggest changes that I've experienced in my life was not because of me setting a New Year's resolution and then trying to stick to it. It was me saying, you know what, I have this vision of where I would like to be in X amount of years or months or whatever, and I try and see what can I put into place right now that can help me get to that point at some arbitrary date. It's the exact same as if I were to do a New Year's resolution and say, by the end of this year, I would like to be here. But the difference is I don't wait until the end of the year to make a New Year's resolution to say, you know what, by the end of this arbitrary date, I would like to be at this point in my life. And at the same time, when I look at where I am currently, and I'm like, this is not really, helping me to achieve this direction or to reach this goalpost. So I'll rather start today and start putting those processes in today. It's not that I don't agree with the idea of doing a New Year's resolution, because there's some people that really value that. For them, it's the thing that new year, new you, and they really believe in it. I just don't. I just see it as if I'm going to get there, I'll start today.
Yeah, me and you
part.
I think Will said this as well, and I'm going to be disappointed if both of you guys can't get this. They say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. When is the second best time?
Today.
Now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of ties in nicely to what Richard was talking about. It's like, I have this vision. What is it I can do today that just moves me a step closer towards that? Just quickly, I want to touch on this because I see that Trader's asking a couple of times. Past phase one, congratulations on passing phase one. No, that's the wrong question. Sorry. I was meant to pull up something else. So there's a trader asking, when I passed phase one, when do I get my phase two logins? Give it a little bit of time, let the team make sure that they can hand over the details. If you don't get anything, go into the Discord, speak to support, and they will be able to sort it out for you in no time at all. So I got a little bit confused on my questions. Let me just catch up, because there was one which I wanted to touch on. Okay, from DJ. How you doing, DJ? Says, if you're building a skill set that requires the ability to execute when your edge is printing, does taking too long affect one the same as in professional sports? Now, this kind of ties back into expectations, and this is kind of the thing that probably a lot of traders don't want to hear, but I'll give it to you and then you can unpack it however you want. The idea of trading tomorrow, becoming profitably, if you're a new trader, is typically chasing a wild goose chase. It's like chasing the Holy Grail. Now, for me, it took 3 years to become profitable. It took 2 years initially to stop losing money, and I had a year of break even. Now, if somebody said to me, hey, Rich, it is going to take you 3 years before you start earning any money out of trading, I probably never would have started. However, if they would have said, I'm going to explain to you why it takes you 3 years, and by you understanding it, you can get to work on the things that might shorten this journey, I would have listened. So I'm going to give you the opportunity where we're just going to run through this for a minute, the three of us, and just kind of expand a couple of ideas that might help you if you're not yet profitable, to just paint a picture of perhaps why and what would it look like to start doing that work. So why did it take me 3 years? Because it takes the brain time to learn how to lose and lose well. It takes time to accept that you should lose and lose well in trading. Being a profitable trader for me is to make a little bit more than I lose over a bigger sample size of trades. It's not to hit a home run. It's not to never take a losing trade. So just like anything, it takes time to unlearn old behavior patterns, and it takes time to build new behavior patterns. Now, the truth is, for the first 2 years when I was losing, I wasn't even aware or working on these things. So effectively, it took me 1 year to become profitable once I started to learn what we're now going to have a chat about. So the whole idea was I needed to learn to lose well. I needed to let go of losses. We hear these phrases like, cut your losers short, let your winners run. But in practice, what does that look like when biologically your whole body is screaming and your identity is tied into the next trade outcome? That's not sustainable in trading. And I did that for way, way, way too long. So to learn a basic, simple strategy, you're going to have this down in 1 to 3 months. And this whole week has been about, I think it's 9 traders sharing their strategies on this channel as well. So you've had plenty of opportunity to get some insights on what profitable systems could look like. Now, to learn that from a technical level probably doesn't take you very long at all. To learn risk management, that is a one and done exercise. Once you understand what risk management looks like and how to protect your losses, you can learn that. You can learn it in a matter of weeks. Now, the emotional side, to stick to those two things, that's the thing that normally takes traders the largest amount of time. And this is super critical when I say this. The inability to accept losing is the reason why traders will often go and look for another strategy or change their risk management method. It's that cycle of, I don't like losing, I don't like to deal with the pain of losing, therefore let me go and find another strategy, and hopefully that strategy doesn't lose, because I'm taking losses with my strategy. There's probably something wrong with the strategy, when in reality for me it was something was wrong with me. So this is a completely unsexy topic. No one wants to chat about this, but the reality of this is that if I would have understood this, I would have become profitable much quicker, because I would have realized the importance when people say trading is a mirror, trading reflects what you feel about yourself, all these little cliches that we hear in trading. I would have understood it for myself, and I would have said, Rich, you've got to start working on accepting the outcomes from a probability-based mindset. Will and Rich, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, kind of when it comes to like that timeline of how long it takes to become profitable, and kind of what you learn on your journey of sort of going through that kind of stuff.
Do you want rock, paper, scissors? Who goes first?
Go for it.
I'll say let the youngest go first.
Shit before the shovel, though, innit? So I thought
Age before beauty, man.
That was just an absolute pure wisdom bomb right there. So when it comes to taking your time, if you told me, God, how long did it take me? I think 70. I don't know, dude. I don't even know. All my trading years have just merged into one sort of thing right now. I think it took me 3 years.
Well, hang on, mate. Why don't we start with this? How long do you reckon it takes to learn a simple strategy? How long do you think it takes to learn risk management? If you if you had mastered, like you had someone literally next to you teaching you and giving you the right resources to learn,
holding your hand, guiding you through the whole thing.
The whole thing. We're talking about
absolutely everything.
Perfect environment.
All right, sweet.
How long did it take?
I'm going to answer two in two different answers. One's going to be the really fun, cool answer that's going to give you all hope. The other one's going to be a really boring answer that's going to make you think, oh, well, why have you got to be such an old man? So let's give you the fun answer first. Let's give you the youngster in me first. I'd say about 12 months to 2 years. 1 to 2 years, I reckon, bosh, you're fine. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can get profitable. That's if you have someone guiding you step by step by step. And that's trading strategy will take you a couple of weeks to learn. And then once you've learned the strategy, risk management. Risk management, you've got to learn that through losses. So that'll take you a little bit longer. I reckon that'll take you about 6 months to learn. So 6 months plus a couple of weeks, let's call a couple of weeks a month. So 7 months, and you've got risk management and you've got a strategy. Then you need psychology. So you're up to 7 months. I reckon you got about 5 months worth of psychological torture from the markets, and then you got about 12 months of reinforcing that good psychology. So give yourself 2 years, and then I reckon, bosh, you're all good to go. Now the boring answer is really depends. It really depends how you learn. Let's example, learn a language. Rich, what can you speak Mandarin? Can you speak Chinese? Fantastic. I'm gonna put you on the phone with my girlfriend, and she's gonna teach you Mandarin, and I want you to learn it by next week. Fluent.
Sounds like that sucks.
Yeah, it does, because you can't do it. But some people may be able to. Some people can pick up languages quickly. Some people can pick up trading quickly. Some people can pick up psychology quickly. Everybody's different. So you got to be able to understand how you learn. And this goes to show with mentors as well. Rich could be a fantastic mentor for some people. However, you may not get along with him. Doesn't mean he's a bad mentor. And it doesn't mean that he's a rubbish trader. It just means that his style of teaching may not work for you. Now, a great teacher can change their styles depending on the student. However, what's even better is when a student can find a teacher that naturally teaches their style, because Rich may not be able to teach in a certain way, or he may be able to teach in a certain way, but he doesn't naturally teach that way. So therefore, there's always going to be that natural disconnect. So you've got to find a mentor or a teacher that works for you and works for the way that the style that you learn. That I learned through psychology. There's many different types of learning styles: video, written, doing, reading. There's so many, and then you get the photographic memory guys. There's all sorts of different learning styles. So first, learn yours. Once you've learned yours, that now you know the sort of aspect way that you're going to be learning, you can find a mentor appropriate to that. Once you've found a mentor appropriate to that, then you start your journey. So now you may speed run from 2 or 3 years to become a full-time trader or a profitable trader, to 6 months to 12 months, for it to up to a year to become a full-time trader. So it all matters on this the style of learning that you understand. So that being said, once you're a profitable trader, you will always have psychology, and that, I'm sorry, you cannot speedrun. No matter how good you are, no matter how fast you learn, you cannot speedrun that, because even now, I had a 7% drawdown. It's not my longest drawdown. My longest drawdown is 6 months. However, 7% drawdown is one of my largest drawdowns that I've had to recover from and been able to recover from it. I'm up. I'm not up. I'm technically down 1.5%. However, I'm up 5% since being in that rut, in that hole. That opened up a new realm of psychology for me, because I haven't been in that sort of drawdown in a long time. And I thought, oh God, I may blow this account, because last time I was here, I blew the account, So you're always developing as a trader and always coming up with new ways to find psychology and new ways to test yourself. So honestly, I say minimum of 12 months, and that's if you find a way that you like to learn.
Just chat. Let us know if you agree with this, because a long time ago we covered a similar topic, and I said if you sat down in perfect environment, I think you could turn profitable inside of 6 months. You'd have to connect with the right material that's been shared, but I think from start to finish in a 6-month window, that's the shortest period. And I got absolutely hammered for it. Will's turning around and saying 12 months. Richard, I'm curious to hear. You've taken in both our perspectives. As a trader that's gone through the journey and going through the journey, let's not say fully gone through, because none of us has fully gone through. Trading is an evolution. So as a trader that's going through this journey, peel back the layers of the onion for us, and don't make us cry.
Probably going to trigger a few people with this.
Oh, he's going to say a month.
No, however long it takes. I see both sides of the story. I know that there's people that that just picks it up just really quickly. You're talking from a strategic point of view. You're talking from a logic point of view. You're talking from a strategy that is easy to follow. You can do that in days if you have the right conditions. Is it impossible for that to happen? No. Is it probable? No, it's not probable. It's highly unlikely that someone is going to pick it up in days, weeks, maybe even a short, let's say 2 months or whatnot. The psychology is a completely different story. I feel like psychology is a much deeper, more nuanced, more layered cake than just trading from a strategic point of view. I'm a math person. I'm a logic person. I don't really struggle with the logic side of things. I don't really struggle with the mathematical side of things. What I do struggle with is some of the psychological aspects of it and the emotional side of things.
Can I stop you there real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I love that you've said that, because you can't. I've never met someone who's mastered both.
No, I don't think, not to the same degree, at least.
Yeah, no, exactly.
At the same pace or to the same degree.
No, you're either right-handed or left-handed. Those ambidextrous people are usually stronger with one hand or the other. You know, even if you're capable of both, you're still stronger with one or the other. You know, you're never equally as strong on both. And if you are, very, very minimal people, very small amount of people who, but they're out there. They are out there. And I love that you said that, because so many people, so many people will have the math side. You know, they'll look at it as a numbers game and they'll master it that way. And then other people, like myself, I'm not great with numbers. Dude, my mental arithmetic, not great. My just maths, my arithmetic in general, unless I've got a calculator, I'm backwards. You know, I'm not good. So therefore, but my psychology is next to none. You know, my psychology is on point. However, I know that you love your numbers, and therefore, your psychology isn't as strong as your numbers, but your numbers are so strong, it helps you back up your psychology.
Yeah. So that was kind of like what I was trying to allude to, is like the one can help carry the other one, but neither one of the two will be mastered either in the same, like at the same speed or even in the same time frame. And some people will master one, and I'm saying like a big caveat, like big master, because we never truly master anything. They get as close to perfect as you can be with one of the two, and the other one can take 20 times as long just to reach the same level. So I feel like it's a very open-ended kind of question where there's no real right answer, but there's always the idea of expectancy. And you're gonna see other people talk about, oh, you can do it within a year, you can do it within 2 years. There's people that's gonna say, all you need is this one strategy and you're golden. And what you're gonna do is you're going to ingrain that idea in your mind. You're gonna be like, if I do it in a year, this is where I'm gonna be. Okay, great. Now what happens if you don't reach it in that year? You don't reach profitability or something like that. How is that going to impact you? Are you going to feel like I'm a failure? So how long does it take you to learn how to run? Go from walking to running. It's fast. Agreed. It's quick to learn how to start running from walking. How long do you think it takes you to learn how to run under 10 seconds? for 100 meters. Usain Bolt took 8 years to learn how to run sub 10 seconds on the 100-meter dash once. Took him 8 years to do that. But to go from I'm learning to walk to I'm learning how to run is toddlers do that. So it's the same idea. It's the same idea. So it's like there's no point in putting a time frame to it because we're all unique in the sense that we're going to learn at different rates. We're going to find we have different strengths, different weaknesses and whatnot. That's why I'm saying I feel like this is going to trigger some people. I don't think that there's a time frame. And that's why I said however long it takes.
Yeah,
And
well,
it's
that's sort of,
you need to segment each portion and you need to kind of like realize where is my strength and where am I within my journey right now. If my strength is numbers, logic, and that kind of like stuff, I can get that down quickly, but then the psychology side, I might need a mentor or might need to talk to a psychologist.
Hang on. That's emotional awareness. That's emotional intelligence, which again is a learned skill. And if we had a mentor, let's say Will mentored you and he said, right, Richard, you got a problem with this in your trading. Now you've got ego. No, I don't. What do you mean I have a problem with it? Now we've got to learn to overcome our ego. And then we're going to blend that in with the idea that most of us don't really learn until we hit a massive life-altering event. So massive losses in the market could be that moment. But if you don't hit it, can you actually learn the lesson that your coach is trying to imply? Now, you touched on something and you said, look, psychology is a huge factor, but there's also numbers and one can help the other. This is something that I haven't really spoken about too much, but it was one of the biggest breakthroughs. And this isn't like a typical clickbait of this is the thing that changed my trading the most. But actually, one of my biggest breakthroughs psychologically had absolutely nothing to do with sitting in a quiet room reading books and trying to work on my mindset. It came down to this one simple thing. I surrounded myself with enough information and data about my edge and how it performs and where it's present. And I was able to look at that data, look at all that information and say, I have an edge. And my edge is so massive that I can see that it works over a big sample size. And it would be mathematically improbable at a one-to-one risk-reward system to be up 100R over 350 trades. You couldn't flip a coin and end up at that. It would be an absolute massive outlier. And I'm like, because the framework I use is logical, I've got an edge. And that helped my psychology more than anything by surrounding myself with hard facts and information that actually my edge was profitable. So it wasn't like I need to work on mindset. No, I needed to know my strategy. I needed to have so many examples and exposure to it that I'm able to say, cool, it works. I know there's an edge here. And then that helped me to execute on it and hold my trades to their objectivity. And I just want to say thanks, Rich. You reminded me when you were talking about maths and you're a numbers guy, how much one can actually help the other. And if we're just trying to be a Zen-like trader and execute on an edge that we don't really know or don't really trust, you can have the best mindset in the world. And if someone says walk on hot coals and you know that there's likelihood that you're going to get burned from it, that fear within you is going to, we're designed to, that's what keeps us alive. That fear within you is going to fire up and say, don't do it. It hurts. In the market, there's a lot of uncertainty. And one thing that can really bridge that gap is knowing where your edge is present. You just reminded me of that when I was listening to you talk about it. And it's, again, we're covering all this in the course, how to actually collect and quantify your data in a very easy to digest way that's not like boring and going to take you years to do. But I still genuinely believe 6 months is how long it can take for a newer trader under the right environment to learn a very basic setup, identify that setup when it's present, learn risk management rules, and be able to execute on it well enough that they can make a little bit more than they lose. But this is in a perfect world and a perfect environment where nobody's flawed and they take in all the right information and they connect with the right coach. That said, we don't live in a perfect world. We're all flawed. We all have our own hiccups and our emotional biases. And that's what takes, I believe, the longer time to peel back the layers and become profitable as a trader, is to navigate your own differences.
Do you know
Just
what I
from my
find-
own experiences.
Do you know what I find as well is when you have a brand new trader, never touched the markets before, complete virgin in the trading industry, like completely green. Jonatan, what's up, man?
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm checking out the lag. It's lagging.
Oh, I see. I
quite-
was going to say, well, what are we penguins? No, I'll just finish my point real quick. Traders in the brand new traders who've never touched the industry, complete virgins in the market, they are the best. Because what I find a couple of the times people have come up to me, and this has happened a few times actually, they've come up and been like, well, I've lost this in trading, I've tried this, I bought this course, I've taken this mentorship, can you please help me with trading? And I'm like, yeah, look, okay, let's jump on, let's see what we can do. And they'll try and explain, I'll try and help them. But it's like trying to teach an old dog new tricks. They don't want to, it's not that they don't want to, but they can't see what you're trying to explain. Whereas I much prefer, when someone comes to me and goes, well, I've never even thought about trading, but I want this, I want to do that, I've got great mindset, I got this, I got that, and that I can from the beginning build them a strong base. And because they've got a strong base, you can build the Burj Khalifa on that. Whereas you can't build the Burj Khalifa on dry sand. Because you've not got a solid structured base. You need to come in with a solid structured base and the right mindset. And that's why I love psychology so much. Because if you come in with the wrong mindset and you come in with the wrong expectation, it's so difficult to learn trading. But yeah, going based on the perfect ideal world, I genuinely truly believe so I had a friend of mine and he said to me, he's like, well, can you please teach me trading? So I fully mentored him from the get-go, from the right beginning. He didn't have an absolute Scooby-Doo on what he was doing. I taught him everything he needed to know to become a profitable trader. This doesn't mean that I taught him my strategy. This doesn't mean that I taught him a strategy. I taught him everything I truly believed that he needed to know to become a profitable trader. 12 months later, he's pulling thousands out of the markets through fundamentals. He's now a fundamental stock.
That's exactly what you touched on, was exactly what I screwed myself on early. I kept trying to build a big tower on wet sand. I didn't have a foundation. And what I did is I just kept watching it tumble week after week after week. And I created so much self-trauma that I then had to try and navigate all that. And every time I built a good foundation, my emotions would go, this smells and looks and sounds like the past. This is going to fail. It's all going to go toppling over. Rich, you're going to lose. You're going to go bankrupt. And it was all these experiences that I'd put onto myself from the past because I taught myself, and I did it terribly in the beginning. I traumatized myself. So I had to navigate all that. Imagine going out and choosing and having 50 bad toxic relationships. I had literally traumatized myself. And then finally, a good relationship come along, a good strategy, a good risk management, and I couldn't execute it. I'm like, this is
it's let's assume that you had an argument with this fantastic, perfect girl on paper, but you have one argument. Next minute, that one argument, a bit like you were mentioning about the loss with that fantastic strategy, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, it feels like all the other examples from the past. This one argument is going to be catastrophic. It's going to be heartbreaking. It's going to let me down. It's going to lead to financial ruin. I think many traders go through that cycle and then they go, trading is a scam. And I see in chat that Trader was calling trading is a scam. But if you're in that environment where you're getting a really negative result from trading, that builds a footprint on us. And so later on, when we start to learn better practices, which is risk management and psychology, and actually a simple framework to execute on, we've then got to navigate all of these issues that we did to ourselves in the early stages. So as Will said, a trader that comes in with a blank slate, that's a blessing, because I scribbled all over my blank slate long before I figured out, actually, this is what good could look like. And it took a while to get the eraser out and start working through it. And even then, still leaves a smudge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can smash a cup, you can smash a plate, a bowl, and glue it back together, but it's still not going to be the same bowl, plate, cup. It's not going to hold the water the same way. It may hold water, but it will leak.
Might even be better.
Yeah, who knows?
Jonatan has the most amount of patience ever.
Yeah, he does, to be fair. He's like, guys, shut up.
No, I wanted to get on here with Rich. I just wanted to ask you, am I lagging? Is it lagging a lot?
No.
Audio's good. Camera's
Yeah,
just
on
a
our
little-
side, you're perfect. I don't know about chat. Chat, let us know if it's lagging or. But on our side, mate, you're all gravy, baby.
Well, I really enjoy these talks when Richard is on. He's sharing a lot of knowledge here, a lot of important stuff that I'm sure a lot of viewers are very happy to hear. And yeah, I have something to share as well. So there is a site called the Trusted Prop, right? And they have a list of the 7 most trusted prop firms. And we are currently on spot number 3. No, 2. Check this out. Number 1 is this prop firm with a rating of 4.3. Number 2, we have 4.8. We have the highest rating on this website, I believe, but we are not the most liked one. Okay, so if you guys have not done so already, we have a giveaway where all you have to do is click the link in the description. Not the Black Friday giveaway, we have a separate giveaway, so we're going to give some extra account on my webinar tomorrow. I just want you to go in here. I'm not telling you that you need to go in here. We're gonna do the giveaway without you clicking this one or not, because obviously we only want you to click this little heart right here if you actually support the Fivers and the work that we are doing. And I'm absolutely confident that we have more than 100 people in this live stream right now that can go in and click that one if you want to, and then we're gonna go up to spot number 1. I want to see that being done today. If not, I might have to have a call with management. So let's do that. Let's get ourselves up to spot number 1. Let's do this.
Okay. I'm going to go there now.
Nice.
I haven't even gone on that. I'm going to go on that as well.
I mean, Richard, if there's any other firms on here you can like them as well. But, you know, we like the Fivers.
This is a dictatorship. I'm only picking one.
Yeah.
I'm only picking one.
Yeah. All right, how you guys been doing today? Have you been trading anything? I've been had a doctor's appointment here in the morning, so driving there and driving home, a lot of time, dead time. I haven't been watching the markets much, but it's also, we got the Thanksgiving holiday in the US. Is that today or is it tomorrow? I'm not sure, but it's kind of like
today.
It's today.
It is today.
Yeah,
Right.
Today.
Right. I'm gonna reload this screen here, and we're gonna see if we have. Oh, that's good. We have a couple ones going in. Nice, I like that. Let's see if we can get that one to
We
number.
need to register for this.
Yeah, you need to register, of course, as well. And this website, you get 5% off in the challenge. So, go into the website and buy an account through the website. Why not? Trusted Prop seems like a good website. Good. I like it. There is a few, prop firm review website out there, and we are like at the top on almost all of them, which I think is pretty cool. It makes me proud to be working for this company for sure. Right, have you been trading anything, guys, today?
EU-GU short early this morning.
EU and GU short. I like that because I am also in EU short.
Password book.
Hoping that it's gonna start pulling back. How are you, Richard? Not Rich. I mean Rich.
I'm good.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I've been. I was a little jaded yesterday. Do you remember I was looking at GU and I was like, kind of makes sense if we bounce here, and the market missed the entry by 0.8, and that was the low, and it rallied like 50 pips or something. It was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you think in a situation like that? Are you mad that you didn't get into the move, or are you happy that the idea played out?
That's interesting, because initially when I first learnt my edge and the market would come very close to my limit order and miss it and then drive away, I would be happy. I'd go, nice. There was volume there. I was right, but I just didn't quite have the right entry. I missed it by maybe a pip. But what happened over time is I started to see the opportunity cost, and I was like, I'm kind of missing a big portion of profits here. What if, like, is there a way that I can work around this? So I think after a while, the problem become big enough where I'm like, actually, you know, there's a hole in the bucket here. You're losing a lot of water from it. But quite honestly, I frame it as, it's a good trade. I was close, but no cigar. Just going to sit back, wait for my next opportunity. My trading isn't defined on one trade. And if I miss an entry by half a pip, which happens. I mean, yesterday I had an entry on gold, and the wick come down actually went through my limit order by 1.5 points and didn't fill it. And I say, okay. And it rallied off and off it went to my target. And I said, okay, I was close. Love to see it. I'm reading price well. But on this occasion, I wasn't filled. And there'll be plenty of occasions where I am. And that's just a part and package of doing my my analysis. So just always bringing it back to that state of, what does best practice look like? And it's never getting emotional because of what I could have had or should have had and all the rest of it. Every time I act outside of my plan, I give money back to the market. So, and I give it back in a way that's not favourable. So every time I stick to my plan, I have good losses. And I'm happy with that. That's how I built my edge. So no, I taught myself it's just toxic to trace it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm allowed a reaction. I have a reaction. It feels a little bit personal at times. But for the most part, cool. I was close. I'll get the next one.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, if it's a good trade, it does. I mean, of course, it matters if it's a losing trade or not. But a good trade is always going to be a good trade, and that's, you know, that's the way I feel right now in my trading. You know, the flow I'm in with my trading right now. It's like I just can't. I don't really care about the outcome. I really do not care about the outcome, because I know that, you know, give me a big enough number of trades with this system, and I know what that equity curve is going to look like. So it's like, I don't really care if it's a winner or loser, which I only really start caring if it's a drawdown. Like a drawdown period that is longer than what I statistically should be. And, you know, other than that, it's just, you know, bring it on. I'm managing my risk, and that's the beauty of just following the process and having a risk management style that basically tells you it's impossible to lose the account if you're trading this system and it has this drawdown, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
you can say.
Just wanted to say, we do apologize. You know, these psychology sessions on the Thursday are one of my favorite sessions. I love it when Rich comes on. We do apologize if we missed some of you guys in chat. I've just had a quick scan through of everyone in chat, and some of these comments are absolutely awesome. So keep them coming, guys. It is super cool. But more importantly, guys, we've only got 188 likes on the stream. What's going on? Smash that like button. Make sure we get it well above 200 likes on this video, and if you haven't already, make sure you smash that subscribe button as well.
Rich, I know you're very busy. You're working on a very, very big project, a very, very important one, a project that I'm looking forward to a lot, and I'm just asking myself, what's taking so long?
You ever sat down and said, I'm going to climb this mountain, and I get to the top in a week, and a week later you're like still at the foot, and it's like, wow, I've done a journey, but there's still a bunch more to do. It's I don't want to allude to exactly how long, but let's just say we're super close with it, making amazing progress, which means I should probably finish up on the stream and carry on with that. So just quickly, if there was any questions that you would love for us to touch on and we didn't have an opportunity, and they don't have an opportunity moving forward with the stream, in about 3 hours from now, I'm going to be in the Fivers Discord. We're going to have a Q&A session. If there's anything you want to dive into in a little bit more detail, we can typically run through a lot of Q&A sessions in there as well. So you can always catch me there. Richard,
do you want some help?
Do I want some help?
Yeah. Do you want some assistance?
No.
With
No.
sorry, in the Discord.
I'll save you the time. No.
Sure. The two on the long answer or the short answer.
No, sorry, I was thinking of I was talking about the project I'm working on, and then the Discord call, and I was thinking, hang on, sorry, which one?
The former.
Let's chat off stream. We'll have a chat about that off stream. Yeah. I'm going to have to fly, guys. Cheers for having me on. It's been a pleasure as always. Thanks for the questions and the comments we got as well. And I will catch up with you all shortly. I'll see you in the Discord in a few hours.
Awesome. Take care, Rich. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure having you on, man. See you next week.
All right.
Jonatan, Rich to suffer alone.
No.
All right. So we have a giveaway. Let's do the giveaway. We're gonna give away 5. We're gonna give away 10 20k bootcamp accounts, and then we're gonna give away a couple of extra accounts on tomorrow's live stream that I'm doing as well, because we have promised that we're gonna have 9 strategies throughout the course of 5 days. I know LJ had some issues with his spreadsheet that he prepared here in the morning, and he is going to share that strategy whenever he has that all set up. Hopefully that's going to be next week. I'm going to be sharing one strategy that I have tomorrow, and I think you all are gonna really appreciate that one, because it's a very clear system that you can trade either discretionary, or you can add very specific signals from indicator and actually systemize it. And now with AI and everything, you should be able to automate some of that process. And it's the system that I'm using as a base for building all my other systems. So it's very flexible, very adaptable, and I think you're going to love that one. And that giveaway is based on the fact that you're going to go to the website, the trustedprop.com, make login and vote for the fibers on there. And we're going to give away some extra accounts tomorrow if we take the first spot. No, actually, we're going to give away accounts anyway, because we're not trying to buy likes. We're just telling you, like, you can like, if you like us, like it on the website. We're going to give away accounts anyway. And today we're going to give away 10 20k bootcamp evaluation accounts, and I'm going to do that right now. Let's do 2 air horns, 1 drum snare roll, and then click draw. Check out this process. Yeah. Nice.
Hey, that was perfect timing.
All right, so here we have the names of all the winners. Victor is not here with me today, so I will try to pronounce all the names. Victor is very good at pronouncing names. I am very bad at pronouncing names. I'm terribly sorry if I'm butchering your name. Nuno R. Richard, can you help me with that one?
Makunkar.
Okay. I'm just going to say names that I, as a Swedish person, know how to pronounce.
That one. And that one.
Stephen.
Okay,
And
Stephen. Victor. Stephen and Victor. Congratulations, Stephen and Victor.
Nikos, Gilbert, Andrei, Soman, Victor. What the hell is Victor doing here?
Yeah, Victor, what are you doing in here? Victor K. Well, congratulations, everyone. Super happy to be able to give away these accounts to celebrate. It's weird to say celebrate Black Friday, because what are we celebrating? Absolutely nothing. But we're celebrating the fivers, all right? We're celebrating the fivers, and this is our way. We have an opportunity to give back to the community, and that's exactly what we're doing here. We're celebrating the fivers. We're celebrating the community, and I'm absolutely super proud to be part of this company and be part of this very quickly growing community as well. All right, I'm just gonna switch to your screen, Will, so that I can change my layout and everything right here. No, you have not missed the giveaway. You can join, and we're gonna do an extended giveaway in tomorrow's webinar that I'm hosting at 12 p.m. GMT, where I'm going to be breaking down my trading system that you absolutely do not want to miss. And then I do recommend that everyone, you go back through the live streams that we're doing. So on the weekend, you have a perfect opportunity on the weekend to go through all the live streams that we've done Monday to Friday. And then you're going to have, I think it's 9 strategies. So we got 9 different people, or excluding LJ. So 8 different people have shared 8 strategies, and it's a beautiful, perfect opportunity for you to go through all of them, and then see if you can find any of the hosts that have shared the strategy that you like. Maybe you look at Griff and you can say that makes a lot of sense, because it's important that if you're going to be trading a system, it needs to make sense to you. You need to like it. You need to have an understanding of the underlying foundations. If you're a trend following trader, you're maybe not supposed to be trading a mean reversion system, and then vice versa. So find the strategy that you like, and then make sure that you're in the live stream when the host is that have shared the system, so you can ask questions live, try out the system, and then ask questions that you might get when trying out the system. So it's a wonderful opportunity for you guys to get a lot of information, and then also ask questions to the team here.
Jonatan, when is your webinar? You say it's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, my webinar is tomorrow at 12.
Is it going to be on YouTube?
One hour time. Yeah, YouTube. It's going to be on here. I think the get a Fiverr account but can't join Discord. I've never joined before. Okay, so have you tried clicking the link? Because there's supposed to be a link in the hub. I think it's in the lower left corner. I'm not sure with the new hub where it's located, but I think it's I'm gonna go in right now and I'm gonna see if I can find the link to the Discord. So to be able to join the Discord, you will
purchased account.
You need to have a purchase account.
Not a one account, or it needs to be a purchased account.
Yeah. Can't join. So have you purchased an account at one point? But it can't be a giveaway account. So you obviously know where to find the link. The link is I don't even know where to find the link. I think it's in the program page, isn't it?
Traveler.
Okay, so I'm going. Oh man, the new hub looks amazing. I love this.
I was checking it out the other day, and dude, it looks awesome.
Yeah. Okay, we have someone saying the link is not there anymore. Okay, so where is the link? Well, I'm gonna shoot a message to the community manager. Oh, so the person has to contact support. Let me just confirm that. Once they have purchased an account, contact support. Yeah, I'm just confirming that that's actually the case before telling you guys what to do. Because that Discord server is a server that you do want to be part of. We have Victor hosting live sessions in there. We got LJ, we got Rich, and those are it's different than from these live streams because it's more of a tight-knit family in there, and it's a really good detailed webinars. So while I wait for confirmation on that one, you received the giveaway account. Nice, congratulations. Yeah, all the accounts should have been sent out. So all the accounts on the winner of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday should have been sent out, and then the Thursday one hopefully be sent out tomorrow. Right, so what you have to do is you have to buy an account, and then you go to live chat on the website, and an agent will confirm your account purchase and then send you an invite. Would have been easier with the link, so I'm thinking it would have been easier with a link, don't you think? So maybe if the dev team is listening, did you perhaps forget something when you created a new hub? Probably not, but just a tip.
Who was the QC for this website? Who was the QC?
Yeah. Having a link would be amazing. That would be such a good feature. But
can't believe we didn't think of it before.
a lot of work going on in. Oh, we got Mary as well. Got a oh, that's a beautiful profile picture. There's no way that's not AI. If that's not AI, congratulations, man, to both your and your new account.
You are a specimen, Walter.
Yeah, like a nice, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys, I'm gonna, like Will always says, I'm gonna love you and leave you, and I'm gonna leave it to Rich and Will, and then Victor and Pedro is gonna come on in a bit, and who knows, I might come on and share another account. Who knows? Who knows? Stay tuned. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks,
Ciao for
Jonatan.
now.
So just to just confirm exactly what Jonatan just said, you need to have purchased a Fiverr's account before. Then within the hub, talk to one of the live agents. So in the bottom right, there's a little chat box. From that point on, you can talk to a live agent, and then they will confirm your account purchase, and they will send you a link. Unfortunately, if you've received a giveaway account and have not purchased an account previously before, unfortunately, you will not have access to the Discord.
Yeah, Mario. Buddy, that is my photo taken by my girl. Thanks for the words. Dude, like, I can't really see it.
Mario, Walter, you're a good-looking dude. You are a good-looking dude, mate. You've got that nice crisp white beard with a nice dark mustache and that nice wavy hair.
You carry on, mate. That table's
Blessed.
gonna
Hashtag blessed.
Oh man. Awesome stuff, guys. How are we doing? Back into the... I don't know. Let me know, guys. Do you want us to have a catch-up with you guys on chat? Do you want us to keep on the psychology route? Or do you want us to do a little bit of some trading, have a look at some charts? Let me know what you fancy. Got another 10 minutes. I'm going to have to go bang on 1 because I've got the dentist and I got to drive an hour to go to the dentist. So I'm going to have to love you and leave you bang on time. Unfortunately, I can't stay over, even though I love chatting to Pedro and Victor. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to chat for too long.
I'm just scanning through the comments to see whether or not there is a good question that we can...
Let's do some live trading, boys. Let's go. Let's do this. Also, guys, I shared my trading strategy with you all yesterday. I shared 2 strategies. Well, 3. I showed the breakout, the break and retest, and a swing strategy. For those of you who missed it, I actually entered live into my NASDAQ swing yesterday here. So that was super cool. I actually entered into that live on stream in front of you guys. And then this morning on stream, I jumped into a little bit late. I should have jumped in here. But nonetheless, I managed to get in on a US 30 swing buy as well. So let me know if you guys have any questions. If you drew it out, maybe if you've been testing it. Let me know what you guys thought of the strategy the strategies that I shared yesterday. Marina, all of that. Yeah, Sam, let's do it all. Let's catch
One
up
of
with
everything.
chat. Yeah, let's catch up with chat while we. Tell you what, Rich, you catch up with chat while I have a look at the charts. How about that?
Yeah, we can do that. Guys, there's some really, really good comments here. We really do apologize for the fact that we did not get to the majority of them.
There was loads. One person actually said, Will, I thought you didn't drink. I don't drink. I'll have the odd beer, or I'll have a cigar and a whiskey or something like that. But I don't drink. I certainly don't party. I certainly don't go out drinking. Like, I'll have 1 or 2 beers in the evening with family or something like that. But I don't go out and drink. No, it's not something I do. So once a year, I find that, I deserve it to go out and drink and, have a party. It's a bit of a tradition. I love New Year's. I was gutted that I'm not spending New Year's in Hong Kong this year because I've spent New Year's in a different country, or certainly a different city each year for the past 4 years. So this will be the 2nd year in a row that I've actually been in the UK now. So a bit of a shame, but oh well. It is what it is. So yeah, no, I don't drink, but I think sometimes it's nice to. I don't not drink because of any reason. It's just something that I choose not to. But there was a fantastic question that someone asked me not so long ago. Let me have a look. Let me try and find it. Oh man, I can't find it. I'll see if I can.
There's some absolute bangers of like information here. Like for argument's sake, also job saying very true. We are all tilted one-sided naturally. Everyone has to work on the weaker side. The fearless trader is most likely reckless, and more careful trader is most likely fearful. I love that because it does resonate quite a bit. Where recklessness is most associated with confidence, and fearfulness is most likely or more often associated with timidness or somebody that is a little bit more reserved. So
yeah, we all have our flaws. Yeah, no, we all have our flaws, man. We can't be perfect. Unbiased trader saying, William, 7% drawdown. So what is your average annual return? On average, so this 7% drawdown was a bit of an anomaly. It wasn't the best return, but this year, I passed phase 1, which is 8%, and then went into a 7% drawdown. So, I mean, that's 1% up. And then I went to 5%, so that's 6%. And then another 5%, so what's that, 11%. Usually it's around anything from 12 to 24% a year, and like averaging. But unfortunately, I had a 7% drawdown this year, so probably gonna be on the smaller side this year. But I'm still up on the year, which is absolutely awesome. It's just a shame that this account was in phase 1 and 2 at the beginning of the year, so that's a shame. But had this account have been live at the beginning of last year, then you'd be looking at a potential scaling at the moment. But it is what it is, guys. What can you do?
Here's an interesting question from Nick's Clicks saying, why do traders not like to give away their strategy when we know retail doesn't move the markets? So good question. And it's usually to do with the fact that a trader that has a specific strategy feels like they have worked towards making that strategy work for them. And I wouldn't say all traders are like this, but I would say a majority of them are, they're a bit more possessive of their own strategy, where they feel like, listen, I've put in the hours, I've put in the psychology, I've put in the hard work, and just to share it in its entirety to somebody whom they don't know will actually, follow it to the same degree as them, and then maybe come back and bash it and say, oh, this is a horrible strategy. I don't know. It's for me, it's more of the idea that you teach a man to fish, you don't give a man a fish. Giving a person a fish is just going to feed them for that day. Teaching them how to fish is going to help them feed themselves, and it's the same idea. I would give you the foundations of my strategy and then have you run with the rest of it, so that you can own that portion of the strategy. It feels like you've put in the effort, you've put in the work, and that strategy is now, you've claimed it, it's now yours. But my strategy is my strategy. I have claimed it, I have created it for myself with my own personality in mind. So that's why. So I don't know if this, if you agree with what I'm saying, but this is how I view the idea of people's strategies.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. It's like with me. Same goes with me. If I was to teach, I've thought about putting trading courses together, but my not ego, not confidence, but my almost like my internal self-respect doesn't want to do it, because I don't want to look like one of those scammer guys. I don't want to be like one of those guys like, oh, I'm gonna buy my course and shit like that. However, I'd love to create a course just to be like, look, guys, and it would be brutally honest. It would be a case of, this course doesn't include a strategy. This isn't going to teach you the strategy. This isn't going to teach you the golden snitch to to trading, what this is going to do is teach you everything you need to know about how to trade and how to be a disciplined trader and how to be the best trader possible. That's what I would create if I was to create a course. I wouldn't create a course saying, oh, this is how I trade, you need to copy this, and this is the only strategy. Like, I'd love to have people who come on, learn how to trade from me, and then they all have different strategies. That would be amazing. Don't get me wrong, I give examples of my strategies, and that's why, like yesterday, I was like, guys, look, this is my strategy. This is 2 different ways of how I trade it. This is my swing strategy. This is how I trade it. But I'll never actually be like, okay, so we need to do this, then we need to do that, then we need to do that. Instead, I'll give you my confluences I'll look at. I'll give you this. I'll give you all the ingredients. You go make the cake. Like add 2 pounds of butter, add 3 pounds of sugar, add 2 kg. I don't know what cake you're making. Add 1 kg of salt. I'll give you the ingredients. You go test it. You go make the cake and tell me if it tastes nice. If it doesn't taste too nice, if it doesn't taste nice, if it's too salty, then great, fantastic. Take some salt out and maybe add some sugar in. Maybe add some vanilla. If you don't like chocolate cake, take the chocolate out. Same goes with my strategy. Like yesterday, I showed you my strategy. If you don't like fib retracements, maybe add in an RSI indicator on my, if you don't like the 200 moving average, maybe test out a 200 moving average, or maybe a Bollinger Band. You just add in things that you like and things that work for you. I think that's the luxury about what we do here. We show, like, I show my live trading here, guys. You can watch my P&L shifting up and down. I can't fake this. No, I can't fake this. I was in 7% drawdown when I first joined the Fivers back in September, and guys, you've watched me claw it all back live on stream. I've taken these trades live on stream. I've showed, in fact, it didn't show you swaps before. So I went in and right clicked and I went to columns, I went to swaps, just so I could show you swaps, so you guys can see that I'm even paying swaps. There's no rubbish, there's no the bull crap here. This is literally just, guys, we are trying to encourage people to be good traders through their own merit. These aren't signals. These aren't signals. These are just 2, well, not 2, but right now there's 2 full-time traders showing you it is possible. And that's what we like in the market. It's showing you what it looks like to be a full-time trader, and what it takes. We had Rich in earlier on, really diving deep into the psychology, and showing you guys what it takes to be a good trader when it comes to your psychology. And we want to be able to promote that and show you the good side of trading, not necessarily the lifestyle, but show you the realistic side of trading. And I think that's important.
Peter, I'm probably going to mispronounce your surname, but it's Kivsho. Are the names on the wheel only the people who participated in the giveaway? I haven't seen my name on the wheel, so I'm just wondering. No, the names that's on the wheel is actually not the people that are being selected. In the background, all of the names is in a random number generator system, and the ones that you see on the wheel are literally just for show. It's to give you a visual representation of something that's happening in the background, so it's not boring. But all of the names of every person that participated in this competition today, their names are in the background being read. So it doesn't matter if your name is not on that cogwheel. It's not going to impact who is going to get, or who's chosen, basically, who's going to get an account. So it's literally just for show.
There's another quote, something like that: if you published the most profitable strategy on the front page of the New York Times and still only a small percentage would trade it profitably. Dude, I 100% think that if I showed you how to trade my strategy, you wouldn't be able to profitably trade it. Hey, yeah. I like it. You need to plow your own furrow. 100%.
Yeah, you need to put in the effort.
Definitely.
Sigma saying, looking good on your current trades, Will. Not sure if asked before, does Rich share any live trades or just you? Actually, I do. Just this week, we've had not really any opportunity to really show it. We've had all of the other hosts give their strategies, so I wanted to at least, give them the opportunity to have all of the time that they need to do their showcase, basically. I do have some trades on my live account that I'm trading on our stream in the morning, as well as the Fiverr stream. But yeah, as of next week, I'm going to start bringing that up again. This week was purely for, giving the space for the other hosts to actually have their shine.
Absolutely. Not only that, I like this here. You can't trade someone else's strategy, but you can learn from them. Yes, 100%. Do you know why? Because we have shown you live on stream. Rich has stolen my strategy and made it, added it to his and made it his own. I have stolen parts of... Huh?
Not the whole strategy.
Parts of my strategy. And likewise with Rich, I have openly done it on stream, where I have taken parts of Rich's strategy and added it to my own. But anyway, guys, I'm just getting a quick phone call because it is 1 o'clock. So I'm going to have to love you all and leave you. Thank you very much for joining. I'm going to have to dash real quick. Rich, I'm sorry for ditching you on your own, but thank you very much, guys. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe if you are new here. And I shall see you all next week. Have a fantastic weekend, guys. Take care.
Shot, mate. No problem. Remy, you can just pop my chart up for the time being while we wait for the rest of the guys to rock up. Not a problem. What I can show you is this is my stream screen at the moment. I did take a singular trade on GU this morning, which was a very nice little trade. Let me just click that. I've already been looking at slowing down, not really anything to do for the rest of the day, because New York session, we've got the US bank holiday. So I really don't expect any proper moves during New York. So I have no intention of trading New York. So what I did was this morning, we were slowly trudging up on the day. So where I usually start is I start smack bang on the start of the day. This is the Tokyo session, this is the London session, this is on the 5 minute. I would generally start here. I don't really care what happened all that much yesterday. What I do want to know is where we are in relation to the highs. Is there a specific area during the day that I can potentially come and test if we have the volume to push us lower? So I'll generally be on the 15 minute. I'll have a look and see if there's any base areas where there was strong momentous movement from, or an area where, in this case, the bulls pushed higher and the bears attempted to push it lower and then failed. So if we had the volume, there was a potential for this area down here to be tested, as an example, but we never got to that point. But that's besides the point for the illustration of this trade. So basically what happened was we were slowly but surely trudging our way up towards the upper end of the Tokyo session. And what I generally look for is I'm looking for areas where price starts failing to push higher or lower. And in this case, let's say this was a little box area where price had a high and then attempted to break that high, and then we start having larger candles in the opposite direction of the current move. So I refer to the idea of areas of interest as an arm wrestle. So you have the bulls and the bears that are holding onto each other, trying to force the price in one of two directions. And in this case, the bulls obviously had all of the power. They were forcing the bears down every single time, forcing the price to go up. But at some point, the bears start pushing back more strongly and with more vigor. And that's when you start having these larger candles in relation to how price was moving previously. So you'll see that 1, 2, 3, this is on the 5 minute. So 3 candles, that's bullish, 2 candles, that's bearish. They don't break lower than that one leg movement of the bulls. The same thing, you have another 2 bull candles and then a bear candle, it doesn't break lower. And it continues like that until the bears started resisting, really resisting. They started pushing back. And then that fails yet again. And I'm looking for areas like this where one of the two sides starts taking over in this case for the bears to take over when the bulls were in control. And you start seeing that when we're failing to make higher highs, so we're wicking higher but we're not closing, there's no conviction, and we're starting to get more input from the bears to start pushing it lower. So then what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a recent area that was a swing point, in this case, to be broken. And by broken, I mean closed above the wick. Not just a wick above the wick. I want a candle body closure. I need to see that in this case, the bears are truly taking over. And then what I'm waiting for, so this is where this happens. It's this area. So we started having the bulls lose the control around about this point, because every time they had an opportunity to try and push the price higher, the bears just took it volumetrically out of their hands. Price starts pushing lower, and then eventually there is one opportunity for the bulls to try and push it higher, and then they fail, which is this candle right over here. This was the break. So you can think of it as a break of structure or a change of character or whatever terminology you want to use. For me, it is purely the idea that this is a swing point that was broken. So it was a swing point. It got closed. So if I pull it straight through, it closed lower. So now that it's closed lower, it becomes a break point. And once it's broken, I just want to see whether or not this candle, this bullish candle over here, is respected. So I want to see if this break point basically is respected. So technically, if price were to, if this bearish candle over here ended up being a bullish candle and then a follow-up bullish candle, then I know that there's a probability that this was just a deeper than expected pullback and that we're probably going to try and take the highs yet again. However, so sorry, there's something I need to just quickly look here. Oh, I'm pretty sure it looks good. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, so as I was saying, so in this case, oh, I see Pedro's on the background. Anyway, so this didn't happen. So we didn't get follow-up bullish candles. So this candle over here is the absolute confirmation that price wishes to continue lower. It does not want to go higher, because when it had an opportunity for the bulls to break this attempt to push price lower, they failed. And then that's where I entered. I generally go for a 1 to 2 in this case. Due to my backtesting, this is a 5 pip one, but I also sometimes do a 10 pip, which would then also still be a 1 to 2, but that's if there is a little bit more movement in the market. Being a bank holiday day, and we've had quite a bit of consolidation, it's slowly moving upwards. I just decided I wanted a short little 1 to 2, and that is where I got. And the nice thing is if I go over to the 15, you will see that this is now the same idea, the drop, the base, and then drop continuation on the 5-minute. You get to see it on the 15-minute as well. These candles here, volumetrically, are much larger than the previous attempts to push price lower. And there's follow-up. There's multiple candles in a row that pushes the price lower and continues to push the price lower. And that is what I trade. I trade the reversions, or the mean reversions, in this case, or reversals, the breaks of a trend, the area where you can see price struggled to push higher and then starts pushing lower. Hello, Victor. How are you?
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
I am groovy, baby.
That's great to know. Hello, everyone. Nice to see all of you, although not literally seeing. It's more like you're seeing me, but you get the point. I see you in the chat. That's where I want to see you, by the way. I want to see you in the chat. Yes, you watching me.
We see the chat representation of you. The digital representation.
Well, sometimes we see you as well when you put yourself on the profile pic, right? We see you. Or
that is true.
we see how you see yourself, right? That's basically it. So
Well, I literally get to see myself right now on this screen because it's me talking and then I see myself talking. It's really weird. Those that have never been part of a stream before, I see myself talking and then it's weird. Anyway.
One of those awkward moments when you realize you expressed your opinion, your very private opinion, to the whole world, and you're kind of you're kind of thinking, should I have? Did I just?
Yeah, it's just like I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
No, but it happens to us all. You start talking about something that at the beginning you were convinced it's something that's, useful and someone will be interested, but halfway through in you say maybe that's not completely the case, or maybe it is not as relevant. Not that what you just said isn't relevant, Richard. I'm not saying you're saying irrelevant stuff either, but I mean, I know how it feels. That's why I'm playing with you. There's a saying, I don't think the saying is in English, but never mind. Yes, so how have you been, Richard?
I have been really good, thank you. How have you been?
You as in singular or in plural?
Well, I'm directing it to you, and then afterwards I will direct it to Pedro as well. So Victor,
because if it is plural,
how have you been?
If it is plural, I would like to allow Pedro to answer first, right? Let's be kind to each other.
I'm enjoying this beginning of this section. I think Victor is on fire, so I'm enjoying. It already made me laugh. I'm really good. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone, whoever celebrates today's event. So yeah, I'm doing great. How are you, Victor? Victor. This English language, it doesn't separate. Like if it was Portuguese or Spanish or something like that, it would be easy to understand if you are talking just for one person or for a group of people. But English, it's a tricky one.
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking, Pedro. So nice of you. Richard as well. I haven't forgotten about your question. I'm doing fine as well, Richard. Thank you for asking. I'm craving a little bit of a rooibos tea today. I don't know why.
I know exactly why. It's because I'm here.
That's the thing. That's it. Richard, you are so wise.
I'm going to thank you for recognizing my wisdom. Because it is Thanksgiving, so I have to give thanks.
Exactly.
I'm giving thanks to you.
Yes. Nowadays, people, what is the first association you have with Thanksgiving?
Turkey.
Right there. Oh, turkey? Okay. Who else? In the chat, let us know. What's the first thing you think when you think Thanksgiving?
I think about US. I think about Thanksgiving Day or just Thanksgiving? Because I think about US.
The day. Yes, the day. The festivity What do you think of US? You mean the country or?
The celebration in there, like it's more of a US tradition. I know that they celebrate also in Canada and maybe somewhere else. But for some reason, I think about US. Maybe because of the movies that you watch, kind of the big agglomeration of the families getting together and stuff like that. So that's kind of where my mind goes. And Turkey as well. Turkey goes straight away. It's just after that.
Well, for a lot of people, and this is where I was going to, and my experiment failed completely. But what I was going to with is that for a lot of people, when they hear Thanksgiving, they think shopping. That's the moment I need to be buying stuff. I need to have my shopping list. I need to be ready to go on shopping spree because it's Thanksgiving, and around these days we have a lot of good offers, and that's true, and that's good, and you should definitely. I don't want to cause a recession by telling everyone not to buy anything, but it's a good thing to remember the actual idea behind it, right? To be grateful, and which is a beautiful and it's a powerful thing. Even though I'm not American, I'm not eating turkey on today, or maybe I am. I haven't checked the menu yet. No, but it's good to think about these things, right?
Definitely. Definitely.
Pedro, you
one
are
second.
a grande Pedro.
Grand Pedro, exactly what I meant.
What,
Which is-
large
it's kind of large, yes. No, but it's grand is kind of an expression that is maybe in Portuguese to say hi to someone or something like that.
Is it? I read it as great Pedro.
Yeah, like grand. You're such a grand person. You know, you're nice, larger
Yeah.
than life.
Yes, not large physically necessarily, but I mean.
Oh my gosh.
I'm hoping I'm not stepping on anyone's toes today, Pedro. You
Nope.
know, it's all.
no,
you know.
good.
Okay, all right.
All in good faith.
All in good faith. All right, so we have a lot of viewers. Viewers in. How do you say viewers in Portuguese, Pedro?
Boa, espectadores, audiência. Mais ou menos isso.
Spectator?
A nossa audiência aqui.
But
Yeah, kind of. Espectadores podia ser. Views. I think maybe.
I have a word. Maybe.
Like that. Tell me.
Maybe in Portuguese it's the same as well, because in Spanish I was looking for that word. What's the word for viewers? Espectadores. So they'll be spectators, which is correct, I suppose. It covers most of it. Audience, but that's a different word. And the only word, my limited Spanish, the only word that I could come up with is televidentes, which is people who are watching from afar, right? Tele, right? From afar, from a distance, and vidente, those who are watching or seeing. So what is it in Portuguese?
Yeah, I think I'll stay with the same one. I think it would be espectadores. Audiência could be as well. Because when I'm thinking about in terms of television, like when you're looking at television and people are looking. So go ahead, sorry, Richard.
Is audience audience?
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm doing
kind
just a direct correlation between how it sounds to me, because it
Audience,
sounds like you're saying
Yeah.
audience.
Yeah, it's kind of the same word.
Okay.
Kind of same translation.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to check.
Kijker.
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 Oh, okay. That sounds lovely.
Kijk means to look. So
Okay.
somebody who's
Okay.
looking at you is a kijker. So it's someone who's tuning in. A viewer would be a kijker.
Well, hello, every kijker out there. All right, we have. It's sometimes these questions, right? I don't know. Maybe I need to check some Spanish, some streams in Spanish, see what word they use to address the viewers, right? Because specifically the viewers, the word viewer, and because televidente, I know that word, but the first association we have with that word is someone who's watching TV, not necessarily a stream. But hey,
Exactly.
Where am I going with this conversation? I don't know.
Only you would know.
Nobody knows. So
I don't
what
know.
have you? Have we had the giveaway today already?
We have, yes, we've had 10 winners. However, Jonatan has potentially alluded to the fact that he may or may not arrive a little bit later to do another one. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. So
Another
We
10
don't-
won today?
I don't know. He's mentioned that he might, he may not. We don't know.
Really?
He wants us to
okay,
stick
so
around to see if there's the potential for him to give more
Okay.
giveaways.
Is there a specific target on the likes or something that we need to achieve?
He said that if we can get 400 likes.
400. Okay.
Yes.
So we are at least halfway through, more than halfway through. So, guys, you know the drill. Then share, like, and there you go. You just got 20 like instantaneously. I think so. So yeah, you know the drill. 400. It's achievable. We have 90 minutes to get there. So I think it's achievable.
I think he actually said 300, but I just added 100 because why not?
Why not? Why not?
Everyone watching us right here, right now, will be so thankful for those ideas, Richard. On behalf of them, thank you.
Yeah, I am going to not take up of any of you guys' time. I know Pedro is here with a very specific quest, with a very specific goal, and that is to show everybody a little something about Pedro FS. So,
Am I? Okay. I think you start already. I do like that drop-based drop. I really like that you also pay attention to those details. Because it's something that is an expression that or terminology that I used to listen a lot and to follow. Nowadays with ICTs, we don't really hear anymore about drop-based drop or rally-based rally. So it's nice to see someone from the old school to mention those terminologies. It's good to see it.
yeah,
something that I like to use.
My training is based around it. So
Exactly.
anyway, I'm going to love and leave you guys. So I don't know, Remy, if there is another screen for you to bring up, and then you can just take mine off, and then I will say my last farewells.
Yeah, there you go.
Such a beautifully clean chart. I do love your chart.
It wasn't Remy, but thank you anyways.
Victor, I do thank you most sincerely for the fact that you have done what you have done. I just want to say this. I really do like Pedro's chart and his charting. It's very clean. Okay. It's very crisp. I really do like a clean chart. So, yes.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate the comment. Sometimes it does get a bit messy, and I try to kind of remove as much as possible again. When it gets messy, it means that I need to pause and kind of redo everything again to clear my mind. The less things I in my chart, the better.
Every day. I clean my charts at the end of every day, and then every morning I start afresh and I repaint everything.
Yeah.
Well, your mother would be proud of you, Richard.
Well, I would hope she is.
I'm sure she is.
Right,
you've grown up to be a very decent and likable man, so I'm sure she is.
Yes. She would only tell the nicest stories about me. Anyway, all right, guys, I am going to love and leave you. Finally, have a good day, and then for everybody in chat, thank you very much for your questions. Sorry that we couldn't get to everything. But you are getting a different kind of value by having people like Victor and Pedro here sharing their strategies. So, yeah, I'll see you guys next week, Monday. Cheers.
Thank you, Richard.
Lots of love for you, Richard, from the audience. So enjoy it and have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Victor, what are you up to today?
I'm waiting. There hasn't been a signal or a setup that I have been trading, but I mean the main strategy that I share with our dear audience, there hasn't been. Maybe I should switch to mine to give the audience a visual on what I'm talking about, and that is the EU and euro dollar. And in the this looks clean as well. Look, Richard. Oh yes, no, now it updated. Now it's not so clean anymore. But hey, if you want cleanless, I can too, right? No, I'm just being silly here. So as you can see, for those who perhaps know me a little bit, and those who don't, I need an H4 order block, either it be a fresh one or one that is part of a valid quasi, and none of those two structures are in sight, right? There is one order block here that has not been retested yet. It is fresh, so only when we get there, I would start looking for prices for a possible setup. But the last couple, from the beginning of the day, that hasn't been the case. On EU and GU is the same. Actually, that order block needs to be taken out. As as you can see on GU as well, there isn't really anything, right? There is an order block up here. You can see it on my chart, but we're not there. So there is nothing to do in the interim. Just waiting for price to get to one of these areas that makes sense to me, and I'm marking them on the charts for you guys, and then only then I will start to be looking for possible entries, either here going long or there going short. On EU, you can see I'm only going to be going long from the order block that I indicated below, but that hasn't happened yet. And until then, my only job, at least according to this strategy, the main one, the one I, my bread and butter, as we say, I don't have anything to do in terms of execution. Just wait patiently, work on other things, stream with you guys, and wait for my moment to, to act. That's it. So basically, nothing. I have nothing to show for this morning. That's not true.
Yeah, it's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's Thanksgiving Day, so most likely, if there was any opportunity, maybe it was more during the London session. I think as we get into this US session, I think the market's going to sway down, because no one exactly is going to be trading. So we shouldn't be really expecting any type of volatility today. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be a good day. I think Black Friday tends to be a good volatile day. Sometimes even some strong trends being created on that day. Sometimes it's also used as almost as an indicator of retail sales to see how many people actually spend money on Black Friday. If it is too many, if it is too little, kind of shows a little bit the strength of the economy or not. But usually Black Friday tends to be volatile. So tomorrow maybe yes. Today, honestly, I think as we get into the US session, I think price will just slow down completely, and then we can maybe resume trading tomorrow. I think that's kind of the expectation at this point that I have, at least for the market.
Since you are much more in tune with the fundamental side of things, has anything changed since the last couple of days, in your opinion, Pedro? Because the rate cut expectation has been very volatile, right? From 6 weeks ago to like 3 weeks ago to last couple of weeks. Has there anything changed on that front? Have you noticed anything?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. I think last week when you spoke, that was the NFP. The likelihood was actually to have a new rate cut, but meanwhile, it changed completely. Like as you can see here over the weekend, it completely changed. I didn't even know, but actually LJ mentioned on Tuesday that the next NFP is not going to be on this traditional day, which is the first Friday of where is Victor? On the first Friday of the month, but it's going to be actually later and after the meeting. It's going to be kind of on the 16th or 17th of December. I think one of the factors that actually happened was a few Fed members speaking, giving their opinion about the data. And even though the NFP that we got 1 week ago was slightly strong, the reality is that there is maybe still concerns on the labor market and in the private sector that's maybe a little bit fragile, and maybe that puts pressure on the Fed to continue to cut rates, taking into consideration also that inflation maybe is not as bad as maybe they think, and therefore apparently there was a big shift on the possibility of another rate cut in December, because aside from that we didn't really receive any data that was reinforcing this. It was more of an opinion and listen to what the Fed members had to say about it. But we'll see. We'll see if this is going to be actually the reality. If in 2 weeks from now we are going to have the rate cut or not. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see.
What do you think? What is your I know.
I think it's when I don't really try to guess too much. I just follow actually what's around here. The main point that I try to pay attention to is if the expectation that we can already see represented on this graphic, on this chart, if it is already priced in on the charts. Okay, so basically, is this now expectation of the new rate cut is already being shown, or you can already start seeing it on the charts. For example, when we started to see actually that the potential we are going to keep the rates unchanged in December, that coincided with this sell-off that we had kind of in the mid of November on US indices. And since basically that shift of momentum happened on Friday, so we had NFP on Thursday, prices sold off quite aggressively, and then on Friday it kind of started to, the shift again started to change on the possibility that now we're going to have another rate cut, and all of a sudden you have a big rally on the US indices. So basically this is already pricing in all that type of a move. So for me, more important than actually what eventually is going to happen is trying to see if the market is already adjusting and pricing in that potential measure. The problem is when it's kind of really close to 50-50, and then can create volatility because the market may not really still be positioned in accordance to what's going to happen. But sometimes when it's that clear, for example, when the rate is around 80% or 90%, then you can basically whatever that prediction was, it's already priced in. And then the main differentiator is now what the Fed is going to say on the press conference towards the future. That's then what's going to move. Basically, the market is always moving in anticipation of something. It's not what's going to happen today. That's how the market keeps on moving. It's always shifting like that. And that's why sometimes literally looking at the charts is more of a representation of all the information that there is towards than what they expect in the future. And that's maybe some people just stick on looking at the charts and they don't really care much of the fundamentals.
That's me. I find it incredibly interesting, right? All the papers, opinion, and interviews, articles, love them. But at a certain moment, I just decided I want to keep it as simple as possible. And I know I'm not, not using all the information out there because I could be enhancing things. But there's also power in simplicity, and that's what I follow.
Yeah, and then, for example, there are some people, especially someone that is really focused on fundamentals, maybe economists or something like that, analysts, that they look at what's going on in the world, at the macro economy and the news, and then they are really strong-minded towards one direction. Okay, for the Michael Burry from the movie, it was literally kind of trying to. He saw the issue with the housing market and many other things, and they say literally start selling it way early. So I'm not strong-minded in terms of either it's going to keep rates, cut rates, whatever. I don't really care about that. Then I just absorb that information and try to see what the chart is doing. That's my main priority, is try to see what the chart is doing. I don't really care if it stays up, down, goes left, right, center, what the news are saying, whatever. Just try to understand how much impact those news are going to have in eventually on the price movement. That's the only thing that concerns me, to be honest. Yeah, there's a nice comment in here of the unbiased trader, which is on a serious note. The Fibers community, it has been Goose last few weeks learning about intra and scalping. I'm closing my main book for the year. Best of luck for the rest of the year and see you in 2026. That's interesting. So basically it's already taking December off. Maybe unbiased trader, if you want to share what you are going to be doing in December, are you going to try to maybe make your strategy even better, try to see some filters, some back testing, some review of the strategy? What are you going to do exactly in December, trading related? Even if you are not trading, executing trades, are you going to be doing anything trading related to try to improve your strategy and preparations for 2026? If you want to share with us, that would be great, aside from, of course, reviewing your year, looking at your data and so on. Yeah.
Someone asking about the Australian dollar against the US dollars, dollar, not plural. If it's okay, we can take a
Yeah, go
look
ahead.
at it. Or
Go ahead,
would you
take a
like?
look at
Do
it.
you have perhaps an analysis ready on the Aussie dollar? If you have, then we can switch to yours. Otherwise, we can take a look at mine, which is
Yeah, go ahead. You
also
can look at
fine.
yours.
Okay, perfect. Let's take a look at. Thank you all, by the way, for those great positive messages there. We appreciate your support for our channel, and all those hearts going to to our team. Thank you for that. You make Pedro blush. He almost spit the the water out just by the reaction. I could see it is in his eyes. Look at that smile. You can't stop smiling. Anyways, let's get back to what we were doing. So on the monthly time frame, right? Higher time frames. Always we start on the monthly. What is the last two structures that we have seen? One is you can look at the I know the person who asked this probably is looking for something on the hourlies, but it's still important to understand the higher time frame so you can have an idea, have a little probability. Is this going to be something that's going to keep on breaking structures or not? Or are we going sideways? Are we in an impulsive market on the weeklies perhaps, or in the daily? That will affect your probabilities on the hourlies, even if it seemingly does not here. Well, we have a on the Aussie a quite interesting price action. One is, and that's why we have these levels, these blue lines, the horizontal blue lines here for you. We have taken previously, right, much earlier, we've taken out both sides, which tells us that the market, this is on the higher time frames. I know it's a long time ago, but still it is relevant. It is actually I should say something first, right? We are on the US dollar, the Aussie dollar. We have been in a range, so to speak, for some time already, and we're currently on the lower bottom of that range, right? So historically, price came back into that order block on the monthly and try to break out. That's what this moment is, right? It's a breakout because previously there was a little fake breakout here that didn't have any follow through. It was actually a fake out and went on to begin to create a more compressed price action, a range, and we had a second breakout, right? So the market is trying to move from this demand zone to the supply zone on top, and on both two occasions it had it occurred, or it resulted in a fake out, meaning that there's a lot of tension on this pair to go one way or the other, right? The buyers are trying to come in and break out to the upside, but it's not happening. They're not getting traction. They're not getting follow through. So the question is, will on the third time that move come out? We don't know that, but when you see this narrative of what the market has been trying and failing so far, the question then is the third time perhaps the one that's going to happen? Because you can imagine, if I know this is the monthly, I've said it a couple of times already, but if we do have a breakout, right? Look at this little wick here that only was a fraction. It's the monthly, the fraction, and here it actually closed outside of the range, the previous range. But on both occasions, you can see how the buyers are getting a little bit more traction on, still failing, but a little bit more traction on a possible breakout. So the question that I have when I see this is, when is that actual breakout gonna come? Because when it happens, even if it's on a higher time frame, and you might think it's not relevant to me sitting on my H4 or my 1 hour time frame, the market will move on one side for an extended period of time, just like you had something like this. And you can imagine what kind of market, what kind of price action you're going to be seeing on the daily and on the hourlies. That's going to be trending. That's going to be ribbon with your EMAs all nicely looking up, and it's going to go run and run for days on end because this is the monthly. So you want to know that in advance as to, is this, able to happen? When is it likely to happen, and where should I be looking for that breakout? Obviously, it's going to be in this area, which is not where we are, but that's where the kind of things you want to recognize at each time you start your top-down analysis. Just remind yourself that there is a process. They're very slow. It may happen, a year from now, but still, you want to know about it. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. So in between, we are now in 2 order blocks that has been that we're bouncing from. Right, so that's the basic idea. However, we are creating some structures right here which are interesting on the monthly time frame. Let's zoom in and take a look at them. So we have a a bearish order block that is not being effective, right? We have it, it's kind of in the middle of the range, so a bit suspicious for a fake, right? For a fake bearish move, meaning a bearish structure that's not going to last. It's just going to trap the sellers to get into the intra trade, but it's going to actually go to the level that is the real one that's going to be impactful. We don't know in advance if that's going to be the case, but that's what I think, right? That's at least one thing that I consider. You have then the bearish order block, but as you can see, is it being effective? Is it having a bearish push, or is it dragging the market to the downside? It's not, right? It seems like the market doesn't really even care that there's a bearish order block here. Not only that, it creates another one, right? And that one is even higher, right? So even there are 2 bearish order block, meaning these should be indication of bearishness coming in. The reality is that they are being quite weak. So that's something you want to be looking, meaning it could mean that the market is perhaps not going to respect them after all. They're not going to be long-lived structures that you can trade from them a lot. That being said, these are monthly structures. You can still trade them on the hourly and the daily, but just take that into account long-term. Let's go lower time frames on the weekly. And in this move, what we have? We are currently, we are retesting a fresh order block. Right, this is still at play. We've come back into it, and presumably, right, we create the order block here. That's not the tool that I was looking for. We created it here, the order block, right? That's the order block that was created, and we came back presumably to move out of it, right? This is the expected move. However, instead of getting bullish structures being created as we are interacting with this order block again, what we are seeing is bearishness, right? That's we got to the first retest, had bearishness. Something is not right. That shouldn't be the case, because supposedly the higher time frame, or the weekly in this case, it's not a higher time frame, but the weekly is telling us that we should be expecting that reversal and transition back to buyer's order flow, and it's not happening. Maybe it's not happening yet, maybe it's still to come, but it's not happening. Okay, so we are seeing still bearishness on that weekly time frame. Let's continue lower. Let's mark this properly before we continue. So we have that's a weekly structure. So let's go in. So we have on the higher time frames, we are currently in a supply zone, and on the daily time frame, there's actually a quasi, which is also the basis of the weekly order block, right? That's the quasi established downtrend, and it comes back. You can expect price to be, once it gets back to these structures, there is one here, and we had the reaction. You can see this is one order block, and you have another one here, and both of them, actually, let me mark this. This is a good example of how the quasi works. This is one, and there is another one here. Okay, so you can see this is beautiful. I like this. This is a beautiful price action. Okay, so what I mean by that is the following. Look at that. So we have the quasi established downtrend, right? Breaks it, the neckline. That's the neckline. Breaks it, and then automatically, as it comes back down, you can identify these 3 order blocks, entry order blocks, I call them, which are possible places or likely places where, hi, Rohan, how you doing? The possible places, high probability places where the market will at least react from. It may be a pop or maybe a complete reversal and a new trend starting from that. So you can see how the market comes to the first one, there's a reaction. It gets to the second one, right? It's weak, it has weeks, but it does not violate it. It respects it in the end, doesn't close below it, and there's another reaction. And now it came to the third one. Guess what it does? Has another reaction. Isn't that perfect? Perfect reaction got from all 3 of the entry order blocks. Guess what? You could be on each one of them, catching the reversal on the lower time frame, riding the reaction to 1 or 2 candles on the daily time frame, and then do it again and again and again. You would be, 3 out of 3, you would be right in catching these moves. That's beautiful. That's exactly the quasi, what a quasi allows you to do. Identify the areas in advance, right? In advance, where it is highly probable or likely to have some kind of a reaction. Okay, so we are understanding that reversal pattern. You can understand as well that we are moving away from the last order block. It's not a guarantee that it cannot continue to go down because it already had its reaction. So the order block already made what it was supposed to do. So the question is, did something change, or do we have evidence, indication that something changed in price action since we left this order block? Because if there is going to be a reversal, guess what? You're going to see bullish order block being created, and you're going to see bearish order block being broken. So to the degree of those 2 things happening, you can assert with increasingly certainty that something significant has happened since the last time we were in the last order block. The buyers, the bigger significant buyers, are stepping in, and they are likely to be pushing price higher or not. So that's for you to find out, but I can give you a couple of things. So this is the daily. What is the break? Where's the structural break for this swing? This swing. Let me make it a little bit more interactive. I'm gonna put here some lines, and I'm gonna give people the choice. I'm gonna give them numbers, and you can decide, or you can vote which of these 3 yellow horizontal lines is the line that needs to be broken for us to understand that something has changed structurally in the market structure. Let's have a look. 1, 2, and 3. Let us know in the chat. Show us your TA prowess, your skills, your craftsmanship as a technical analyst. We'll wait a little bit, a couple of maybe a minute or so, to understand how, if the market structure has changed, right? Nix says, I'm not going to say what Nix says. Well, maybe I should. Should I? Let's wait a couple of more before we read them. We have Guaquiza, Bobby Fisher, Anto Cajoro. We have Nix Clicks. What else? Who else?
Yeah, while everyone is replying to the question, we can see the reply from Unbiased Trader when we ask him what he's going to do in December. So it looks like that he's going to have a busy December. By the way, I'm a little bit jealous of your end of the year, going to Dubai and New York. That sounds interesting. So I hope you have a great time in there. By the way, I hope you relax, enjoy, and then come back with a smile, like I mentioned. But basically, he's going to rebalance his books between strategies in the next 2 weeks. So he's going to do some off the charts work, which is really important as well. And then at the same time, he's going to be back testing his intra and scalp strategies, as Zertons have been variance expectation. What is the plus V? Just to make sure if I'm do you know,
Positive.
Victor? It's positive expectation. Yeah, it's been a bit crazy. Yeah, so that sounds like a good plan. To be honest, unbiased. I hope definitely that you have a great time in Dubai and in New York, and that you do manage to find whatever you need to find within your strategy to make it even more efficient, more profitable. And of course, come back with a smile. And you can, of course, always join us during this month of December, even though if you're not actively trading, feel free to join us as always. We always appreciate you guys being here on the chat. Yeah. So do you want to answer your question, Vitor? There are a few.
Yes.
answers
So
already.
I'm very excited. Let's look a look. We have Nick's Clicks. We had Wakiza, Bobby Fisher, Anto Kahoro, Michael Akbegwi. I'm not sure. Miss X Twilight and many more in your mind answering this. Maybe you didn't have you didn't put it in, but I'm sure. All right. So you have a couple of things to. It was a little bit of a tricky question, I know, and that's why we have a couple of person saying 3. I said, what you want to be seeing is you want to be seeing the market after it hit that entry order block on the last one, entry order block on the quasi. You want to see it creating bullish structures and doing the opposite with the bearish structure. So you want to see it creating order blocks, bullish ones, and breaking bearish ones. Now there is a bearish order block here, and there is another one here. So if and that wasn't the question actually, that was at the beginning, that was the introduction, and if you follow that, you could say, this line needs to be broken. It looks like it's already broken. However, the actual question was, where is the structural break in the market structure, meaning the higher or lower highs and lower lows? And if you follow that, this is the market structure, right? Yes, there are order blocks here, but this is the market structure. So as you can see, breaking number 3 wouldn't be a market structure yet, because it can still continue to go lower, right? However, let me do it again. The market structure is number 2, right? So that's the last swing high that, if broken, if the market is now able to overcome this line, it will now have become it will be a break of structure, which meaning that the market is trying to go to the upside. It has changed. The structure of the market is no longer making lower highs and lower low, and is possibly, you don't know for sure, but it's possibly going to be doing this, meaning a reversal. Okay, so it is number 2. I said number 3, but it's number 2. That's one thing, but that's one indication. So market structure being broken, that's one. And the other one was what I was telling of before. You want to be seeing the structures in between being broken and bullish structures being created. And we do have a bullish one. That's an outside bar on the daily for those who are aficionados of order blocks. So there you go. You have it right here. We have a bullish order block being created. And officially, to me, it hasn't broken this one, right? It hasn't closed above it. So this order block is still valid. Okay, even though it's squeezed and it seems that this order block is the one to be watching, this one is not so important. Even though it's not invalidated, it's still, in my mind, I wouldn't use it, but it's still valid. This is the one that needs to be seen, and we need to wait for the end of the day to see if the order block here is broken, because then you have a bullish and a bearish, bullish being created, bearish being invalidated. Then it starts to then you would have one of the first criteria, which is creating the structures that will go with that move, that expected move to be going in the other direction. And then the second thing you want to be looking is that it takes out this line. All of this is on the daily, so probably today you will not see anything happening yet, because you will have to, it's the daily time frame needs more time. So that is a quite interesting developments, right? If it does keep on creating bullish structure and create and invalidates those bearish ones and take this out, that puts the odds a little bit in the favor of a possible, it will be evident for everyone that the likelihood of market continuing to go higher has become, has increased. So that's one thing. These are all swing trades market structure, but you can understand why we want to know and start from the monthly to understand the backstory, what's happening. It's just like basically you read the newspaper, you open the newspaper. Nowadays no one opens the newspaper, everyone is on their tablets reading articles, but you get the point. Let's say you open your your news outlet wherever you may be, and you read something about I don't know, Russia and Ukraine. They are negotiating ceasefire. But it isn't until you understand the history behind it that you can put it into perspective to understand why is that important. How did we come to this area? Why, what would happen if we get peace, or that if things escalated? All of that context on that you would have on geopolitically is by understanding history, right? And that's the same thing we do when we start with the top-down analysis all the way from the monthly. To understand where are we, and what if we break here? Is that something that's going to, are we going to explode to the upside, or is just a break and go randomly to the side? Understanding that the hierarchy of the time frame and where to put it gives you, panoramic context as to your understanding, and gives you more depth in understanding what's likely to happen in the future. All right, so let's go to the lower time frame, because I think that's what our viewer wanted. Who was Miss Twilight 88. Thank you for the question. All right, so now we are right here as we go in on the lower time frames. This not relevant daily order block anymore, and we do have a bullish order block that was created after we had the entry order block on the daily quasi that made price react to the upside. Good, fine. So let's take a look. So we do have this order block. Is this part of a fresh order block? We go to the daily because it's a daily structure. It needs to be assessed in its own time frame, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you check the Monday stream, the last hour, I talked about the framework of which I operate, right? And what a fresh order block is. And a good number, it's not the best number, but it's a good number to start off with, is 10. Once it's over 10, it's not really fresh anymore, at least not to me. So using that same technique or framework, this is still fresh, meaning you can expect some kind of reaction with some good probability from this area. So that's good. So we have one thing. So we have the daily that indicate maybe we're gonna have some kind of reaction to the downside. How much of a reaction, that's second step. We go to the H4, I mean. Do we have an H4? I mean, but before we do that, let me double check something. We don't have a quasi on the daily, on the lower, deeper, zoomed in time frame. No, we don't. All right, so so we go to the H4, and this whole structure is too big to be anything on the H4 other than a bullish quasi, but that's besides the point. That's the bullish quasi on the H4. Let me mark that as such. And that gives us, ideas for later, but that's not exactly the question of our dear viewer, Twilight 88, Miss Twilight 88. So let me mark these areas that would then be possible areas to be getting in. That's one. If price were to come back, that's one, and this is another one. And actually, that's the only two we have, because otherwise, currently those are the two areas we have, but that's fine. But that's not relevant right now, but I just want to have an idea of what is being put out here. So let's go to the left to see if we have a quasi right there, if it's valid. Nope. Oh, actually, yes. And the quasi would be. I hope you guys have patience because I know my analysis, they take like half an hour to conclude, and takes a little bit of patience, but hopefully you'll be rewarded for it. All right, so that's it. I don't see anything in here. So basically there's nothing to the left. There is a quasi bearish here, and we do have a structure, but it doesn't have overlap with the daily, so you can trade it, but those are not the greatest one to be trading. You want to have overlap and all the good stuff so we can focus, since we don't have anything to the left on the H4, we can focus more on the lower time frames. And what do we see? Within the daily order block, right, which we just mentioned is still fresh, we get, what do we get? Oh, what is this? This looks good. That's an engulfing, right? An engulfing that creates in the order block. And now you want to be waiting for price to get back to that area to have that reaction. Okay, so currently we do have a bearish structure to short from Miss Twilight. And that could be enough for you to go short. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if I may give some advice, or at least not advice, some idea how I trade, I look for alignment. So I have the H4 right here, and then I will look for the H1 or H2 to give me that alignment. And now we do have an order block on the H1 right there, but only this area is giving us overlap. And yes, the market can just use the H1 and then move out. That can happen, but I have seen that my stats are much better when I only trade from the overlap, and that's what I would do. I would wait for the overlap between the H4 and the H1 and get my entry only when it gets to the area that indicated, and we haven't gotten there yet. So I will wait for the price to get there, and once we get there, I would go to the minutes to get my surgical precision entry if it occurs. And if not, then I'll just leave it and let it do its thing, go up or down, but without me. That's it. It took me 90 minutes to explain this top-down analysis, but I enjoyed it. Hopefully you did as well.
Yeah, so we may have that short opportunity to look for. I agree. I kind of agree a little bit with
a little bit, Pedro. You have to agree completely. Not a little bit. Where's your support? What's the matter?
Yeah, I would just completely skip everything in there. I would have skipped everything. I wouldn't even trade anything on the Aussie at this point. I think at the bottom was a nice one. Some of the guys in the Portuguese stream actually caught the long from the bottom, which was a good trade. At this point, I wouldn't. But I think it can be close to see some resistance and see some selling pressure coming in after the last few days. That price just moved to the upside.
We have a question.
Go ahead.
We have a question from Ramer Cadorna. Ramer Cadorna. Hopefully I pronounced that well. Victor, is this applicable also in the lower time frame? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but if you're referring to quasis and order blocks and freshness and invalidation, it's yes, and yes. Because the market is fractal, and these are candlestick combinations. Candlestick combinations have no time frame. They are valid in every time frame. Quasis is chart pattern. They don't have any specific time frame. There are variation. They may be a little bit more effective on, let's say, the daily, but that's because everyone is looking at the daily at some point, right? So, but basically, you can use them in all time frame. That's my point. It doesn't really matter. This is just basic. This is based on the simple, the very fiber of the fabric of technical analysis, right? This is based on order blocks, which is one side taking control of the other side, and patterns that are so repetitive, and it just, it's logical, right? It breaks the structure, and there's no way it can go higher unless it breaks the structure, and so on. So yes, this works on all time frame, also on the lower time frame, but obviously the lower time frame you go, the more the harder it gets to see these things without the noise, because on the lower time frame you may get influences from other things that will make it a little bit more difficult to identify, but they're still gonna work. My advice to anyone who's trying to apply these ideas is to use alignment. I talked about it as well on Monday, that you want to be using alignment, because then you're stacking the odds in your favor. You're only going to be trading when you have the H4 and the H1 or whatever time frame you choose on your side. So if you trade one of them, there's a little bit of edge. It's there, but it's not great if you just use one time frame. But if you stack them up, you would see, yes, you become more selective and you have to wait a little bit longer, but the edge gets amplified or gets bigger, and that's where you want to be trading. You want to be at the best possible place to be trading, and not anywhere else.
Yeah. Give me 1 minute, Victor. I'll be right back, and then I do have to explain a little bit my strategy. I think Jonatan asked me to do that today, so I'll need to go over a little bit exactly this similar session that you did on Monday. I'll do myself in a bit. Just give me 1 minute. Be right back.
No problem, Pedro. Pedro has gone to recharge his batteries so he can give an explosive explanation in the last 55 or 54 minutes of our stream. So get your popcorn ready, and because this is going to be fun. Get your notebook, pen, ready to be writing, taking notes of Pedro, because I'm sure Pedro has a lot to offer, and you can learn a lot from him, just as many others in our stream. If it resonates with you, then by all means, take note, adapt it, mold it to your personality, to your experience, to your character, to the way you are, and make use of it. It's all completely free. There's only one thing we ask from you. All of this is completely free. Giveaways, the knowledge, the experience, the time and everything, the effort, everything, completely free. But there's only one thing we ask for you, to return the favor by pressing that lovely button that has a thumbs up on the screen. Do that. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And that's it. With that, we will be immensely grateful for all of it. So go ahead, look for that button, and make sure we get the support we would like to get, so we can reach more people. That's the idea. To be honest, Nitin Kumar Garami, I don't know. I will have to check with Jonatan. Jonatan is the person, I think, that will be sending out the emails. If maybe he will check. I'll send him a message, and maybe we will see if the emails have been sent out already. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Thank you, Anto Kahoro. Awesome, Guaquiza. That's what I think as well. We are on a mission to bring raw truth and transparency to the prop firm industry, something that is not really prevalent in the industry, sadly enough. And we are here, as you can see, we are aligned, and that's the best criteria to choose a prop firm. We are aligned with the interest of the prop trader. A lot of these companies, I know I'm biased because it's coming from our channel, me being part of the team saying this, but analyze and see if there's truth in what I'm saying or not. If you watch and compare other players in the industry, one thing that is a lot of the time is missing is that, they're not aligned with you, the trader. How do you know that? Well, they're only interested in the fee, and the fee of the prop account, right? They don't give you education, they don't give you a community, they don't give you the tools, they don't invest in the trader, you, and we do, because we understand, we are the pioneers of this industry. I mean, we understand that it's not about the fees. What we want are good, consistent traders. And how do you get that? You get that by helping them grow, by giving them the opportunity, by hiring people who are already trading and are profitable and consistent, one more than the other, doesn't matter, but come them, show others, share that, form the community, do all of these things, make them meet each other, so that they can learn from each other. That's how you can identify the better prop firm companies. And so I don't know why I start saying this, but I think it's important for people to realize you want to be at a prop firm that is a partner. It's not just a company that sells you something and that leaves you in the cold and just waits for you to fail and goodbye. You want someone, a company that is investing continually in keeping you, by making you able to grow and allowing you to grow. And that's what we have. That's what we do in everything we do. And we're just getting started. So awesome, Pedro. Let's see. We have a couple of questions here. I see you are ready. Ashley, you're a day late. I'm sorry. You're completely yesterday. I gave the reason why I use a mask. I'm sorry. I'm totally sorry. I can't do anything about it. You have to go back and see yesterday's stream, and somewhere in there, I disclosed my reason. I laid it out there, completely vulnerable, telling all my secrets, the reason why I have a mask. Sorry, can't do it. I can't say it today. Sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
All right,
Pedro.
I think next year in 2026, I think you should answer to everyone that asked you that question. That last year in 2025, there was for 5 minutes during one live stream that you actually removed the mask. So you're kind of going to force them to go watch every single live stream from 2025 to go find those 5 minutes where you actually remove the mask, which never happened, but they will be entertained watching every single live stream where you were there. I think that would be a good answer.
And for those, one person asked about the email for the giveaway. Apparently Mario, our good friend Mario, has already received his account this morning. So I don't know if they're all sent out, simultaneously. May or may not be the case, or they go in batches. So maybe Mario was in the first batch and whoever asked the question is in some following batch. I don't know. But apparently, according to Mario, this is some are already getting their account. So I would say wait patiently until, I don't know, a few days, 1-2 days perhaps. And then you perhaps start sending, or maybe the whole week. Wait for the week to end. And if nothing happened, then contact support, I suppose, to check what happened. No problem.
I think on that, regardless of the accounts, I think we have filters. I think like for the super profitable traders, they receive them first. For anyone that is kind of profitable, they receive anyone that is on the break-even dance after then all the way. So if you are the last one, I think that's what to do. Mario, if Mario got it first, well, that says a lot about Mario in that sense. So of course I'm joking, right? So there's no restrictions whatsoever. You guys get it whenever you get it.
Yes, yeah. That's a nice little play there, Pedro. On but we have Rayhan. I think he's Rohan.
You see,
Rohan is
also on the super profitable category. So he's also, so there you go. Today is Thanksgiving Day, right? Today is the 27. 27 is the day that the super profitable traders they get their accounts. If you get it tomorrow, well, that tells you something about your trading. That's basically it.
Of course, that's not the case. We are not making any distinction, but it's nice to play with the idea just a little bit, just for the fun of it. We are, I think we are ready. And whenever you are, no pressure, Pedro, no pressure at all. Whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Yeah, it's perfect. And for anyone that is asking gold, I think M76 was asking about gold. There's not really much to talk about gold, especially today, and don't really expect any volatility. It may still continue to go higher. It's just to do a quick analysis in here. If you follow this trend line, price is actually kind of finding a little bit of resistance at around this level. It's maybe within an interesting supply level, even though in my opinion it's not really my favorite, so I could still see it going a little bit higher. But for today, honestly, I don't think price will go anywhere. As we are getting into this US session, it's bank holiday. There are a few bank holidays where it's actually like there's almost no volatility or volume in here, which is Christmas, New Year's, and also Thanksgiving Day. Right? It's basically an Easter as well. Right? So don't really expect any type of volatility in this type of days. So don't force any trade today, guys. There's no need to even be upset. I think I read as well in one comment with a sad face that gold was not creating any kind of volume today or volatility. It's to be expected. Okay, guys. So there's more things to do. You can enjoy your company in here. Maybe do some backtesting. Go review your trades. There's many things that you can do to improve your trading, and instead of just trying to find the next opportunity, especially in a day like this. All right. So, what are you talking about today? How do I trade? Basically, I think that's the question, maybe. Or how do I look at market? How do I find opportunities in the market? Let me just try to get into a chart where I can bring everything in here and easier to draw. So I'm going to be drawing a few things in here. Feel free to ask any questions about what I'm going to explain. It's actually nice that I have Vitor in here with me. Vitor will definitely have maybe some questions to ask as well. Basically, what I try to look for in the market is to find high quality setups. Okay, that's my priority at this point. Maybe in the past it was not so much. I was trying to maybe trade from every single place, but today is trying to find high quality setup. So that's my priority when I try to look for it. Now, where can you find high quality setups, or what will define a high quality setup? So basically, as you guys know, if you don't know yet, I'm a counter trend trader. Okay, that's kind of my style, even though you can definitely kind of use some of this information as well as a as a trader that looks for momentum and trend continuation setups. But for me, so one of the main things that I look for to try to identify those high quality setups is, first of all, a level where I'm expecting price to react from. Okay, can be an order block, can be a supply demand, can be maybe some level of support resistance, some kind of level, mostly from the left side, where I'm expecting price to at least have some kind of reaction. So the bigger the higher in the time frame, the better in terms of maybe the stronger that level is. And that at least I should be expecting some kind of a reaction from it. Then you can in a bit categorize exactly what levels I'm looking for more specifically. And the second point is that aside from being a good level where I'm expecting price to react from, the second part is that I want to see at least some space available for price to move towards to. Okay, so let's pretend that now we have in here this order block, this supply level. So price is approaching. Let's pretend that this is on a daily time frame. So if price is approaching this level, and I think that this is a good level that I'm expecting at least some kind of reaction, then I want to see at least some space available for price to move towards to. That is going to provide me at least some space that I can try to find an opportunity and trade in there. Okay, at least to give me some minimal risk reward, maybe 2-1, 3-1 minimum, for me to entertain the idea that I want to trade. If by any chance I'm looking for a trade or I'm looking for potential trade around this level, but the next higher time frame level that maybe price can bounce from is already straight away maybe a strong level of support resistance in the past that was in here, maybe looking at this is maybe not enough space for me to try to look for a trade. But if the next key level is maybe somewhere around here, maybe this is already entertaining enough of a space to try to look for a trade. And of course, then you're going to go into the lower time frames to try to find an opportunity to look for. Okay, so two things: a good level on the left side that I'm expecting price to react from. Second thing, I want to see at least a minimum space available for price to go. For example, could be again from a daily level to another daily level, or 1 hour level to another hour level, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's one of the main things that I'm trying to look for. Now, anytime I'm starting to analyze the market, it goes a little bit in alignment with what Vitor just mentioned in terms of trying to understand the story of what we are analyzing when Vitor was doing the analysis on the Aussie dollar, and also why Vitor obviously starts from the higher time frame all the way to down to the lower time frame. So basically, I'm trying to answer. Wait, not this one. This is Richard, this one, let's see, copy this one. I'm trying to answer these three questions in here, okay? So, three questions that I'm asking myself constantly when I start to do my analysis is, where is price coming from? Where does price want to go? And where is price at the moment? Okay, so when I start answering these questions from the higher time frame, can be daily, and then eventually go into the lower time frame to try to find the opportunity. So basically, the first question that I ask is regarding the past. Okay, so where is price coming from? Just an example: did price broke the previous level of structure? Yes or no? Okay, for example, imagine that price has been moving to the upside. My question is, where is this low actually reacting to on the left side? Okay, did it reacted, for example, from a valid order block on a higher time frame? Did it respected a previous low and now kind of created a double bottom in here? Did it actually the opposite? Okay, maybe it actually managed to break an important, one second, let's pretend that we had this low in here and now price comes and actually broke the structure. So depending on where price is coming from, it can give me a little bit of an idea if I'm expecting potential continuation, if I'm expecting potentially that price already found a good level to from here maybe start trending into the opposite direction. Okay, so that's one of the things that I always pay attention to. Where is price coming from? This helps me to understand how should I position myself in this for the future. And then the second question is, where does price wants to go? That's basically what target I'm expecting for price to move towards from where it is right now. Again, for example, if we do create a double bottom in here, or if we are reacting from that daily demand zone or order block, and if the next important level on this time frame is maybe around this level, and the price, for example, started to break already some structure here, maybe now the level that I'm expecting eventually for price to move towards is to move towards that level. Okay, so if I know, for example, that now price just respected a good level, created a valid double bottom which shows a little bit of strength, or at least shift of the momentum in here, and now price broke also some key levels of structure to the upside, maybe there is enough strength, and the buyers, or the goal of the buyers that are pushing the market, is now to go to the next level, which is going to be towards there. So then it takes us into the third question, which is, where is price at the moment? Okay, so if we take a look at this exactly example that we are at this point, we can see that price would be around here. So it means that price just broke the structure, and then you can start asking yourself, based on your strategy and execution that you find, is this a level where I want to try to look then for a long? Okay, basically what you answer from the first and second question is that at this point I think the buyers are in control, so I'm interested in looking for longs. Then the last question is basically try to answer to understand, do I want to look for long where price is right now, or should I expect at least maybe price, for example, to maybe go a little bit lower into some kind of level before trying to look for that long again? Okay, so this is something that you can try to answer. For example, if price is already in here and I'm still expecting price to go there, maybe I wouldn't really be that enthusiastic to look for a long. Why? Because maybe there's not enough space at this point for me to still capitalize on this move. If price is in here and I still expect price to go there, maybe there's a little bit of some kind of price action that you can look for, because you still have a lot of room eventually for a price to move towards there. Or if price retraces all the way back to this level and you still expect that price is going to go higher, this of course can provide you the best risk reward, because now you can maybe find a trade from here, maybe just place a stop loss below whatever this structure is, and you can have definitely a bigger risk reward. Even from here you can find a good risk reward. If you are precise maybe with your entry, you can still go all the way and go with it. So that's basically in summary what I'm usually looking for in the market. Okay, so answering these 3 questions and try to understand if I want to participate on the move where price is right now, or if I want to wait for price to get into a better level based on the levels that I look for to try to capitalize. Okay, so as you know, I like to trade the extreme. So usually I do wait for price to get closer to either one of these 2 levels to look for a trade. But every now and then there's maybe sometimes some extremes that are created within these ranges in here in the middle that can also help me to try to look for a trade from maybe somewhere around this level. If you are a trend continuation trader, for example, you can maybe try to squeeze as much as possible as prices continues to move to the upside all the way here. This is not the type of trades that I take, but if you do find that price actually wants to move towards there, and you, for example, just anytime price retraces to the previous low, maybe you can keep on trying to buy it and you can capitalize on those moves. Perfect. There is definitely that opportunity. Or if price keeps breaking highs, maybe you can get some momentum in here and you can capitalize on that move. Perfect as well. And if you want, maybe you can even explain a little bit the type of movements that you can see at around these structures, and also what type of movement usually you want to see price creating as approaches these levels as well. Something to pay attention, something that is going to eventually increase the odds of success of looking for a trade within these levels. Okay. So I hope everyone understands a little bit at this point what I usually look for. Something else that maybe I could mention is that, for example, the distance or at the levels in between these 2 zones that I just marked, right? So this basically that demand zone or the supply, or maybe a support in here or resistance, whatever it may be, okay, on this time frame. This is what I usually then call it the space that I'm looking for to trade within at around this level. Okay, so that's why many times on my own charts you see that I start drawing some rectangle red rectangle boxes on my charts, because it's me trying to identify what space I'm expecting price to move towards to. Okay, so that's usually why you can see that on my charts. Yeah, that's quite often that you can see that. So that's basically what I try to do, is try to find a trade to fill the space available from one side to the other, and that's it. Sometimes, of course, as you change time frames, you can start drawing different boxes within one major box. For example, maybe inside here now we could have a smaller box as well at around this level, and maybe there's going to be even maybe a smaller one in here. And eventually, when you do find that trigger at the lowest point, then you can actually catch a really strong or really great risk reward trade at around this level in here. So I'm not sure if anyone is asking any questions so far, if I should continue or if I should just ask. Yeah, let's maybe take a look at some questions now before I continue. Is there any questions there? Any questions? Okay, I don't know. There's no questions here? No, perfect. Victor, do you have any question about this so far?
No. I find so basically you're trying to understand what the market is actually trying to do according to you. Using simple questions, you're trying to assess, what is more likely to happen? Where is it more likely to go to, right? In your framework, how you approach the market. How do you develop that ability to know what's the next level? Because it's great to have to ask the question, where is it going next? But let's say someone is new to the market. How would they know what's the next thing that the price is going to likely go, or the box that you indicated, the red box? How would they know where the boundaries of that box is?
That's a good question. That basically goes into the next point, which is the way price maneuvers in between those levels, for example, even on the lower time frame or on the higher time frame. Okay, and this is where, for example, the concepts of compression in the market, trying to find for fresh levels or not within those levels, then can help to anticipate or to help to draw exactly where those rectangles, the extreme of those rectangles are on the chart. So that's basically what eventually we're going to be looking at. But that's a great question. That's one of the questions actually I get asked quite often, which is how can you define the extremes of those boxes that I'm drawing, basically. Yeah, I can see a few questions about time frame. Guys, you can look at the daily, monthly. I don't really have a specific time frame. Of course, I maneuver between the daily 4 hour, 1 hour 30, like just the basic time frames that standardized on the trading platforms. But it's a bit in general, like the 4 hour time frame and 1 hour sometimes can be quite similar, or almost the same levels, the daily as well, and so on. So it goes all the way from the higher time frame all the way to the lower time frame in that regard. So we'll just continue maybe then if we're going to be able to answer those questions, or that question that you asked, which is really valid and really, really important. What would classify for me a good level on the left? Okay, it's basically a bit similar to Victor. Can I find what is a good supply level or eventually a demand zone at the bottom? Actually, let's make these reds because it's always I draw this one as reds. So what for me classifies as a good level on the left side or a fresh level? I think Victor mentioned on Monday that he likes to look at least previous 10 candles. I think something like that. You like at least to have a time frame in there of the 10 candles. That's interesting. For me, it doesn't really matter how long the levels were created. I just want to know that when the level is created, price hasn't really touched it after its creation. Okay, so if by any chance, for example, price went up at around this level and then is around here and all of a sudden drops, okay, so that for me, for example, would be a level of a supply, kind of somewhere around this level. Of course, then just be a bit more precise. So for me, is as long as kind of the level is still fresh, that makes it a little bit interesting, or kind of it makes it a fresh level. If by any chance price comes all the way back, you retested it, it removes it a little bit of my interest in the future, unless we actually end up creating a quasi model within this supply level. Okay, in this case, for example, if you do something like this, and then price kind of maybe touches a little bit, starts dropping, and it still has this behavior, there you go, we have a quasi model pattern around here. As you can see, basically we created the left shoulder, we have kind of this drop, we have a quick move up and then a big drop, and we leave behind this quasi-model pattern at around this level for the future. Okay, so this kind of makes it still interesting to me, even though we did reacted within the zone, because we did behave or created or left a quasi-model level pattern within that structure. I'm still interested in it, because for me, when you do have this behavior of which ends up being a quasi-model shape of a pattern, for me this is orders being left behind. When you do have a kind of that manipulation, this kind of moving here, usually orders are left behind in here if price doesn't really pick them up again. So there you go. So it's either fresh totally, or you end up creating a quasi-model within them, and then I'm still interested in looking for them. My favorite levels, actually, go ahead, sorry.
I got a question for you, because that's very interesting. So you have specific scenarios where a level, regardless of how long ago it was created, is still going to be relevant for you. One is, you said that it hasn't been retested yet. That's one thing. And the other two is that it creates a certain pattern the last time, meaning it has been touched, but the way it was touched and the way it reacted leads you to believe that it is still relevant to you to trade in the future. Now, the question that I have there, where you have the circle, the yellow circle, where exactly is the quasi to be formed for you? Is it within the yellow circle, or the whole structure, including both red boxes that need to be included? Is it the whole thing, or just where the yellow circle is.
Oh, it
I
would
mean,
be good. I want to see the
where the
Quasimodo
quasi is.
within this rectangle, within this initial supply level.
Okay.
In here. Yeah,
Yes,
so it
understand.
goes within this structure, and there are several times. And again, within the supply level, maybe I could mention that. In my opinion, there are kind of three levels where usually price tends to bounce from. Okay, so let's pretend that price is coming from here, and all of a sudden, okay, whatever. Let's start maybe with the drawing, and then we'll do that. Okay, comes from this level. Okay, we have a top. Price breaks the top, goes higher, finally creates the top overall, goes down and here a little bit in here, and then finally drops. Okay, so basically we have these structures around this level, and usually there are three zones around this level that I'll be interested in looking for a trade. One, it will be the extreme of the extreme. Okay, usually there's kind of a supply level being left behind, or price already touched it, but at the extreme of the extreme is a level that I'll be interested. Then there's going to be one zone in the middle that I am also interested in looking for a trade, and then it's going to be the level that is in alignment with the low that was created in here, basically the last swing low on this time frame that created the top, and then break. And you can look at this maybe on 1 hour, 15 minutes, whatever the last swing low that was created that pushed price higher and created the last high. That's basically where eventually this rectangle can be drawn. And usually price tends to also bounce from it, and sometimes you do it with a supply exactly in alignment with that level. Okay, sometimes this one and this one tends to be in alignment. Okay, so basically you have the extreme. Sometimes there's a little bit of a supply in between the top and this one, and then we have the last one. Now, sometimes the way price moves is that when it's being created, the top, as price is moving away, price already touched it, so this one is already touched, so it's weaker, and then sometimes price also touches this one, and then finally it just drops. So at this point, I'm just interested on this one. But if one of these, if the three of them are still fresh, I'm still maybe expecting price to react from. Something that sometimes happens is actually when this one comes up, it breaks in here or touches in there, and then it leaves. Or sometimes what happens as well is that sometimes price comes in here, reacts a little bit, fakes out this level, reacts from this level, comes down in here, and now this kind of becomes a Quasimodo pattern as well in here based on this low, and now becomes in here a Quasimodo, and now it goes into alignment with this one, and this becomes a powerful level to look for a trade in the future. Okay, so there are basically three levels in here. So if by any chance the extreme of the extreme is still fresh, I can still maybe expect even a fake out somewhere around this level, and that's usually when you have this Quasimodo. So basically what I want to say is if this level is being created in here, price is reacting from the okay, this is the bigger one, and then you have maybe 1, 2, okay, let's call 2, okay? The lower in here and the extreme in there. Sometimes when price is coming from here, it reacts, but then because that one is still fresh, then maybe that's where the head of the Quasimodo is being created, and then price drops, and then in the future, I'm already interested only on this one again. Kind of in the future, I'm looking for a trade somewhere around here, okay? Because this one is already picked up, and now price, it initially reacted from here, it faked out, and now basically the next level, the next orders are going to be somewhere around this level, and this one is usually the support resistance of the zone itself as well. So those are usually the three levels, and the way price maneuvers between them, you can leave Quasimodos behind in there. I hope it was not that confusing. Maybe we're going to find a few examples in there.
Another thing, so basically if there is within a bigger move, a bigger reversal, a bigger red box as you have it there, you have 2 or 3 areas where you anticipate there's going to be some kind of a reaction. So did I understood correctly that if you have 3 or 2 or more, and the top one or the middle one is still fresh, hasn't been tapped into, is unmitigated, would that mean that you will not be trading the first one because you expect price to go to the second or the third one?
That's a great question. So usually what tends to happen is that, yes, I tend to, and then let's call it that my favorite, it will be the one at extreme, okay? So my favorite will be kind of this one. This one in here is kind of, it depends, and then this one tends to be quite strong as well, okay? So sometimes what happens is, as I'm seeing this movement happening live, I do maybe sometimes do wait for price to end up reacting either from here or from here, and price is already around this level. And then what tends to happen, and usually let's pretend that this is kind of London open, price does create this price section, and then what tends to happen is that price finally moves, and then it comes back. It tends to just respect this level initially. Okay, so if you are trading in the moment, sometimes price just tend to react from here, and the trade that we should have taken at this point as eventually price is creating this, it will be from here. Okay, and only afterwards, let's pretend now during the US session when price comes back eventually, now price doesn't really respect this level anymore, kind of just makes that quick fake out into now maybe this fresh level, and then you may have that second opportunity to sell from around here. So sometimes I do end up missing the trading here because I'm waiting for price to go to these untouched levels, or sometimes there is just a small moving here because this is a fair value gap. Okay, let's pretend this is a fair value gap. Price doesn't really touch the supply. There's this really kind of 1-2 pips moving there. Price fakes this top, comes back again, and then kind of the immediate trade it will be in here. And then I'm not in the trade at this point because usually I'm just waiting for those, and sometimes those trades then come back in the future, either within that same session, maybe around the US session, or it comes back a few days later. It tends to go there as well afterwards. But the trade can be completely different when it comes back there in the future, depending on where price now reacted from.
There's something quite interesting here, folks. That comes with a lot of hours, thousands of screen time, and I recognize that in Pedro because I've gone through the same thing. But now is the question, Pedro. Yeah. So what you're saying is that the time that has elapsed since the creation of the structure until the market comes back to retest it, that time, the duration of that time is important for the probabilities of price reacting from it. Because you said as the price is moving away from it, so during London, you might still catch a short from it in this case. But the next time, if it is in New York, a couple of hours later, the likelihood of that happening is not that great because it's likely to go to the top one, as you said, more likely. So do we understand correctly then that the maturity or the freshness of the structure or the time that has passed since it was created and the space that it created as the market went down, it creates space. The bigger that space is, then more likely it is to going to the extremes again. Is that what you have seen in your experience?
Yeah, so if I understood correctly the question, so for me the most important part is if it is fresh or not. Okay, that will be kind of that's where I'll still be interested or not in trading at that level. Okay, so for example, as I mentioned, like if price already reacts, then let me just choose another color. Maybe no, this is terrible. Let's go pink. Okay, I hope you guys can see pink in here. Just increase a bit the thickness of this. Okay, so if price already reacted from this level in here, then in the future I'm not really interested in trading from here. I'll be looking for price to potentially go into this fresh level that's in there. So for me, the time doesn't matter at all. How long it was created or not, it doesn't matter at all. What it would matter afterwards is where is price coming from. Okay, if price makes this move to downside, okay, and it still leaves this level, these two levels behind, they are fresh, it will matter to me where is this low that eventually is going to be created, where is this actually being where is this low reacting on the left side. Again, if price, imagine that I have this bigger rectangle and actually kind of in alignment to this one, that I'm looking for price to fill this space. Okay, so within this rectangle, this is the space that I'm looking for price to fill. Okay, so that's the idea. If price reached the target that I had, which is within this rectangle, and then starts moving to the upside after that, then when I'm looking for, then I basically cancel this trade altogether. Why? Because
Yes.
in my view, I don't have more space for price to move towards to. It would be then completely different if price ends up actually going a little bit deeper. Okay, now price actually breaks this level and maybe opens door to not just trade now within this red rectangle that I have. Now it will be this yellow one, whatever. The base is still the same, but maybe now opens the door for price to go way lower. So then now I am actually interested in looking for a sell whenever price comes back into here, because now I have a new target that I'm looking for. Or what is the third scenario? Okay, so the third scenario to be imagine that instead of price when moves away from this level, instead of going all the way, but it basically just stops in here in the middle. So I still want to trade this initial rectangle, but now price just moved until now we are in bull scenario. Okay, so price just follow the bull scenario, and let's pretend that we had an important low in here. Okay, whatever, and let's pretend that we had an important structure mid structure low in here. Okay, and the bull scenario actually broke that one, which still opens then the door for potential price to then go and fill the second part of the move in there. In this case, I'm also interested in selling towards there. But at this point, my target is in here. In pink, okay, let me that should have started with different colors altogether. In white.
I like it. I like
white,
it. I really like it.
Yeah. White. So if this white scenario, we broke the red rectangle. Okay, so white, we broke the red rectangle, so we're looking for price to go then deeper. So my target expands. In blue, price just broke a mid-range. My target is still at this level. Okay, let's actually maybe make this A is the extreme, B is this level, C to be this one, and we have maybe D around here. Okay, so yeah, if B is broken, I'm looking for C. If D is broken, I'm looking for B, and at this point A is still valid. If B is respected, I'm not interested in A anymore, but then goes into alignment of the bigger picture. Where is actually price coming from? Where actually is this top reacting to on the left side, and so on and so forth. Because maybe A can still be valid if B is still respected, because actually A is maybe a weekly level and B is just a 4-hour level, whatever it may be. So maybe actually price can still end up respecting A, eventually to break B, and this is basically a bigger reversal altogether that we are looking at around this level. But this is kind of the rectangles, the spaces, the designs that I try to make. So for me, is more important, and that's why actually you guys can let me know in the chat what is more important for you. Is it the entry or the target? Between entry and target, which one is more important for you? Maybe Vitor, you can reply, then I can reply mine, and maybe the chat can also let me know what you guys think of.
Someone in the chat has a great question. It says drawings are impeccable. Looks like football teams from last week. And my question is then, when is Ronaldo gonna make the goal? That's my question to you with this analysis. Where is the goal coming from? I'm sure the striker Ronaldo somewhere is gonna come in and make a beautiful goal. No, just jokes aside, Pedro, I'm enjoying this. Because I can see you have a pretty good understanding, pretty deep understanding of how of the feeling of how the market moves, because this is so true, guys. Watching this, and actually watch it as many times as you need, because even though it's a lot of information, and if you're new to trading, this may sound like, whoa, too many scenarios, it goes over my head. Watch it again and again, maybe a couple of more times, because there's a lot of gold nuggets in here. Understanding where we're going to is so important, because that destination changes with time. It changes with time. If we're going to be or we're going to see will depend what has happened before. How we reacted to certain levels. This is so true, and understanding this will change your trading career. I'm not gonna kid you. I'm not kidding you. This is hugely important. It is similar to or actually it's the same thing. There is a moment where a level is the highest probability target to have. But there's that moment is limited. After a certain things, I'm being vague here, but depending on price action, that moment will have its moment, and it might be gone in the future. And if you don't understand this, when to target these levels, what will happen is you would still be expecting something that's not likely to happen anymore. And awesome, I like this, Pedro. So you're asking the entry or the
target?
The target. That sounds like a philosophical question, Pedro. You know, that's what came first, the egg or the chicken? Well, should I ask, because should I answer, because we want to wait for the audience to chat first. I don't want to, influence them.
Yes, if you can just share yours, then I'll just share mine. I'm seeing that the time is flying. I'm not even 10% of what I wanted to talk. But yeah, and so we can see Marina that she set target. Marina set target. This is interesting. Actually, a few months ago, we actually had a session on the Portuguese live stream and asked this question. Again, most of them, I think the most traditional answer it would be the entry. I think that's what actually most people actually focus on on this entry. But as we just explained in here, basically what we'll be doing in here is that we have an entry which is within these levels, right? They are fresh. Okay, it's basically the levels that we are interested in potentially looking for a trade whenever price comes back in here. However, as we kind of replied in here, depending on where actually price is reacting from, which is the target, I'm no longer actually interested in trading those levels anymore. So for example, if this happened on the bull scenario, I still have a target valid, so I'm interested. If the ping happens and price actually reacts from here and goes up, I'm no longer interested because I don't have a target anymore. But if price actually breaks B, then I'm still interested because now I have a new target that I'm looking for. So for me, it's really important to actually have a target in mind that I'm looking for in order to be able to look for a trade. Because if I'm expecting, for example, just looking at the bull scenario, and they are looking that yes, price broke this level, and I'm still expecting price to move to the downside. Even if I enter in here, even if I enter in here, I still manage to catch the move down because that's kind of what price is about to do. But if pink if the pink scenario is on and price actually reacted from the target that initially I was looking for, and then price comes to this level, and even if I enter in here, I can have the best entry possible, literally to the pip and everything, but eventually price may just make a small movement, and if the intention of price is actually to break the top, then I'll end up with a loss. Okay, so actually depending on where actually price is coming from, it may be stronger actually than just focusing on the entry itself, because that means that price may actually want just to continue on the direction that it was coming from. So which means now A is going to be broken and price will go higher. So you may actually have a small, beautiful reaction to the pip. You may have maybe 10 pips reaction, but price is going to find the next structure and going to just continue. You end up with a loss. While on the bull scenario, even with the worst entry, maybe you enter in here, you don't even enter in there, maybe you can still find a trade, because then price, you actually end up catching this move down. Now, the question of course is, okay, what is always the good target to look for? What can I cancel? How do I know what target it is? Like that's maybe, at this point, I think that's going to maybe stay for next week. But it's basically just try to find, what is the next key level that you are looking for. For example, just a quick one on pound yen. Where is pound yen in here? Pound yen. I need to hide this, otherwise it's a complete mess. Daily. No, this is pound card. I want pound yen. Look at this. Okay. So what we have in here? We have. Okay, let me use this drawing instead. So we have basically price. This drawing. We have basically price creating this low all the way. Okay. And now it's retesting the low. So basically the space that we're looking for, just as simple as that, is this. Okay, it's basically the last swing low all the way to the last swing high, basically for the top. And they're looking at the daily. Again, you can look at the weekly, you can look at 4 hours. I think it's quite visible. The same structure is quite visible in these higher time frames. Okay, it's quite visible in there. But now, what did price do in here? Okay, price didn't break this level, did it? I don't. It doesn't look like. It looks like that price actually respected it. It didn't break. Maybe price had broken this level with this low. Maybe it would open space for price actually to go a little bit further down, but it didn't. It respected it. Okay, so what is my expectation now on this daily time frame? And I'm not even looking a little bit more to the left side, which of course can give us some answers as well, but just even based on this one. And actually we should always look left and to have an understanding also where is this one reacting from. So when you are answering those 3 questions, where is price coming from, reacting from, and where it is at the moment, or where it doesn't want to go, you can start from this scale, but you can actually zoom out a little bit more and see a little bit of the bigger picture, and then you eventually end up where we are now. So what is my expectation at this point on the daily time frame? Am I expecting price now from here to respect the top or to break the top? That's the question. Is there any more space on the pound yen to go below this level? Or is the expectation now for price actually to end up breaking this top based on where price reacting from here? Okay, so we have A and B. What is now the expectation of price in the next move? Okay, basically that's what we draw in here. Okay, that's basically the pink scenario. What you can see in here on the pound yen is a little bit of the pink scenario where price fill the space available, basically fill out this swing low all the way till here, respected this beautiful demand zone, and now is slowly moving higher. And the expectation personally is actually to end up taking the top. So you can definitely find some short opportunities, but on this daily or weekly or monthly time frame, I'm definitely expecting this top to be taken first, then B. Okay, I'm expecting B to hold and A to be broken at this point. And you can have more small rectangles in here. You can literally have this beautiful breakout structure where, again, where is this price? Where the price that came from here? He created this low all the way up. He broke slightly this structure, opens the door. So what did price did in here? It didn't respect it, actually broke it, comes all the way back after a few months. Yep, this was in September. After a few months in April, respects beautifully this demand zone, beautiful approach, and then it goes slowly, and end up stacking it. Look at what happened in here again, and this is where the rectangles and everything starts being in place. I need to delete this now. Look how many rectangles you can start drawing in here. So we have, wait 1 second, let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, we have, and let's minimize the. How can I do this? Perfect. We can start doing this exercise. Where is the rectangle? Rectangle. So I have that. We have this one, right? The bigger one, where price kind of respected this one. Then we may have this blue one, where price took this one, and you may have this one. Okay, because actually price, not this one. Actually, we have this one that actually price broke it and starts showing indication that you want to go higher. You can start tracking those. And what you have in here as well, we have actually this one, which is also bit middle range, okay, from this swing low to that high. And look at this, price broke it without really respecting the extreme. Then you're expecting always price to go close to the extremes of the zones. So we could actually have looked for a sell in here. Why? Because price actually broke this one, didn't really fill all the way to the extreme. We came all the way back to this level, and then most likely in here you can even have this break. And then maybe from here, this beautiful level, if you want to be precise, maybe you can look for the trade. One of the targets can always be just retest after of this low, and then eventually you can push it a little bit more, and eventually you can look for a target at around this level. On the bull scenario, you could have looked for, you have the break in here on the top, you have the extreme in here as well, and then maybe you can try to look for a trade at the extreme on the way back, all the way to what's the target? What is the next space available? It's going to be somewhere around here. Okay, so you have a trade on the bull scenario because we have this space to be filled. You have a trade on the yellow scenario from here because you have this space to be filled, and most likely you still have a trade on the red one from here because maybe price even broke something on the left side. Not really sure. We need to check because maybe the scenario is for the red one to still go higher. And then you have all these price movements in between, and you can even have other rectangles within this level that you can maybe fill as well. For example, if you go zoomed in here, you can maybe find a new one, and then you'll get into compression, which is how to define those rectangles. It, again, can be just from swing low to swing high, or you can have these beautiful moves, which is called compression, which is when price starts to behave like this. For example, price goes up, down, 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 similar to something like this. Basically, there's no more sell orders, there's no more buy orders around here. Then you can track the bottom of this level all the way to the extreme of that level, whatever is created. And once price breaks structure, you have a beautiful target, basically this move in here to look for. And that's actually ends up being my favorite trade altogether. The likelihood of price reaching the target is quite high at this point. But this is one of the ways, for example, to draw the rectangle is to just keep tracking price going all the way until eventually turns, and you have a beautiful space to be filled at around here. In this case, it could be compression, and you have eventually this fair value gap in there, which is eventually also where price also goes. So you can also be tracking all that. As you can see, on the way up, price keeps respecting the levels. So if you are a trend continuation trader, perfect. You maybe have managed to catch longs in here, but on the way back, and you can see how quick price goes there. Okay, why? Because everything in here has been compressed. There's no buy orders, and then price just fills it without much difficulty of this space. And there you go. You reach your target.
So basically, you have a bigger rectangle, which to you is the field of the action, which is created by the lower extreme of price range, and or the compression, as you call it, moving in one direction but nicely within a channel or somewhat of a channel. And so the recurrent or the template is that once you recognize and price reverses from a top, in the case of a bullish scenario, you expect price to go and you can to go to the target, which is the other extreme. So that's what you're looking for. And you're looking for entries which are less important to you.
They're really important to me. They're really important.
But it's more giving you more direction is what the target is, because it doesn't matter. That gives you the direction, and that's more important because you'll be right whether you catch it on halfway or at the beginning of the move, you'd still be okay because it's going to the same target. And you apply this in multiple time frames, I suppose, as well, not on just one time frame, but going from higher time frames, understanding on each time frame, on each bigger rectangle, because each time frame will have a bigger structure, another story or narrative where its target is. So it may have like a monthly target, a weekly target, and then within that you're going to be looking for that daily or maybe an H4 target. Did I at least a little bit understand it correctly?
Yes, entries are still important, but as you can see now, look at the difference now when you even look at the weekly time frame. Correct. So we had this rectangle basically where price actually ended up respecting. Look at what price did in here. Actually broke structure, which means that maybe, and you can see how price actually respected all these levels, and maybe the bigger rectangle is somewhere in here. I don't even know if you have more on the left side. Yeah, maybe you can even go to monthly, and you can start buying this row like this, right? So basically you can have a bigger rectangle all the way, somewhere around this level. Price starts breaking. Okay, price starts breaking structure. Maybe price now wants to go and fill this top of the rectangle. In there, comes all the way back to the origin of the move beautifully. Then maybe have some breaks of structure that starts showing intention to actually go higher from here and not just to continue to move lower. So that happened. Good approach as well. Price respecting here a few times. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to the points of how to enter in the trades or kind of what reversal patterns that you want to see today. But there you go, the movement. And now on this monthly time frame and weekly, now we broke new structure. We created a new top. Look at this beautiful supply where price actually is acting from, which was created back in 2005 or 7, who knows. But price never broke structure. Okay, because price never managed to break structure, and if you're actually looking at this bigger rectangle, maybe the final target is somewhere around here. That's why it's important as well. Ask where it is the target or the final target that you are expecting price to move towards to? That's the second question that I asked. So in this time frame, and you can kind of flip it, and instead of thinking this is a monthly time frame, if this is a 5 minutes time frame chart, most likely you are still expecting price to go there. Because it's a monthly, it's going to take months to move. But there you go. As you can see, price respected this level. Actually, maybe price still wants to go a little bit higher. It already reacted from this beautiful move, but this move actually left that level fresh, which maybe that's going to be a great, interesting zone to look for a trade in the future. We'll talk about around 225, something like that. And then maybe you can even have this potential Quasimodo, but since we actually already broke this top actually in there, maybe actually price eventually wants to even go higher than that, and then you're going to be looking at this whatever scale we are coming from there. Who knows when you're going to get there. But for now, I'm expecting price to break this level. Maybe there's still some sell orders in here, but eventually price can continue to go higher since we never managed to break this low. And that's basically now summarizing. We're now going to the 4-hour time frame. As you can see, there was no break of structure. Something to also pay attention is price kept respecting the previous lows in here, compression. Price respected every single one of them. There was no break. It looks like quite bullish to me on the pound yen at this point. It's a bit. Yeah, it will need more time. It will need definitely more time. I didn't realize when you start talking, we don't really know how much time this is going to last. I didn't really manage to get into many things: the entries, the reversals, the type of opportunities, trades that can be or not be. But I think you touch point a little bit on being aware of where price is coming from in terms of to decide if you want to participate actually on that move or not, if this is the right level to participate on that move or not, and of course based on your own strategy and methodology that you are looking for. But I think something that many people do still not pay attention to is a little bit of the bigger picture. Is looking left, is looking actually where price is reacting from, and also what kind of space that is still available for price to potentially move, which can help with targets. Okay, if you aren't a little bit aware of potential space that you have, you might have bigger targets. You can manage the trade slightly different, and also if you start asking yourself the question of where price does want to go, you may be a bit more patient, or it kind of helps you to position on the right direction until where price actually wants to go next. Again, if price is approaching a monthly order block or a supply, maybe it's not the right moment to start looking for longs anymore. Maybe it's wait and maybe start seeing if there's any signs of reversal within that level, as Vitor also shows on his own Aussie, when he analyzes the market. But yeah.
Beautiful, Pedro. I am, delighted to see, and I realized that. I knew that already, but I'm very interested to understand your way of, because I've seen you analyze the market many times. I mean, we've been together on the stream countless hours. But still, I think I would like to, sit down with you and understand all the intricacies of how you decide what are your priorities and what is the timing in that priority, because at a certain moment, a certain thing isn't your priority anymore, right? A certain, you understand that the target has shifted, most likely shifted to another area, then everything changes. You throw out the whole setup, you're going to be looking for something else. And I would like to, and I think most of, if not all of those viewers, esteemed viewers out there would like to see that as well. We have just scratched here the surface of the knowledge of Pedro. So awesome. We have this is a Thursday. We still have 1 week to go on our Black Friday week for you. So don't miss tomorrow's session. Yes, there is a session on a YouTube session on Friday as well, where we're going to have another 10 winners, 10 viewers going home with the free accounts. Yes, free accounts, each one of them able to be scaled up to $4 million. That's the potential, not a small thing. So thank you very much, Pedro. Thank you all for watching. Everyone, if you appreciate the effort, the time, and the intention of Pedro to share his hard-earned experience and knowledge, sharing that with you. You think this is helpful? I'm gonna be looking into this more and try to learn and extract as much insight as possible. Then please do us a favor: click the like, subscribe to the channel, give us back some of that love that we're trying to share here, so we can reach many others just like you. So Pedro, awesome, man. I'm looking forward for episode 2 of Pedronomics. All right. Let me see. All right. Let me check here. I think that's about it. We are at the end of our stream. Very, very insightful. Any last words before we wrap things up? I think you have a stream Portuguese community coming up later. We also have Discord stream in about, check the schedule because it may shift from time to time, but in about 45 minutes, maybe an hour, I don't know. Check the Discord. There's a workshop there. Awesome to go check it out. Anything you want to say, Pedro, before we say sayonara?
No, just say thank you to everyone. Of course, today is a Thanksgiving day, so it's a day actually to be grateful and to say good things to your close ones, to your family. Actually, the theme of today's live stream in the Portuguese channel is going to be actually exactly that, to remember or to focus a little bit and to be grateful for the journey as a trader that we have so far, even for anyone that is still struggling in this journey, to try to look at the positive things, to not just in terms of results, but also in terms of the transformation as a human being, that being a trader allows us to evolve, to learn maybe to be more patient, to control our emotions better, and everything else. It's going to be an interesting session. I think everyone can take 2 minutes to kind of also answer those some questions to themselves, to be grateful. Be grateful with the life that you have, with the things that you have achieved, even if it's not yet where you want to be, but you already are on your way in your journey, which is great, and to continue to be positive that things will get there. And happy weekend, everyone, and take advantage of these beautiful discounts. The reality is that you are never going to be able to become a trader with the Fivers at a cheaper price, so take advantage of these discounts.
Beautiful message to wrap things up for today. So on that note, take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Hit like, subscribe, and goodbye.
Yes.